The Yendang Mountains' secret realm is vast. Even if the two large areas of the Phoenix Mountains on the outside and the central volcano on the inner circle are excluded, the remaining Luoyu Plain still covers an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. In addition, Qin Yi and the others not only have to investigate the surface of the land, but also trace the sky and the ground. This workload is really not small. If it weren't for the two kings who came this time, it would be difficult for anyone else to find him through a big sweep. The nest of the Yu clan. Finally, after a day and night of searching, they found that there were only a few special terrains left in Luoyu Plain that they had not yet investigated. Overall, the Yendang Mountains' secret realm is roughly divided into three terrains, from the outside to the inside: the Phoenix Mountains, the Luoyu Plains, and the central volcano. But this is the result of observation from a macro perspective. If you look more closely, you will find that among the three large terrains, there are also scattered small terrains of various types. For example, to the south of the Phoenix Mountains is a large swamp, and Qin Yi and Degu walked through there and went deep into the secret realm. Since the fallen feather plain is made up of scattered and accumulated phoenix feathers, the terrain will change slightly on different feathers. Next, there are only 4 special terrains that have not been visited before. Suixin felt that they were not very lucky. After checking for so long, they did not select the correct answer in advance: Dark Forest, Crimson Lake, Qingxin Hills, Eternal Hills, Yen Desert. Choose one of the 4, where should we go first? As he said this, Sui Xian and Xiaochen stopped and turned to look at Qin Yi. Obviously, the two of them were seeking Qin Yi's opinion. Qin Yi is the main planner of this operation. Regarding the arrangement of the operation, they will naturally listen to Qin Yi. However, this is also because the main planner is Qin Yi. If he was just an ordinary warrior from the mountain and sea realm, they would not ask with such respect and just make the decision themselves. Qin Yi didn't think too much. He obeyed the first thought in his heart and blurted out, "Let's go to the dark forest first." Seeing how quickly he answered, Suixin asked curiously, "Did you see something else?" Qin Yi shook his head and shrugged, "No, I just feel that the Yu clan is actually the bird clan, and the bird people, of course, live in trees. Look at the remaining 3 place names, and it's a lake, a hill, and a desert. They're all places where birds don't poop. It's not like the bird people will live there forever." Put. Sui Xian and Xiao Chen were both amused by Qin Yi's theory, but Qin Yi's words seemed to be a joke at first, but after careful consideration, they found that there was some truth in them. Although the Yu clan is a subordinate race of the Celestial clan, they still maintain their own pride and are even a little arrogant. Perhaps they learned this from their main clan, the Celestial clan. Recalling the sudden appearance of the Celestial clan assassin, Qin Yi had no memory of his face. The only memory he had was the man's nostrils. Because that Celestial clan likes to glare at people with its nostrils, pulling them hard, and looking completely arrogant. Such a proud race would not embarrass themselves in life. Compared to the next 3 areas, the Dark Forest is the most comfortable place for the Yu tribe to live. Now that the destination has been determined, the 2 kings, Juidian, didn't waste any time. They immediately tore apart the space with Qin Yi and rushed towards the direction of the Dark Forest. As top-level warriors, their memories have reached the level of photographic memory. Not only the terrain and coordinates of the Yendang Mountains' secret realm, but also all the secret realms discovered by the entire human alliance, they have memorized the terrain and coordinates. Come down. That's why he can transport Qin Yi anywhere with ease. A moment later, on the endless dark green flat ground, 3 figures flashed, gradually solidified, and hovered over the dark green flat ground. Looking down, the dark green clearing under their feet was not a plain, but the canopy of a large forest. Countless towering ancient trees grow without restraint, with lush branches and leaves, and the leaves overlap and gradually blend together to form this open space. In fact, this clearing is located nearly 1,000 meters in the air. This is a strange terrain formed by the canopy of trees. Due to the slight difference in the height of the growth of the trees, this place becomes like normal land, with raised mountains and sunken basins. However, looking at it, the materials that make up this land are all dark green leaves. When you step on the tree canopy, your feet feel a little soft, and your whole body will sink a few centimeters, but it's not harmful and you can move and walk normally as if you were on the ground. Before going deep into the dark forest, Qin Yi specially transmitted the message and got closer to the two seniors to ensure that they would not be separated. This move was not because he was timid, but because he had other considerations. In the center of the tree canopy is a giant mountain that towers into the clouds. It is said to be a mountain, but in fact, its core is still a tree. It is the tallest and largest tree, and it is also the oldest tree in the Forest of Darkness. The branches and leaves of Yomu have the magical effect of absorbing light and spiritual power. Even the divine will of the highest level is greatly limited here, and you have to get a little closer to use it. If they want to explore the dark forest, they naturally have to start from the central dark tree. The three of them walked toward the middle for a short while, and when they were far enough away, they were about to release their spiritual thoughts. Buzz! A mysterious force of space spreads in all directions, like a pair of invisible big hands, trying to isolate Qin Yi, control Xiao Chen in place, and finally pull Suixin into the central dark wood. The Yu clan's clan protecting formation has been activated. Qin Yi was right, the Forest of Darkness was the home of the Yu clan. The Yu clan used the clan protector formation to obviously separate the three of them, weaken the overall strength, and then defeat them one by one. But Qin Yi had been prepared for this. He deliberately got so close to the two seniors of the human race, almost touching each other. This was what he was prepared for. You two elders just watch, let me do it. His eyes flashed, and the soul in the sea of consciousness burst out with bright light, and a powerful spiritual thought burst out, covering the three of them in an instant, resisting the Yu clan the movement of the formation. Although Qin Yi's spiritual consciousness is far stronger than the same level, it is still far behind the 7th level top formation controlled by the true king. Compared to the power of the formation, his mental power was like a drop in the ocean, inconspicuous, as if it could be broken by a small wave. But when the power of the formation came into contact with his mental power, it was as if he had encountered a natural enemy. He suddenly trembled, then quickly faded away, and he did not dare to take another step forward. The effect of the spiritual contract appears. King Baiyu, who controlled the formation, did not dare to use the formation to capture Qin Yi for fear of violating the spiritual contract. King Feather's initial plan was to use a formation to block Qin Yi from outside, and then pull King Feather Crane in as quickly as possible to trap and kill him. It's true that the Yu clan can't take action against Qin Yi, but it doesn't matter. They just need to isolate Qin Yi, block him out, prevent him from coming in, and then save him for the final kill. But he didn't expect that the distance between the three of them was too close and their reaction speed was ridiculously fast, causing his plan to fail in an instant. The power of the formation emanating from the dark wood filled Qin Yi's side, tightly surrounding the three of them, but they were isolated by Qin Yi's spiritual thoughts and did not dare to go beyond the thunder pool. A true king led a 7th level top level killing formation. He could crush Qin Yi in an instant, but he was stuck outside and did not dare to go deep. Such a wonderful sight was rare in 10,000 years. Qin Yi had no fear. He controlled his spiritual thoughts to wrap around himself, Will King and Feather Crane King, and used his mental power to forcibly sew the three of them into a whole body. Then he stepped forward and continued walking towards the huge tree in the center. Go! Every time he took a step, the power of the formation took a step back, and it actually forced him back like this. Suixin and Xiao Chen, who were staying behind Qin Yi, followed Qin Yi's steps and walked forward step by step. They simply kept approaching the target area without paying any price. The two kings, Juidian, were originally here to protect Qin Yi, but they never thought that Qin Yi would be standing at the front. Other side. In the main hall of the tree cave, hundreds of Yu clan's senior officials watched helplessly as a young human warrior from the Shanhai realm suppressed their 7th level clan protection formation alone. They were dumbfounded and felt an uncontrollable sense of humiliation in their hearts. Some senior members of the Yu clan with bad tempers showed unkind expressions and stared directly at Yunhua in the corner, with reproach in their eyes that almost overflowed from their eyes. The spiritual contract signed with Qin Yi was led by Yunhua. If it hadn't been for Yunhua, such a thing would never have happened, and they wouldn't have watched the aliens walk openly at their doorstep. However, Yunhua was also helpless. When she signed the spiritual contract, she specifically asked for the opinions of the senior leaders in the clan, and all the senior leaders, including the clan leader, agreed. How can I only be blamed now? I didn't know that Qin Yi could be so courageous. Instead, he took advantage of the spiritual contract and took the initiative to invade their lair with the two kings of Juedian. That day when the spiritual contract was signed in the ancestral land of the Kaishan clan, the Yu clan was so confident, but now they feel so regretful. Are you all fools? Since we are limited by the spiritual contract and cannot use the power of the formation to expel Qin Yi, then why not just fix the power of the formation in place and block his progress? That's it. Staring, retreating step by step, waiting for someone to come in? Are the feathers growing in your head? A slightly sullen word came to everyone's ears, and the senior members of the Yu clan who were originally in a bad mood were immediately shocked. It's about to blow up. But as soon as they raised their heads, when the face of the speaker came into view, they shut their mouths instantly. In front of them was Tianji, the envoy of the Celestial clan who had just finished his retreat. As a proud son of the Celestial clan, this person has a very arrogant temperament and has always looked down on subordinate races like the Yu clan, so naturally he will not have a good look towards them. Subordinate race? This is a statement of high emotional intelligence. In Tianji's eyes, they are nothing more than slaves, being allowed to be exploited and manipulated by their Celestial clan, not even daring to resist. You are still thinking, Zhou Dao. We were so angry at the actions of this human race that we forgot such a simple truth, huh? The White Feather King in the core of the formation was scolded by Tianji in front of his face. But he still had to put on a good expression and laugh, not daring to complain. These subordinate races of the main clan have been with the main clan for too many years and have become accustomed to being exploited. From the outside, the Yu clan seems to be very proud, but in front of the Celestial clan, they will not show any disrespect. Slavility has taken root in their souls. That arrogant attitude towards foreigners is actually a manifestation of servility, just like the eunuchs who used the emperor's majesty to pretend to be a tiger in the ancient feudal period. Bang! After Qin Yi advanced more than 3,000 meters, the space in front of him suddenly solidified 10,000 times. The power of the formation solidified like a stone wall, blocking Qin Yi's way forward. The Yu clan did not use formations to attack Qin Yi, nor did they use formations to control Qin Yi. They simply assumed a defensive posture to prevent Qin Yi from advancing. This does not constitute a violation of the conditions of the spiritual contract. Facing the Yu clan's changes, Qin Yi didn't change his expression, but silently stepped back, letting Will King Xiao Chen and Yui King Sui Xan stand in front. The true king cooperated with the 7th level formation and wanted to defend Qin Yi, but he really had no choice. But he can't help it. It doesn't mean that the two kings behind him can't do anything either. At the moment when their bodies were turned around, the two peak-level warriors understood. They smiled faintly, glanced at each other, and the terrifying Tao power burst out. Qi and blood were like pillars, rising into the sky, and instantly tore apart a small formation barrier. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Yi immediately stepped forward and led the two top-level seniors forward several tens of meters. The White Feather King's face was gloomy. He didn't want Qin Yi to go forward like this anymore. He seized the opportunity and wanted to concentrate all the power of the formation at the moment when the two peak human beings took action, pull them into the killing formation, and fight with them. Qin Yi left. But whenever he just manipulated the formation to take action, Qin Yi would be keenly aware of the changes in the formation, change his position again, cover the three of them with his spiritual thoughts, and force back the power of the formation. Just like this, Qin Yi seemed to be treating the Yu clan like monkeys, advancing more than 7,000 meters unimpeded, and was about to reach the front of Yamu. If the three of them enter the core Yamu safely, it will be equivalent to entering the core area of the clan protection formation. It will be hundreds of times easier to destroy the formation. This is something that the Yu clan cannot accept. They were extremely anxious, but even if they tried hard, they couldn't think of any backup plan that could stop Qin Yi and the others. All the means that the Yu clan has, according to the rules of the spiritual contract, cannot attack Qin Yi. Damn it, otherwise it's a violation. Kill this human first. The senior members of the Yu clan couldn't sit still any longer and suddenly stood up and shouted. The Yu clan is a subordinate race of the Celestial clan, and even powerful clans from foreign lands have to treat them with courtesy. However, a mere human race humiliates them like this and treats them as nothing. As soon as this person shouted, several Yu clan members quickly stood up and wanted to echo. Unfortunately, as soon as they thought about the consequences of taking action, they closed their mouths angrily and sat back. The new generation of geniuses are all dead, and the older generation of warriors have fallen back to a great level. This is no different from letting them exterminate the entire clan. If they really attack Qin Yi and violate the spiritual contract, even if Qin Yi dies, the remaining two kings, Juidian, can easily wipe out the Yu clan, which has retreated in strength. What's more, the Yu clan has not only taken root in a stronghold like the Yindang Mountain secret realm, there are also Yu clan settlements in foreign lands and other secret realms. And the spiritual contract they signed blocked the whole place, not just the settlement in the secret realm of Yindang Mountain. Just counting on you losers is proof that I've become stupid. Qin Yi, who had always been a man of few words, couldn't help but shake his head. He stood up and walked toward the outside world while coldly snorting, "I'll wait for the right opportunity to take action and disrupt the movements of those three humans. You guys will take advantage of the opportunity. If you want to break the situation at the critical moment, you have to rely on the Celestial Clan." Chapter 193 Speed Beyond Time. In the center of the canopy of the dark forest, there is a huge tree that rises like a mountain. Its surface is completely covered with dark green branches and leaves. It does not look like a tree, but like a real mountain. Breaking through the obstacles of the formation's power, Qin Yi could detect the faint spatial fluctuations under the leaves and branches when approaching this dark tree. Obviously, this is a teleportation array that enters the core area of the Yu clan, which is also the gate to the Yu clan's lair. Qin Yi released his spiritual thoughts and tentatively penetrated into the gaps between the branches and leaves, and then saw the silver runes engraved on the bark. These runes were connected with each other to form a ring, emitting weak spatial fluctuations. Although Qin Yi didn't understand the rune formations, when he touched the circle of formations in person, he could still understand that the door to the Yu clan's lair was locked, and he didn't want to let them in at all. But sometimes, locking the door does not mean that others cannot enter the home. Salsa. Suddenly, all the branches and leaves within a radius of several thousand meters shook, making a neat rubbing sound. The tree canopy under Qin Yi's feet seemed to be shaken by an earthquake. It trembled violently for a second, and an extremely domineering Taoist spirit arose spontaneously and floated out from the tree canopy, causing King Feather Crane Sui Xian and Will King Xiaochen to stand beside him. Head. The rich Taoist spirit emerged from the ground and gathered in midair. Like clouds and mist, it turned into invisible Taoist charm and scattered in all directions. Sui Xian and Xiaochen sensed the Taoist rhyme in the air, and then looked at Qin Yi, who was concentrating in front of him with his eyes closed. They felt something in their hearts, and they felt inexplicably familiar. They have seen this kind of Tao Yun before. Extremely strong and powerful, extremely domineering, as if creating the world, with courage and unrivaled power. Isn't this the heaven-opening sword intention that the 10,000 tribulations Tianzuan once comprehended? Xiao Chen secretly gasped. He turned to look at Suixin, and saw the same surprise as his own in the eyes of King Yue. Obviously, they both thought of going together. As warriors of that era, they had personally experienced the era of the 10,000 tribulations Heavenly Lord, and had also witnessed the grace of the 10,000 tribulations Heavenly Lord with their own eyes. This fierce Tao intention, which seemed to cut through the sky, was something that they would never be able to forget in their lifetime. Why did Qin Yi also learn the sky-opening sword intent? Did they get the inheritance of the 10,000 tribulations Heavenly Lord, or? Xiao Chen and Sui Xian looked at each other, and they had a tacit understanding and didn't speak anymore. The foreigners were very impressed by the 10,000 tribulations Heavenly Lord, and everything related to the 10,000 tribulations Heavenly Lord. Will be severely attacked by aliens. It would be better not to make it public that Qin Yi has grasped the will of the 10,000 tribulations Heavenly Lord. The Taoist meaning implicit in Kaitiani Jian is that everything can be a sword. Branches can be turned into swords, weeds can be turned into swords, and spiritual thoughts can also be turned into swords. Qin Yi originally only comprehended the level of spiritual thoughts as swords, but after being tempered by so many events, he had a new view on the Kaitian sword. In addition to spiritual thoughts, more abstract things can also become sharp swords in your hands, such as Tao power and Tao intention, and also such as cause and effect. Qin Yi has not yet begun to understand the way of cause and effect, but he has already mastered many kinds of Tao power and Tao intention. This time, he used his crazy power as a sword to slash out the sky-opening sword. Zheng. No one was using the sword at this time, but there was a loud sword cry, like a dragon's roar. The blending of the crazy power and Kaitian sword intention actually raised the madness and dominance and the crazy power to another level, and they suddenly slashed at the trunk of the Yomu tree. There was a flash of cold light and sawdust flying, the circular formation fluctuated violently and flickered, and was torn into powder by the terrifying sword intent in the blink of an eye. Tear after a crisp sound, a gap opened out of thin air in front of Yamu's trunk. It was the space crack that led to the inside of Yomu and into the Yu-clan's lair. Qin Yi retracted his spiritual thoughts and was about to turn around and continue to go deep into the Yu-clan with Sui Xian and Shao Chun, but unexpectedly at this moment, a manic wind hit him head-on, and the world seemed to be divided into two distinct halves. Qin Yi, Shao Chen, and Sui Xian were originally only a few dozen centimeters apart, but at this moment, he was standing with Shao Chen, and King Feather Crane Sui Xian appeared on the other side of the world. Time was slowed down tens of thousands of times at this moment, and Qin Yi could even see the facial features gradually changing on the faces of Sui Xian and Shao Chen, as if they were about to reveal expressions of shock. The world in Qin Yi's eyes became two halves, half black and half white. He and Shao Chun were on the black side, while Sui Xian was on the white half. None of the three moved, but Suixin was moving away from them at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's not the people who are moving, it's the world that's moving towards the two sides, and the people in their eyes are also moving. Wow! In the blink of an eye, all the strange scenery disappeared again, and the world in Qin Yi's eyes returned to normal. But when he turned his eyes, only wheel runner Shao Chen was left beside him, and King Feather Crane Suixin had disappeared. Qin Yi frowned. What just happened seemed like a mirror, but he was sure that it really happened and was not a dream. To his right, Shao Chen looked at where Sui Xian had been standing, and said solemnly, "This is the assassin from the Celestial clan who took action." He expanded his domain, reached the top of his speed, and was caught off guard, throwing Sui Xian pulled into his own field. Qin Yi was startled. Was the scene where time stood still just now a manifestation of the celestial assassin reaching the limit of speed? When a person's speed reaches the extreme, even time can't catch up with him. But obviously, Tianji couldn't maintain this state for a long time. In just a short moment, he just pulled Suixin away and it was over. The Tian clan assassins have such means, why don't they pull me into the realm instead of pulling Sui Xian? Qin Yi discovered a blind spot. Regarding this point, Shao Chen also expressed confusion. In his opinion, entering such a state of extreme speed would definitely come at a high price, and among the three people present, pulling Qin Yi away was the wisest choice. After all, no matter how you look at it, Qin Yi is the weakest among the three. Tianji didn't take Qin Yi away for only two reasons. Either he is an idiot and has feathers in his head, or he can't pull Qin Yi away. In the special state just now, Shao Chen and Sui Xian's thinking was slowed down tens of thousands of times like time. In other words, they temporarily lost the ability to think normally. But Qin Yi didn't feel this way. Not only could he think normally at that time, he could also observe the changes in Sui Xian and Shao Chen's faces. Is it possible that I have some special physique that can restrain the celestial assassin's killing moves so that he can't attack me? Qin Yi's eyes narrowed. However, it is not the time to think about this matter in detail yet. In such a short few seconds of change, the senior leaders of the Yu clan have taken advantage of the chaos and blocked the space crack with some kind of spiritual object. Quietly, murderous intent descended on Shao Chen. If the two kings of Juidian stay together, the White Feather King cannot beat them. But if there's only one, he'll have an idea. Chapter 194 A Strange Move. King Feather Crane Sui Xian had no time to think about things there. Even if he thought about it, it would be difficult to help. Qin Yi and Shao Chen came to their senses and immediately wanted to forcefully break into the dark wood. However, as soon as they stepped out with one step, the vast power of the formation fell from the sky, accurately penetrated the gap between Qin Yi and Xiao Chun, inserted itself in the middle, and forcibly separated the two. Xiao Chun immediately took action, trying to break through the power of the formation, but unfortunately the Yu clan had anticipated his resistance, and the formation was overloaded, melting two fifth-level spiritual objects in succession, temporarily increasing the strength of the formation. A single Supreme King could not break the formation barrier in a short period of time. There were ripples in the space, and Xiao Chun was about to be moved away by the power of the formation. The Yu clan wanted to leave Qin Yi alone and not take action against him. They first trapped and killed the two human clan kings Juidian, and then let Tianji chase and kill him. Qin Yi. Without the protection of the two king-level experts, Qin Yi would definitely die and would never be Tianji's opponent. In the previous assassination of Qin Yi for the first time, Tianji did not use his real trump card. In fact, he still looked down on Qin Yi, a genius of the human race. But if it was a second pursuit, he would never be able to hold back. In particular, Qin Yi's ability to maintain normal thoughts during his ultimate time prevented him from pulling him into the field. This was so surprising that he became interested in research. He planned to capture Qin Yi alive, cut him into a stick, and bring him back to the Celestial Clan for detailed analysis. Return your gaze to the present. Xiao Chen's face showed anxiety for the first time. He was not worried that something would happen to him, he was worried that something would happen to Qin Yi. In Xiao Chen's opinion, Qin Yi is more important than himself. His chance of breaking through the Supreme Master in his life is no more than 30%, but for Qin Yi, breaking through the Supreme Master is a sure thing. The human race can live without him, King Chakravartin, but cannot live without Qin Yi. The power of reincarnation surged, and Xiao Chen burned his heart and soul, preparing to break through the confinement and break free from the power of the formation. However, before he took action, Qin Yi made a move first. Wow! Qin Yi opened his hands, and a huge stone table was taken out from the space storage bag. In an instant, evil thoughts overflowed, and evil energy filled the sky. Back then, under the big maple tree in Luoyu Plain, Qin Yi found the stronghold of the Ability God Society, and from that stronghold, he forcibly took away the stone table with strange formations engraved on it. What is certain is that this stone table is the instrument used by the Ability God Society to communicate with the demons. Compared with the stone table, it may be more appropriate to describe it as an altar. As soon as the demon stone table came out of the space storage bag, it seemed to be aware of the changes in the surrounding environment and began to struggle desperately. A stream of demonic energy burst out from it. On the table of the stone table, a pure white eye, he slowly opened his mouth and looked out to the outside world. These are the eyes of the Demon Lord. He discovered that the equipment he left behind on Blue Star had been put into a space storage bag. Due to the special isolation of the space storage bag, he had been unable to reconnect with Stone Table, but he had always left a ray of magic thought to try. To this day, the attempt has been successful. The first thing Daofu Tianma saw when he opened his eyes was not Qin Yi behind the stone table, but the aura of the Yu clan coming towards him, and the power of the Yu clan's 7th level killing formation. Did the Yu clan take away the equipment I left at Blue Star? If it has something to do with the Yu clan, then it was led by the Celestial clan. Those old guys from the Tian clan, who are eyeing the secret realm of Yendang Mountain. Daofa thought like this, and casually applied a trace of power. This power was only 1% of his full strength. After hundreds of millions of time and space, the conduction was mostly worn out, but it still had the power to reach the sky, and it shattered the 7th order formation in an instant. Click, click, click. But at the moment when this trace of magic power poured into the Blue Star, several chains suddenly fell from the sky, surrounding the stone table layer by layer, pulling it into the turbulent space above the 9 heavens, and disappeared. This is the chain of rules for Blue Star's curtain to fall. As long as the curtain still exists, no foreign power beyond the peak level will be allowed to appear in Blue Star. Unless this power is like the Demon King's finger, it has been refined by the blood of the indigenous true king and loses the exotic atmosphere, so that it can take advantage of the loopholes and survive. Daofu Tianma deliberately revealed his venerable level power. Because he knew that once he took the initiative to reveal the power of the foreign lord, he would be bound by the chain of rules lowered by the curtain. If no one took action to break the stone table in the process, the stone table would be forcibly thrown out of the Blue Star world and returned to the foreign land. To him, this was like a free ride. Daofu Tianmo originally wanted the stone table to return to a foreign land. The stone table itself was not precious to him, but the stone table had been in Xianyuan Cave for so many years, and he had collected a lot of secret information about Xianyuan Cave. This information very useful to him. Maybe it can help him find the spiritual object that all races are looking for. The stone table went as quickly as it came. Before everyone present, including the senior leaders of the Yu clan, could figure out what the stone table that exuded demonic energy was, the stone table had already flown 9 days away. After a closer look, the formation barrier that the Yu clan had spent a lot of effort to set up had been broken down. Xiao Chen took the opportunity to return to Qin Yi. This time, he took the initiative to release his power and tied himself closely to Qin Yi. Even though the formation barrier, it is also difficult to separate the two. Xiao Chen really didn't expect that Qin Yi still had such a way to break the situation. This was considered a dangerous move, and Qin Yi couldn't be sure. After the stone table was thrown out, it would actively break the constraints of the formation. However, even if there is no movement on the stone table, Qin Yi will use the stone table to smash the formation. Presumably the hardness of the spiritual object forged by the majestic demon clan Tianzuan will not be weaker than the 7th level formation, right? Hooray! The first moment he was freed from the confinement of the formation, Xiao Chen led Qin Yi to move in front of Yomu, and took action decisively. The samsara mark rotated, and a space crack was torn open by it. The two of them got in without thinking. This space crack was not torn open by Xiao Chen again, but he used the power of reincarnation to resurrect the previously dead space crack. This is also the wonderful use of reincarnation. The reincarnation of life and death does not only affect all living beings, but also all dead things in the world have their reincarnations. Like stones, they will be weathered into grains of sand, and they will be crushed from grains of sand into the most primitive elements due to drastic changes in the environment, such as black holes or supernova explosions. Eventually, due to a series of changes, it turns back into stone or something else. Everything has its reincarnation. The king of Chakravartin understood this and used his secret method to revive the space crack that had been wiped out for a short period of time. Following this space crack, they can naturally reach the interior of Yamu, which is the base camp of the Yu clan. The moment Qin Yi and Xiao Chen disappeared into the crack in space, the Yu clan panicked, and Tianji also panicked a little. Chapter 195: The Disaster of the Yu clan. A certain area is vast and empty, like a cloudless sky with no end in sight. This is the realm of the true king of heaven, the realm of Wutian. There are no flowers, trees, or special terrain here. Any obstacles have been eliminated by Tianji. It is the most suitable place for him to exert his extreme speed advantage. He obviously didn't pay attention to King Yue, the pinnacle of the human race in front of him. While fighting with him, he was also distractedly paying attention to the situation outside. At this moment, he happened to see Qin Yi and King Zhuanluan entering Yomu, and his mood suddenly aroused. Ripple. The real king fights against the clock, and the winner may appear in the blink of an eye. King Feather Crane Sueshi noticed something strange about Tianji, and made a decisive move. A holy and pure white crane appeared out of thin air, and with a piercing roar, it tore off a section of wings from Tianji's back. In an instant, feathers fell in profusion, and there was a muffled groan. Rise. It seems that you don't want me to play house with you anymore. If you want to go on the road as soon as possible, I will help you. Tianji's eyes turned cold, and he no longer paid attention to the changes in the outside world, and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the fight with King Feather Crane. In an instant the Tao power roared, and the realm shook. King Yue's strength was somewhat beyond his expectation. He was by no means an ordinary king-level king. The first time she fought against Tianji, she was clumsy. However, Tianji is still confident of killing it. It just takes a little more time. What worries Tianji is not the pinnacle of the human race in front of him, but the Yu clan who are in a bad situation outside. If the Yu clan is defeated by Qin Yi and King Zhuanluan, then what he will face next are two human race kings, and a human race mountain and sea realm whose strength is comparable to the true king. No matter how arrogant he is, he still knows that facing such a situation alone is not good and there is a risk of falling. If the Yu tribe here dies, they will die. Even if they die, he will not feel anything. Even if the lives of slaves were accumulated to 100 million, they would not be as important as the life of his noble heavenly clan. Recalling the previous failures of the Yu clan, Qin Yi decisively chose to abandon them and escape on his own. Just at this moment, Suixin was surprised to find that the attack of the Celestial clan in front of him suddenly became several times fiercer and faster, and the attack rhythm suddenly increased. Her pressure increased instantly. Qin Yi wants to resolve the battle quickly and run away. The two kings in the realm of Wutian are fighting fiercely, and the sky is dark and the earth is dark. In the dark wood on the other side, Qin Yi and Will King Shaochen had just landed. Before they could gain a firm foothold, they used all their strength to attack and kill without holding anything back. The Divine Mind version of the sky-opening sword, the 7-injury Crazy Fist, the illusion Dao power. The energy and blood in the Tree Cave Palace were soaring to the sky, and before the Yu clan warriors lurking in ambush could show up, Qin Yi wiped them out and turned them into blood. Under Qin Yi's full attack, even the mountains and seas could not block his punch. And not only Qin Yi, Will Runner Shaochen also used dozens of attack methods the moment he landed. He was much older than Qin Yi and knew hundreds of attack methods. At this moment, his firepower was fully unleashed. Next, this hall was instantly covered with brilliant light, and the damned person died without even a scream being heard. In addition to the nearby Yu clan warriors, some of the Yu clan's backup forces left here, such as small and medium-sized formations and strange spiritual objects, were also wiped out under the indiscriminate attacks of Qin Yi and Xiao Chen. All threats were eliminated when the two stepped on the moment I entered the tree hole. It was completely swept away and nothing was left. He is strong, but so unreasonable. After 5 breaths, all the waves subsided and the smoke dissipated. In the huge hall, only Qin Yi and Xiao Chen were left standing. The surroundings were in a mess. Bloodstains, stumps, and broken formations were piled up and turned into ashes, leaving only a little bit of the original appearance. Qin Yi and Xiao Chen looked at each other, and immediately they understood each other's thoughts. Boom! Xiao Chen no longer covered himself up, a Tai Chi Bagua seal rose up behind him, and the power of life and death rushed out in an instant, sweeping everything in sight. Building is difficult, but destroying is easy. Especially such wanton destruction. Xiao Chen was like a ruthless killing machine. He didn't care about anything and recognized nothing. Apart from Qin Yi, he moved Qin Yi while wiping out everything in the tree hole. The senior leaders of the Yu clan who were secretly observing Qin Yi and Xiao Chen in the core area were shocked and frightened. They tried their best to use their secrets to stop Xiao Chen, but once the power they exerted was about to touch Xiao Chen, Qin Yi stepped forward and blocked the front, making the Yu clan helpless and forcibly stopped the killing move. The senior leaders of the Yu clan could neither advance nor retreat. In the end, they watched in despair as their clansmen and the clanland they had worked so hard to manage were slaughtered. Qin Yi and Xiao Chen killed the Yu clan without blinking an eye, as easily as slaughtering a pig or a dog. What makes the Yu clan most aggrieved is not only that they see their own people and hometown being destroyed, but also that Qin Yi's spiritual thoughts are meticulous and he has also found many small alien spaces where the Yu clan stores spiritual objects. Qin Yi kept reminding Xiao Chen and did not let Xiao Chen destroy the spiritual objects stored in the different space. In front of the Yu clan, the two of them happily stuffed the many spiritual objects that the Yu clan had obtained with great difficulty into their own pockets. When the White Feather King saw this scene, his back molars almost broke. He really couldn't tolerate such a humiliating concession, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's fight to the death. Otherwise, Qin Yi won't be able to live happily like this." After saying that, he made a move to activate the formation with all his strength to suppress Qin Yi. Unexpectedly, at this time, a group of onlookers from the Yu clan senior officials gathered around and dissuaded them. "Clan leader, no, it doesn't matter if our group of Yu clan dies, but once the spiritual contract is violated, the Yu clan elsewhere will also follow." Damn it! As soon as he said this, it was like pouring a basin of cold water on the hot-headed White Feather King, cooling him down thoroughly. His expression suddenly became dead. After a few seconds, he looked coldly at Junhua on the right and said, "You signed this spiritual contract. It's karma. It's your turn to find a solution. Yunhua is suffering. She couldn't say it, but now that things had happened, she couldn't complain. Instead, she gritted her teeth and stood up and said, "Clan leader, you can escape with the spiritual objects as much as possible. I will find a way to stop Qin Yi." A senior member of the Yu clan frowning, "You can escape, but as a Yu clan, how can you stop Qin Yi? When you can't take action, even if you risk your life, you can't delay it for a few seconds, it's completely useless." Yunhua's eyes flickered. Seemed to have made some determination, and said in a deep voice, "Before you leave, please sacrifice your heart and blood together, launch a curse on me, and turn me into a corpse." Curse? Curse? Zombie? Everyone present looked at each other and quickly understood what Yunhua meant. A trace of shock and admiration flashed deep in their pupils. This Yu tribewoman is so decisive that people are in awe. White Feather King took a deep breath and said solemnly, "The Feather Clan will never forget your contribution." As he said that, he had forced out a drop of his heart's blood from his fingertips, and he moved quickly. Chapter 196 Corpse Leader, Huge Harvest. I don't know whether King White Feather is cruel and indifferent by nature, or he is decisive enough for the sake of the clan. After Yunhua proposed the curse plan, he arranged everything without even a second's hesitation. The quality of the Yu clan's Yomu is as high as the 6th level. Even if King Fengjuidian takes action, it will be difficult to break the trunk of the 6th level Yomu. In addition, the Yu clan has set up various palaces and traps in the Yomu. Overall, it seems that like a maze, it would take Qin Yi and others at least an hour to get here. This hour was enough for them to retreat, but not enough for them to take away all the treasured spiritual objects. They could only pick a few to take away. For the sake of caution, the Yu clan did not stuff all the spiritual objects in one place, but stored them separately in batches. Unexpectedly, this well-intentioned arrangement turned into foreshadowing today. 3 senior Yu clan leaders from around the mountain and sea realm were sent out by King White Feather to collect nearby spiritual beings, and the remaining dozen or so people joined him in sacrificing their blood in cursing Yunhua. This curse is called Tiansha, and it is a top-quality skill given to the Yu clan by the Heavenly Clan. It is defined by human quality, and is probably a holy grade. The quality of the skill is divided into ES, S level, and above. There are holy products, divine products, and immortal products. The Tiansha curse is a pupil technique, created by a heavenly lord from the Celestial Clan. It was originally only applicable to the Celestial Clan. It requires the Celestial Clan to burn Taoist power and spiritual thoughts, and use the third eye between the eyebrows to cast it. But later, this method was improved so that it could also be used by all the subordinate races of the Celestial Clan. It's just that, the price paid by these foreign races for using the heavenly evil spell is several times higher than that of the heavenly race, and the effect is greatly reduced. The Tiansha spell can ignore the physical defense and directly corrode the soul of the target with the strange power of the curse, causing its soul to sink and mutate, turning it into a corpse leader who only has obsessions and is controlled by the Celestial Clan. The stronger the target warrior is, the stronger the corpse leader formed by the curse will be. However, if the strength is not enough, the corpse leader cannot be controlled, and it is easy for the corpse leader to backfire. The more than 10 senior members of the Yu clan present, as well as the clan leader, King Baiyu, all have a drop of dark red blood floating in front of them. Under the control of King White Feather, this drop of blood converges towards the center and gradually turns into a curtain of blood. In the blood curtain, a heart-piercing chill spreads in all directions, making people shudder. Immediately afterwards, there was only a stab sound, and a blood-stained eye hung down from the blood curtain. This eye kept turning, and finally focused on Yunhua below. The improved Tiansha spell can use the blood of Yu clan warriors above the mountain and sea realm as a medium to summon an eyeball from the Celestial Clan through sacrifice, and use this eyeball to cast it. However, the killing effect of the heavenly evil spell cast by the Yu clan using this method is very close to that of the original version, but it is difficult to produce a control effect. Generally, it will only leave an out-of-control corpse king. This was originally a shortcoming of the Yu clan's use of the Tiansha spell, but at this moment, it has become a huge advantage. The corpse chief who is not controlled by the Yu clan is not considered a means of killing enemies by the Yu clan, and can take action against Qin Yi and Xiao Chen. Even if Yunhua's mutant corpse chief was only at the true king level, it would be enough to delay them for another 7 or 8 minutes. The invisible gaze gradually became tangible, and a scarlet light beam fell from the strange eyes, covering Yunhua like a spotlight. Yunhua's body couldn't stop trembling, her delicate skin was festering, her whole body exuded a rotten stench, her sea of consciousness was drying up bit by bit, and her soul was slowly dimming. The process of transformation into a corpse was painful, but she had no choice but to endure it for the sake of the clan. For her, even before her death, she did not give up her identity as a member of the Yu clan, nor did she abandon the pride of the Yu clan. She did not choose to escape with her comrades, but chose to fight with the foreign enemies until the last moment. In just 10 seconds, Yunhua changed from a charming Yu clan woman to a human being and a ghost, completely changed beyond recognition. It's going to be over soon. Obsession, in your mind, you can only have the obsession to kill Qin Yi now. King Baiyu used the Tianxia spell and shouted a reminder. The corpses caused by the curse cannot be controlled by them, but if they have obsessions before death, they will carry out their obsessions crazily and desperately, regardless of the cost, until they die. Since Yunhua is to be used to delay Qin Yi, it is natural to maximize the use value. Yunhua's face shriveled, and her skin no longer looked like skin, but like a layer of waxy dead skin covering her frame. All over her body, only a pair of eyes were still alive, and in her pupils was hatred that almost overflowed from her eyes, hatred for Qin Yi. Even if she was abandoned and used by her tribe, she hated Qin Yi, not her own family. Final. The smell of decay covered everything. Within a minute, the Tianxia spell ended and the corpse was transformed successfully. King Baiyu led the remaining dozen tribesmen and hurriedly collected spiritual objects to activate the secret teleportation formation under the throne without leaving any trace. Began to flee. This teleportation formation can only send them thousands of miles away, and they are still in the secret realm of Yendang Mountain. Next, they have about an hour to escape. It is best to escape from the secret realm of Yendang Mountain and blend into human society. In the huge main hall, only a skinny, corpse-like creature was left, standing in the center, confused and with a lifeless face. Click! Suddenly, a few pieces of skin fell off her chapped face, revealing the stark white bones under the human skin. The corpse leader Yunhua grinned, his eyes glowed, and his nose twitched slightly, as if he smelled something. Following the smell, he staggered and ran. At the same time, after more than 5 minutes of sweeping, Qin Yi and Xiaochen arrived at the middle section of Yamu. This secluded tree is so big that the palace hidden inside is bigger than the Forbidden City in Beijing, China. It is comparable to a small city. Coupled with the various complicated road conditions, it delayed them a lot of time. But Qin Yi and Xiaochen are not in a hurry. To be honest, they are the ones who have the initiative, and it is the Yu clan who should be anxious. Behind them, rivers of blood flowed, walls were broken, and countless Yu tribesmen were wiped out by them. However, there was not a trace of blood on the two of them, and they were spotless. Killing from the upper level of Yamu to the middle level, they gained a lot. They have obtained 4 5th-level spiritual objects and 1 6th-level spiritual object. As for the ones below 5th level, there are so many that they are too lazy to count. The Yu clan is worthy of being a foreign clan that has worked hard in the secret realm of Yendang Mountain for many years. Their family wealth is very rich, but now they are all taking advantage of Qin Yi. Not to mention anything else in this wave, they are making a lot of money just from the spiritual objects. For example, the Kui Beast Horn that Qin Yi just found in the different space behind him is a top-grade 6th-level spiritual object and the top-grade material for the immortal pill of the Fengwang-Ju Peak Realm Melting Chain. The so-called immortal pill is of great benefit to the Supreme King and the Supreme Breakthrough Master. It can be called the best pill in Blue Star. Chapter 197. We're not leaving. Unfortunately, this Kui Beast Horn is just one of the many alchemy materials required for the immortal pill. If you want to refine this elixir, you must find at least 4 spiritual objects of similar quality. Xiaochen threw the Kui Beast Horn to Qin Yi, looked up and sighed. In the human race, it is difficult for only one of the 100 million people to be born to be a warrior in the supreme realm of Qingfeng. However, no matter how high the Lord is, even he has no confidence that he can break through. This immortal pill is basically the few hope they have for this group of untalented breakthrough heavenly masters. However, finding all the materials for the immortal pill is more difficult than breaking through to the heavenly lord. Qin Yi looked at Xiao Chen's regretful look and subconsciously thought of his master Wang Su. Mr. Wang was very kind to him, but he seemed to have been stuck at the top of the throne for many years, and it was difficult to make any progress in his cultivation. This immortal pill may be a good way for him to help his master break through and improve the overall strength of the human race. With this in mind, he did not leave the room immediately. Instead, he scanned it carefully with his spiritual mind to see if there were any missing high-level spiritual objects. Out of the blue, he actually discovered a strange item. The plush carpet under their feet was made of the skin of an unknown ferocious beast. It felt soft and waxy to the feet and had the effect of maintaining a suitable constant temperature. It was probably a third-level spiritual creature. However, there is a small area in the lower left corner of this carpet. It seems that the carpet was not big enough, so it was sewn on later. On the surface, there is no difference, but if you scan it carefully with your spiritual mind, you can find a small gap. The carpet in the lower left corner is made of different materials than elsewhere. Qin Yi conducted an in-depth investigation on his own and also reminded Xiao Chen about this matter. Xiao Chen came back to his senses and took a look, and immediately saw the problem. This carpet should be made of the skin of the third-level magma sheep. The area in the lower left corner is made of different materials. It is much higher than the third-level magma sheep. It is also a fifth-level material at least. Xiao Chen used his spiritual thoughts to try to tear up the carpet in the lower left corner, and suddenly I was shocked. He is very familiar with the materials used in this carpet. This is a phoenix skin, but it is not a living phoenix skin, but peeled off from a dead phoenix. Its spirituality has faded a lot, and its grade has dropped by more than half. Phoenix skin appeared in the secret realm of Yendang Mountain, so this phoenix it is self-evident where the skin comes from. Qin Yi gathered his spiritual thoughts, turned his thoughts into swords, cut a small section of phoenix skin, probed into it, and immediately noticed something strange. Inside this piece of phoenix skin, there are actually a series of imprints engraved on it. After a closer look, it can only be seen that it is not a rune formation, and it is impossible to know what it is. Qin Yi was about to check the entire phoenix skin, but unexpectedly, at this moment, a strong stench suddenly wafted in from outside the front door. This stench is like a corpse that has been rotting for months at high temperatures. Even if you block your sense of smell, you can still feel faintly nauseated. A rustling sound came from below. The sound got louder and louder. In less than 10 seconds, it turned from a slight sound to a huge roar, like a monster roaring. Below Qin Yi and Xiao Chen is an area closer to the Yu clan's core clan. Now that there is such movement, it is feared that the Yu clan has used some backup tactics to stop Qin Yi. But it's puzzling. With the constraints of the spiritual contract regulations, how could the Yu clan have the courage to attack Qin Yi? Are they really determined to defeat the enemy? Qin Yi didn't believe it. Sure enough, before the Yu clan's backhand could approach Qin Yi, Xiao Chen used his spiritual mind to see the source of the movement below. His face condensed, and he said in surprise, "The corpse chief? I didn't expect that someone from the Yu clan would sacrifice his life for righteousness and cut off the descendants of the entire clan." Xiao Chen immediately saw through the Yu clan's intentions. He has been to foreign lands before and knows the famous Tiansha curse of the Celestial clan. As a subordinate race of the Celestial clan, the Yu clan can also cast the Tiansha curse, which is not surprising. And this corpse chief generated through the Tiansha spell is not controlled by the Yu clan, and it does perfectly circumvent the spirit contract regulations, which is a fantastic idea. Xiao Chen briefly summarized the situation with his spiritual mind, and Qin Yi quickly understood, with a slightly subtle look on his face. Snap! The wooden door in front of him was smashed into pieces, and a strange person with disheveled hair and skinny bones stood in front of Qin Yi. Her face seemed to have been burned by fire, shriveled, sallow and scorched, with a pair of feather clan symbols on her back. The wings of sex have lost all their feathers, leaving only the skeleton, turning into bone wings. This person was completely unrecognizable, and her body was filled with the smell of corpses, but Qin Yi could still see through her identity from the weak original breath in her body through his spiritual thoughts. This is the representative of the Yu clan who signed a spiritual contract with him, Yu Nuo. She was originally bright and charming, but she finally became like this. For the sake of the race, they turned into ghosts and faced the enemy alone. Not all alien races are as corrupt as human beings think. Squeak. Z. Yunhua, who had turned into a corpse leader, stood there blankly and raised her head mechanically. When Qin Yi's face fell into her eyes, her dark eyes suddenly lit up with a blood-red luster. There was a strange, harsh sound coming from his mouth, like grinding teeth or humming. The next second, without any warning, she rushed towards Qin Yi. There was no need for Qin Yi to take action. Xiao Chen glanced at the side, and the vast Tao power was like a pair of big hands, which directly blew Yunhua several meters away. A large amount of black blood spilled, and the body of the corpse leader was torn into pieces by this slap. The bones, organs and brains were splattered all over the floor, and the scene was extremely disgusting. But even though he was beaten like this, Jikue did not die. Because of the Tianxia curse, the warrior who transformed into Jikue will have a higher level of strength and initially possess immortality. The only flaw is that he has lost his wisdom and the ability to think. Chirp, chirp. The sticky substance scattered on the ground squirmed like slime, and reassembled at an extremely fast speed, forming a corpse that was almost the same as the original one. The only change is that after the resurrection of the corpse, the body looks a little more tattered. Yunhua turned into a corpse, not to defeat Qin Yi and Xiao Chen, but to delay the two as much as possible and create space for the tribe to retreat. And Jikue's almost immortal recovery characteristic is just a good thing to delay the enemy's time. Bang! As soon as the corpse leader recovered, another slap fell on him, smashing him to pieces. But in the blink of an eye, Jikue recovered again and charged towards Qin Yi desperately. Xiao Chen took the trouble to slap her away, wanting to leave the corpse chief alone and take Qin Yi away from here. But once he makes a move to leave, the corpse chief will go crazy and delay them. Qin Yi stared at this corpse chief, knowing that the Yu clan wanted to use this to delay their progress, but as he watched, he suddenly felt something in his heart, and sat down cross-legged on the spot and refused to leave. Xiao Chen looked at Qin Yi with a question mark on his face. Qin Yi grinned and explained, "The Yu clan gave me a big gift. The corpse aura exuding from this corpse chief makes me feel very familiar. It seems it's the way to die." Another manifestation of exclamation point. Didn't the Yu clan want to delay Qin Yi? Then Qin Yi will do as you wish, simply not leave, and use your killing move to gain enlightenment and enhance his own strength. Chapter 198 Split Up. Just like the path of emotions, it can be divided into many avenues such as madness, anger, happiness, sadness, etc. The way of reincarnation can be divided into the way of birth and the way of death. The way of death can also be subdivided into various types of avenues. As mentioned before, many avenues are not pure. On the contrary, one kind of avenue may contain the shadow of many other avenues. For example, Yunhua, who turned into the corpse leader in front of her, the process of her becoming the corpse leader can be regarded as a manifestation of the way of the corpse, but the way of the corpse is extremely closely related to the way of death, and some warriors even regard the corpse as a corpse. The Tao of Death is classified as part of the Tao of Death, and it is believed that the Tao of Corpse is a kind of Taoism of the Tao of Death. Qin Yi got inspiration from the repeated breaking and recovering of the corpse chief, and his heart palpitated, and he saw some clues. The zombie aura exuding from the body of the corpse can allow him to deeply understand and perfect his own way of death. The behavior of the corpse's constant death, living and dying is secretly consistent with reincarnation and can be used to study the theory of reincarnation. Road. In other words, this corpse leader is simply an experience package tailor-made for Qin Yi. His strength is within a controllable range and he can be kept in captivity and used as material. Without Xiao Chen taking action, Qin Yi could handle this corpse king alone. Not to mention the brainless true king, even if there is a brainful true king, there is almost nothing he can do to Qin Yi. Xiao Chen glanced at the corpse leader who was still going crazy. He gave her a slap in the face to calm her down temporarily. Then he turned to look at Qin Yi who was already sitting on the ground. He twitched the corner of his mouth and scratched his head and said, "This can you understand the meaning of Tao? Why don't I feel anything?" Xiao Chen has been immersed in the Tao of reincarnation for many years and has a deep understanding of the Tao of Death. He thinks that his understanding is not bad, but at this moment he didn't realize the value of the corpse leader at all, let alone learned anything from the corpse leader. The differences between people are so huge that it makes people helpless. Level 5 Tao Heart Transparency has given Qin Yi a heaven-defying understanding, and he can see traces of the Tao from small things in daily life. If the enlightenment of the Tao heart is improved a few more levels, especially after reaching level 10, it is estimated that there will be a huge improvement. By then, Qin Yi is likely to be able to see through all kinds of Tao laws at a glance, and the time required to understand the Tao will also be greatly increased. Reduce. But, if Qin Yi wants to stay here to realize the Tao, it's impossible for Xiaochen to leave alone, right? If he were to face the 7th level killing formation controlled by King Whitefeather alone, it would be really difficult and he might be trapped. It's a bit embarrassing to just let the Yu clan evacuate like this. Glancing at the corpse leader who was getting up from the ground and yelling, Xiaochen slapped him casually and sat next to Qin Yi. In fact, he was not worried about the safety of King Yuha Suishin at all. He knew this girl very well. She looked like a little girl on the surface, but in fact she was very dark-minded. No one knows how many trump cards she has hidden in her hand. Although the Tian clan assassins are quite good, they are still in the true king realm. Even if Suishin loses, saving his life is definitely not a problem. Hearing Uncle Zhao's words, Qin Yi opened his eyes, swept his spiritual thoughts in all directions, and immediately smiled and said, "If you want to go, you can actually go. It's okay for me to stay here alone." Xiao Chen's eyes twitched and he hesitated, but the Yu clan's clan protection formation. Qin Yi waved his hand, "You can use your spiritual thoughts to see for yourself." Xiao Chen did as he was told. When his spiritual thoughts surveyed a large area around him, his expression suddenly changed, and he understood what Qin Yi meant. From his perspective, the originally active 7th level clan protecting formation suddenly became much quieter. Overall, it seemed to have switched from offense to defense, as if it had lost its controller and turned into a fully automatic mode. Combined with the Yu clan's move to turn their own corpses into corpses and throw them out to delay their time, it is not difficult to guess that the Yu clan has most likely evacuated. The 7th level killing array is currently unmanned and has a huge lethality. Weakened, only defense remained. Xiao Chen stood up suddenly and was about to do something, but suddenly stopped cautiously. What if this is a trap by the Yu clan, and we are deliberately separated to pretend that we have evacuated? Qin Yi blinked. Are the Yu clan so smart? It's not that Qin Yi looks down on the Yu clan. If the Yu clan was really smart, they would not have signed such a harsh spiritual contract with Qin Yi, and they would not have stayed at home stupidly and not transferred as soon as possible. Qin Yi and Xiao Chen were scanning the noise caused by the Yu clan. It was impossible for the Yu clan not to discover it in advance. Taking 10,000 steps back. If you are really trapped by the 7th level formation, I will just go and rescue you. Qin Yi is convinced that after completing his study of the corpse master this time, his strength will still be higher. Become stronger by a small level. However, his words a little irritated Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen came here to rescue Qin Yi, but the real situation was that Qin Yi was always protecting him. This coquettish look doesn't look like him anymore. One thing to say, if he is really trapped in the 7th level killing formation, he also has some trump cards to escape. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, and slapped the newly recovered corpse leader again, and then laughed loudly and said, "Then I will take the first step. When you finish your enlightenment, go to the Phoenix Mountains, just wait for me." As he said that, Xiaochen tore apart a restriction outside the door with his bare hands, flew towards the bottom of the tree, and disappeared into the darkness. He had no hesitation at all as to whether Qin Yi could control the corpse chief. Qin Yi could even fight against the celestial assassin, let alone the brainless corpse chief? After Xiao Chen left, Qin Yi looked at the corpse leader who was recovering rapidly, and suddenly felt that it was a bit troublesome for him to close his eyes and meditate, and then take action every second. He suddenly had a bold idea. With my understanding, can I understand the Great Tao while fighting against the corpse chief? He has always been a man of action. He does what he says and immediately stands up to fight with the corpse chief. But this battle is not so much a fight as a one-sided massacre. Qin Yi beat the corpse leader and was able to suppress him with just his physical body. During the fight, the corpse chief continued to invade Qin Yi's body. Qin Yi had no intention of rejecting it and accepted it all, directly studying the corpse chi in his heart. While he was studying, he also violently beat Jikuei. It wasn't enough to break him into pieces, but he also continued to bombard him, wanting to see how badly Jikuei's body could be broken into pieces. Sure enough, this corpse energy contains the power of death that I have never seen before. Not only that. In addition to the power of death, it is also mixed with a trace of inaudible vitality? Qin Yi did not expect that the corpse chief's half-dead state was actually formed like this. This is a special state of reincarnation. To be more precise, Jikuei is stuck in a superposition state of reincarnation and no reincarnation. He looks dead, but retains a trace of vitality. Interesting. He had a hunch that this time he would learn something good from Shikuei. If he could learn this kind of incredible resilience and get rid of the side effects, wouldn't he be able to have an immortal body similar to that of a heavenly lord and be reborn with a drop of blood before he reaches the realm of a venerable? Chapter 199 The Magical Power of the Great Avenue. The corpse leader transformed into Yunhua was roaring and fighting bloody battles. Unfortunately, all this was in vain when facing Qin Yi, who had a body comparable to that of a true king and possessed immortality. Qin Yi didn't pay attention to Jikuei's offensive against him at all. He accepted all the moves and personally experienced Jikuei's power with his physical body. This kind of personal practical understanding is more effective than empty meditation, and the understanding of the way of corpse is also more profound. Qin Yi's body surface revealed shocking black scars, which were long, narrow and deep, with black gas constantly coming out. This was the damage caused to him by the corpse chief. Not only was it a physical blow, the corpse poison and the power of death would also sneak into the body along the wound, causing secondary damage and preventing the wound from healing on its own. But Qin Yi looked miserable on the surface, but in fact he had no pressure because he had already used his active skill, pain regulation, to turn off his own pain. As for the wounds full of black blood, no one could have guessed that Qin Yi, who had just entered the realm of mountains and seas, already contained immortal spirituality close to the level of a venerable in his cells. This kind of corpse poison could corrode a person to death in an instant. The mountain and sea realm caused great damage to the Fengho realm, but it was of little use to Qin Yi. Inspired by the immortal spirituality, the corpse poison was quickly adapted and became a medium for him to speed up his understanding of the path to death. The corpse chief was like a machine that didn't tire, attacking Qin Yi crazily, while Qin Yi was like a wooden stake, just standing there and beating him, occasionally fighting for a few seconds. About 6 or 7 minutes later, Qin Yi's understanding of the way to death had not made any significant progress, but the system voice sounded first. Ding, your cells have experienced many times of damage from the pseudo-king level corpse poison, and have successfully adapted to the pseudo-king level corpse poison. You have evolved your innate magical power, invulnerability to 1,000 poisons. Pseudo-king level? That's right, without his own domain, he is called a false king if he only has the vitality, blood and mental power close to that of a true king. The corpse leader Yunhua transformed into was a pseudo-king level corpse leader, and had not yet reached the level of a true king. Even with the heavenly evil spell, it is difficult for someone from the feudal lord realm to directly step into the true king realm, even if the price is to lose their mind. The innate magical power evolved through corpse poison, invulnerability to 1,000 poisons, was actually an upgrade from Qin Yi's original innate magical power, invulnerability to 1,000 poisons. According to this rule, perhaps there is another one that is immune to 1,000 poisons. I just don't know if there is a level beyond being immune to all poisons. After obtaining immunity from 1,000 poisons, Qin Yi has completely lost his sense of the corpse poison produced by corpse chief. For Qin Yi, this toxicity is no different from drinking water. Poisons below the true king level are ineffective against him. Clang! The corpse chief's right hand suddenly grabbed hold, and the moment it touched the skin of Qin Yi's chest, fireworks burst out, and there was a sound of metal collision. Crunch! It was seen that Qin Yi's chest was unscathed, while the corpse leader's right hand made a crisp cracking sound and hung in the air. Are you tired of beating me? Try another way. Qin Yi punched out with his backhand, rushing towards him with crazy Taoist intent. The sonic boom was deafening. This punch had more than 200 tons of force. Enough to bring down a building. The terrifying fist force exploded in Zukue's body, causing his body to explode like a balloon, and all kinds of yellow and black disgusting substances spilled all over the floor. Qin Yi just stood there and let the corpse boss beat him deliberately. In order to let the corpse poison enter his heart veins, he even used his spiritual thoughts to stimulate the corpse poison. Now that the corpse poison is ineffective against him, Qin Yi uses the power of qi, blood, and physical body to strengthen his body. His defense power suddenly increases several times, and the corpse master can't even fight him. Crash dash. Blood clots fell randomly all over the sky. Qin Yi dismissed distracting thoughts and stared at this strange scene with fixed eyes. Snap, snap, snap. Large and small pieces of flesh and bone fragments fell to the ground, making a sticky sound, and immediately began to squirm quickly, converging towards the central area. Qin Yi stared at this scene closely, and there was something different in his black pupils. What Qi possesses is not only the way of reincarnation. There is also the way of cause and effect. It was with the help of the way of cause and effect that Qi was able to connect every cell in his body, even if it was scattered all over the world. Can also rely on causal connections to gradually gather together, and then revive with the help of reincarnation. This kind of physical recovery power is, to some extent, stronger than the Venerable's blood rebirth. In the blink of an eye, all the pieces of flesh coalesced back together to form a corpse with mangled flesh and blood and broken bones. Compared with the way he looked when he first saw the corpse leader, he looked a little more tattered at this moment. As Qin Yi expected, Jikuei's resurrection method has a limit on the number of times, and unlimited resurrection is impossible. This is easy to understand. After all, Jikuei is not a venerable level existence. Being able to possess the recovery power of a venerable level in advance is naturally limited. Woo! As soon as Jikuei was resurrected, he subconsciously rushed towards Qin Yi. Qin Yi waved his hand and slapped his head away. Don't bother, I haven't finished my research yet. As he said that, he kicked out again, sending the corpse leader's remaining body flying dozens of meters away, and hit the wall of the darkwood hard, breaking into pieces. Next, Qin Yi remained patient and started to repeat the process. First, he shot the corpse leader away, then he understood the avenue when the corpse leader recovered, and then he shot him away after he was fully recovered. Time passed by minute by minute. The corpse's body was getting worse and worse, and its vitality was gradually decreasing. At the end, Qin Yi could hardly remember how many times he had patted the corpse. Not to mention the corpse chief, his hands were a little tired. Finally, at a certain moment, the blood clots scattered on the ground completely lost their activity, gradually shrank, turned into ashes, and no longer had the tendency to aggregate. Qin Yi looked at the embers everywhere, slightly absent-minded, and fell into deep thought. There was a faint flickering of dark light between his brows and pupils, permeating the ancient Taoist charm. If someone were to observe Qin Yi's sea of consciousness at this time, they would be surprised to find that above the sea of consciousness, the branch of the reincarnation path is swaying and shining, and is growing vigorously at a speed visible to the naked eye. It will soon surpass the crazy path branch and develop to a level comparable to that of the crazy Tao branch. The state of physical Tao branches. Moreover, on the branch of the path of reincarnation, a small bump slowly emerged, which was a sign that buds and leaves were about to grow. Suddenly, Qin Yi's body exudes an extremely strong aura of death, like a corpse that has been rotting for many days. But in the next second, all the dead energy dissipated, and Qin Yi's body radiated pure vitality again, like a newborn baby. This miraculous vision lasted for a long time, until more than half an hour later. Qin Yi's eyes suddenly came back to his senses, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He felt refreshed and had a look of joy on his face. This time, he used Jikuei to understand the way of reincarnation. Not only did he make up for his weakness in the path of reincarnation, but he also learned 2 new skills. This was the first time that he did not rely on systematic evolution, but purely relied on his own creation of skills. These 2 skills are corpse breath technique and reincarnation accumulation technique. It is difficult to comprehend the great Tao. It is even more difficult to summarize from the Enlightenment, then develop and utilize it, and finally turn it into the great Tao supernatural power. And Qin Yi not only realized the great Tao divine power, but he also realized two kinds at once. Chapter 200. There are no two people at the top of the Tao. These two great powers can be introduced using the template of online games, which is probably like this: corpse breath technique, a breath condensing technique that is one level higher than turtle breath technique. The vitality does not leak any breath, and it becomes like a corpse that has been buried in the ground for hundreds of years. It has no sense of existence. During the process of gathering breath, you can move, but you cannot exercise violently. Once you use the power of qi, blood, and spiritual thoughts, it will break the corpse state. Reincarnation method: life and death depend on each other, and reincarnation is endless. When a person is seriously injured, the human body will automatically generate death energy, and you can convert part of the death energy into vitality to restore the injury. In other words, the more serious the injury, the faster the recovery. It can be said that these are two gods. Corpse breath seems like a magical power used to keep alive in times of crisis, but in fact it can also be used for offense. During the process of corpse breathing, Qin Yi will become no different from ordinary people, greatly weakening the enemy's vigilance, and can be used as an assassination technique, which is very good. And the method of reincarnation is even more outrageous. Qin Yi has an immortal golden body, and his recovery power is amazing. Now with this method of reincarnation, even if he really stands up and fights Feng Wang Juidian, it may not be possible. Will be beaten to death. I evolved my talent once and gained two great magical powers. This time I stayed here to keep company with the corpse leader, so my time was not wasted. Satisfied, Qin Yi glanced at the corpse that had turned to ashes on the ground, and sighed. The wind moved with his heart, and a breeze blew through the hall, blowing away all the ashes. I don't know what happened to King Feather Crane and King Wheel Wheel. Qin Yi glanced at the exit gate in the distance. He didn't rush down to find King Wheel Wheel. He came to the lower left corner of the carpet in a few steps and leaned down. Prepare to cut out this small piece of rug made of phoenix skin separately and study it a little. Previously, his spiritual thoughts penetrated into the middle layer of the phoenix skin and found that there were a series of strange symbols engraved inside. They were not formation patterns, but they also contained strange fluctuations. At that time, he was thinking about delving deeper, but unexpectedly, the corpse leader suddenly came to the door and forcibly stopped his thoughts. Now that the corpse leader has been dealt with, it is time to find out what is carved in the phoenix skin. Qin Yi peeled off the surface of the phoenix skin bit by bit, revealing a strange symbol engraved on the middle layer. This symbol kept extending, like a flick on the other side, and like a bump on the other side. Qin Yi I don't understand what it means. But when he finished peeling off 1/6 of the phoenix skin, the symbols that he couldn't understand at first were suddenly understandable. In front of him, there was a simplified Chinese character for town. Is there Chinese characters engraved on the phoenix skin? Could it be that it was left behind by the human venerable who killed the phoenix? Qin Yi seized the time and continued peeling it carefully. Soon, another simplified Chinese character was revealed. On the right side of the word Zhen, the word seems to be engraved. Zhentian? What does it mean? Qin Yi didn't quite understand it, but when he finished peeling off the last small part of the phoenix skin and the third Chinese character was revealed, he suddenly understood. Because the third Chinese character is the character. The King of Heaven. These are the words carved by a true king, not a venerable one. Seeing that it was the mark left by the true king, Qin Yi's curiosity about it was reduced by half. To be honest, with Qin Yi's current level, the good things left by the true king may not be of much use to him anymore. Only at the level of the venerable can he feel something. Qin Yi looked at the three characters of Long Fei Feng Wu, and suddenly realized that these three characters vaguely carried a Taoist meaning, and it was a Taoist meaning that Qin Yi was very familiar with. Suddenly, in his mind, a spear emerged, a spear that penetrated the sky and nailed the gods to the earth. This scene is the memory of the celestial spirit being nailed to death with a spear in the Shen-Tian secret realm. King Zhentian is the person who killed the venerable in the secret realm? He is a true king, but he has the strength to crush the venerable? Qin Yi was stunned, and then thought of a more crucial point. In the Xintian secret realm, the human warrior who killed the gods of the heavenly clan seemed to be the owner of the big dog. It turns out that the supreme person in Big Dog's mouth is called Xintian Wang. Then this phoenix skin with his name engraved on it shouldn't hide the inheritance left by the owner of Big Dog, right? Qin Yi remembered, when Big Dog once broke through the realm, he recalled some memories about his master, and felt something in his heart, telling him that the secret realm of Yendang Mountain contained the inheritance left by his master. Looking at it now, everything is correct. Qin Yi used his spiritual thoughts to lift up the phoenix skin, moved it in front of him, and reached out to touch it slightly. In an instant, the three words King of Xintian on the phoenix skin bloomed with a bright luster, and all the brilliance entered Qin Yi's mind, turning into fragments of memory, telling Qin Yi a coordinate and a sentence. It is not yet clear where this coordinate is, but this sentence has a profound meaning. One becomes one person, at the top of the Tao, there are no two people. It's a pity that I chose the wrong road from the beginning. One becomes one, at the top of the Tao, there are no two people. Qin Yi chewed this in short. I had some insights inexplicably, but I couldn't say exactly what it was. He kept these words in mind and planned to ask his master and the others for details after he returned. As for the coordinates, I'll ask them when the time comes. This coordinate is most likely the place where the inheritance of King Xintian is left. King Xintian can kill the venerable in the realm of true king. It is necessary to go and take a look at the inheritance of such geniuses. Qin Yi put the phoenix skin into his storage bag, looked around to make sure there was nothing missing, and then took steps towards the lower level of Yomu. When he passed through the gate, the scenery below was in a mess. Even the sixth-order Yomu, which is known for its solidity, showed craters, probably caused by the aftermath of the Wheel King's attack. Qin Yi spent about 2 hours on the middle floor with Kuei-ji. During these 2 hours, Xiao Chen had arrived at the core of Yomu and used the method of reincarnation to detect traces of Yu Clan's escape. Chased him down. The Yu Clan escaped very carefully, not only erasing the traces of the teleportation, but also deliberately transforming Yu Nuo into a corpse to delay Qin Yi and others. But they didn't expect that their careful arrangements would be of no use in the end. Qin Yi walked down unobstructed, and could clearly feel that the Yu Clan's 7th-level clan-protecting killing array was damaged, almost equivalent to being closed. There was very little movement, and Qin Yi was not blocked at all. The Yu Clan and Xiao Chen were missing for the time being. Qin Yi remembered the agreement with Uncle Xiao and began to search the land inch by inch for the good things left by the Yu Clan. After he finishes searching, he will go to the Phoenix Mountains to wait for Xiao Chen to come over. Chapter 201 Follow-up and Carve-Up. Phoenix Mountains, the ancestral land of the Kaishan people. On the obsidian high platform, the atmosphere was a little subtle. Everyone in the Kaishan tribe looked at the two true kings of the human race sitting in the center. For a moment, they didn't know what to say, so they had to remain awkwardly silent. Moment. The calm magma pool rippled, and a black shadow flew from the distance, gradually getting bigger and clearer. After a closer look, it was Qin Yi who had arrived belatedly. Qin Yi raised his eyes and saw that wheel runner Xiao Chen and Yui Wang Sui Xian were sitting calmly on the platform in the center of the magma pool. On the surface, they looked unchanged, but Qin Yi could feel that they were both sitting calmly on the platform in the center of the magma pool. People's breath is a bit empty, not as solid and full as it was at the beginning. Especially Yui Wang Sui Xian, who was so spotless that her clothes were actually stained with a little bit of light golden blood. She was probably involved in a bloody battle with the assassins of the Tian clan, but she didn't know the specific outcome. In short, Qin Yi felt relieved after seeing that nothing happened to the two of them. To be honest, it seems a bit funny that he, as a junior whose realm is far lower than theirs, has always cared about the heart of his elders. Seeing that Qin Yi returned to the agreed gathering place safe and sound, Sui Xian and Xiao Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After a closer look, they found that Qin Yi could not see any injuries on his body, and his aura was more restrained. Even they could not see through it. It seems that Qin Yi has really made great progress by staying in the Darkwood and enlightening. The future generations are terrible. Qin Yi returned safely, and the happiest people were not the Wheel King and the Feather Crane King, but the anxious Kaishan clan. Their tribe had finally established a good relationship with a high-status human race, so they were counting on Qin Yi to bring Qin Yi into human society and find a new way out for the future of the Kaishan tribe. If something happens to Qin Yi, all their previous investments will be in vain. Shi Hu, the patriarch of the Kaishan tribe, led Qin Yi and rushed forward immediately. His rock-like face forced a kind smile to express goodwill. Qin Yi chatted with them for a while, then smiled and waved his hand. "You don't have to be so enthusiastic to me. I will naturally not forget what you promised. Don't worry." After receiving this promise, Shi Hu and Qin Yi only then did he calm down and take his clan members to step aside so as not to disturb the conversation between Qin Yi and the others. Qin Yi slowly took his seat, and as soon as he came up, he asked Xiao Chen about the follow-up matters of the Yu clan. Soon, Xiao Chen responded, "They ran too fast and decisively. When I caught up with them, I only saw 8 Yu tribesmen who had left Duanhou behind, all of whom were above the mountain and sea realm. After getting rid of them, it was too difficult to find the traces of the White Feather King. I tried for a while and finally gave up. In the face of the interests of the race, there are still a group of people in the Yu tribe who are willing to sacrifice themselves. There is a saying that has been circulated in foreign lands: the strength of a race does not depend on how many true kings the race has given birth to, but on how many people in the race will stand up without hesitation when faced with a crisis, even if they are still just a beginner warrior. When a race encounters a crisis and runs away without anyone coming forward, then this race is not worthy of being called a race. If the Yu clan wants to survive, they must either find a lonely place to settle down in the secret territory of Yendang Mountain, or they may take the risk, leave the secret territory, sneak into human society, and find another way. No matter which path they choose, the result will be 10,000. There is no life in death." Suixin on the right said coldly, "I have contacted the officials and are preparing to join forces with the Kaishan tribe and the Mayan tribe to carry out a thorough cleansing of the Yendang Mountain secret realm." As she said this, she smiled at Qin Yi. "Praised, the success of this cleanup is thanks to you acting as a glue among the various tribes. If it weren't for your relationship with the Mayan tribe and the Kaishan tribe, these two tribes might not join forces with us. If we can't get their help, there are many places in the Phoenix Mountains and the central volcanic area that we won't be able to explore in depth." The 3 tribes joined forces to thoroughly investigate the entire Yendang Mountain secret realm. As a result, if the Yu clan stayed in the secret realm and refused to leave, the end would probably be tragic. And if the Yu tribe leaves, the danger will be very high. After all, the outside of the secret realm is human territory. Even if they leave through a special passage that humans have not yet discovered, they will not be able to survive safely in human society. During the month of the general cleanup, all provinces in China will cooperate with us to conduct a household registration check to prevent the Yu clan from sneaking into Blue Star. By the way, we can also find those rats hiding in the dark. These rats have passed. It's been too long to live a peaceful life. Thanks to Suixin's use of secret methods to contact external officials, Xiao Chen specifically asked for Qin Yi's information. To his surprise, given his authority level, he didn't get it yet. The complete version of Qin Yi's information. Through this simplified version of the information, he learned that Qin Yi had been assassinated by the Ability God Society a few months ago. This Ability God Society is a big rat that has been hiding in a dark corner for many years. The fate of the Yu clan has almost been decided, but where is the Celestial clan who was fighting against you? Qin Yi turned his head and asked curiously. Mentioning that Celestial clan, a look of fear flashed across Suixin's face. Tianji only relied on her true king realm cultivation to actually force her, a top-level warrior, to use her trump card. The most helpless thing is, after using her trump card, she still did not leave the Celestial clan behind. She watched him run away, unable to stop him. The status of this Celestial clan within his clan is absolutely extraordinary. Even if he has not reached the sequence level, it is almost the same. When he fully uses some kind of magical power, he can increase his speed to the limit and even transcend time. I can't stop him. Suixin shook his head and continued. However, when he is in the extreme speed state, it seems that he cannot take the initiative to attack others. He can only escape, or use his spiritual thoughts and Taoist power to pull people into his realm. With his speed and character, this man the Tian clan has probably fled to our Blue Star side and is hiding. After fighting with Tianji for a long time, I can tell that this person has a very conceited temperament, but he is not stupid. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Compared with staying in the secret realm of Yendang Mountain, it is obviously safer to escape to Blue Star. The secret realm of Yendang Mountain has the possibility of being thoroughly investigated by humans, but Blue Star has not. The area of Blue Star is too vast. If you want to hide in it without being discovered, you only need to find a deep mountain forest or a remote secret place to hide without contact with people. Of course, it is impossible for those rats hiding in Blue Star not to come into contact with people, because they must perform some tasks from the Lord. A sudden sweep may lead to the capture of a large number of rats. What are your plans next? After talking about their experiences, the two of them turned to Qin Yi. Qin Yi touched his chin and nodded. Do you have a spiritual contract on hand? I plan to sign a spiritual contract with a Kaishan tribe and take him to Blue Star. But before that... Qin Yi paused, and with a thought, he opened the mouth of the B-level storage bag on his waist, and a large number of spiritual objects appeared from it, falling on the platform and piled up like a mountain. The spiritual objects accumulated here are of the 4th level at worst. As for the spiritual objects lower than the 4th level, Qin Yi had already stuffed them into several other storage bags and hoarded them together. The Dark Forest and his party have gained a gratifying harvest, and now is the time to share the profits. Qin Yi is not a white-eyed wolf and will secretly swallow the profits. Chapter 202 Leaving. Neither King Zhuanluan nor King Yue paid much attention to that batch of spiritual objects, although the quantity and quality of this batch of spiritual objects returned from the Yu clan's hometown were enough to make King Feng Juidian's heart flutter. According to their words, if they don't have a chance encounter, they may be stuck in the ultimate realm of kingship for the rest of their lives. These spiritual objects are not at the level that they can respect, and it is useless to ask for them. It is better to give them to the new generation of the human race. Young people get it. It was a complete waste for them to accept it. Xiao Chen and Suixin only symbolically accepted all the 4th level and lower spiritual objects in Qin Yi's hands, jokingly saying that these spiritual objects could be used as gifts for juniors. They handed over all the top spiritual objects such as the 6th Order Kuei Beast Horn and the 6th Order True King Feather to Qin Yi without even looking at them. At this moment, Qin Yi didn't know what to say. Coupled with the 1000-year immortal wood, 5th level spiritual wood, and the 9 transformation soul returning grass, 4th level spiritual plant, that he had previously obtained, Qin Yi's resources are luxurious, and even some true king's treasuries are not as good as his. No matter how you put it, this is the treasure of a race that has been looted for decades, and its value cannot be exaggerated. Qin Yi looked at the Kuei Beast Horn in his hand, and suddenly remembered that he had also obtained 2 6th-level spiritual objects from the Mayan tribe, which were Phoenix Heartblood and 10 kilograms of Nirvana soil. These 2 6th-level spiritual objects that produce the highest-level Phoenix, like the Kuei Beast Horn, are said to be the raw materials for forging the Immortal Pill. Immortal Pill doesn't know exactly how many raw materials it requires, but the formula of the pill is not a secret. If you want to check it, you can just open a browser and find it. After all, the difficulty of the Molten Chain Immortal Pill is never the formula, the most important thing is the raw materials. 3 top-grade 6th-level spiritual objects are only part of the ingredients for this elixir. The difficulty of refining an elixir that can help the king to be crowned supreme is evident. The 2 seniors gave me a big gift today. I can guarantee that within a year, a pot of immortality pills will be melted and distributed to you 2 elders. Qin Yi did not waste time by pushing and shoving, and immediately accepted the remaining spiritual objects. And make a commitment. He himself does not need to take the immortality pill, but the people around him still need it. Whether it is King Zhuanluan, King Feather Crane, or his master Wang Su, they have all been stuck at the top of the throne for many years. This pot of immortality pill may be their only hope to break through to become a master in this life. Hearing Qin Yi's promise, Sui Xian and Xiao Qin both laughed with joy on their faces. It's too difficult to refine the immortal pill. It's hard to find. Many kings have been busy for hundreds of years, but they still can't get together a furnace of raw materials. It's good if you have this intention. Don't force it too hard. The 2 consoled them. Road. Qin Yi did not refute, but nodded seriously. Not to mention that he already has 3 raw materials. Even if he doesn't have them, he still has the confidence to find them all. If you can't find all the blue stars, go to the secret realm. If you can't find all the secret realms, go to a foreign land. The promises he made will never be broken. When it was over, Qin Yi stood up, asked the 2 top leaders for a 5th-level spiritual contract, and then waved his hand to summon the stone leaf in the far corner. This spiritual contract is drawn up by you. Once it's written, just show it to me. If there are no problems, you will be famous immediately. I will take you out of the secret realm of Yendang Mountain. Qin Yi accepted the spiritual contract respectfully. This piece of parchment obviously only weighed a few grams, but when it fell into his hand, it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He turned around and returned to the gathering place of his clansmen. While discussing with the clansmen, he wrote the spiritual contract. The Kaishan tribe didn't let Qin Yi wait any longer. About 15 minutes later, the spiritual contract was completed. Qin Yi and others took it over and took a look, and were suddenly surprised. The rules of this spiritual contract drawn up by the Kaishan clan themselves were extremely strict, even stricter than Qin Yi expected. The spiritual contract was signed for 15 years. Within 15 years, all Kaishan tribes were not allowed to take the initiative to attack any human race, unless there were warriors from the tribe who took the initiative to infringe on their interests. In these 15 years, the Kaishan people must try their best to meet the requirements of the human race officials. As for Qin Yi, he only needs to ensure Qin Yi's basic survival needs. Even if Qin Yi is beaten to death on Blue Star, he does not need to take revenge. The punishment for the Kaishan tribe to violate the spiritual contract is that the entire tribe will belong to humans and become a slave race of the human race. If they disobey, the entire tribe will be exterminated. On Qin Yi's side, he personally received a slight punishment, such as being unable to practice for a year. The 5th-level spiritual contract is evidenced by the Great Road of Heaven and Earth. It is almost impossible to violate it under the Heavenly Lord. This spiritual contract made Sui Xian and Xiao Chen feel the sincerity of the Kaishan clan, and also made Qin Yi feel the determination of the Kaishan clan. If Stone Page cannot find a way to replace the true Phoenix Jelly and Blue Star this time to continue the reproduction of the Kaishan clan, then they would rather work as slaves to the human race until the entire clan is extinct. The true Phoenix pulp produced by the Phoenix Mountains will be exhausted. As for their Kaishan clan, they must have true Phoenix juice to reproduce. Are you sure you want to sign this spiritual contract? Qin Yi raised his eyes and looked at the stone page. Qin Yi also raised his eyes and looked at Qin Yi. At this moment, not only him, but all the Kaishan clan raised their heads and had the same reaction. Nod. After coming out of the secret realm, it was early morning outside, the sky was bright and dim. It's finally over. Qin Yi took a deep breath and then exhaled. Although he had only stayed in the secret realm of Yendang Mountain for about a week, he always felt like he had spent a whole year. Behind him, followed a huge stone man with chapped skin, more than 3 meters high, like a hill, giving people a strong sense of oppression. But Little Mountain at this time was a little reserved, with a curled-up posture, obediently staying behind Qin Yi, and looking at the stone statue not far ahead from time to time. Taoist Jade Statue. An 8th-level spiritual object forged by a human venerable to suppress the secret realm of Yendang Mountain. As a foreigner, Qin Yi was stared at by the Taoist Jade Statue the moment he walked out of the secret realm. The amiable face was as terrifying as a demon in his eyes, making his scalp numb, and he did not dare to look at it. If an ordinary foreigner comes out unprepared like this, they will be wiped out by the Taoist Jade Statue in an instant. Fortunately, Qin Yi had considered this early and specifically asked Xiao Chen and Sui Xian for advice and got a solution. Just like the city skyflight pass that Qin Yi originally applied for, the Taoist Jade Statue also has a whitelist for alien judgments. With Xiao Chen's authority, Qin Yi successfully added Qin Yi to the whitelist. 8th-level spiritual beings are so powerful. It is basically impossible for those Yu clan and Celestial clan to escape from the secret realm through this official channel. Not necessarily, there is no way they can deceive the stone statue. Meanwhile, Qin Yi remembered that when he first saw the Taoist jade statue, the statue was contaminated by demonic energy and lost many abilities. The Yu clan and the Celestial clan may not have means similar to demonic energy. Chapter 203 Fantasy Clothes Weaving Method. Will King Shaochen and Yuhua King Suixin did not come out with Qin Yi. They were also responsible for the follow-up inspection of the secret realm of Yendang Mountain. Qin Yi glanced at the jade statue of the Taoist a few more times, and after keeping his breath firmly in his mind, he took steps and flew towards the gathering point at the foot of the mountain. Qin Yi followed Qin Yi closely behind him. He was obviously a big man, but at the moment he looked like a weak woman, slightly embarrassed, and lowered his head and did not dare to look around. Qin Yi glanced back at him and suddenly stopped. Your appearance and body shape are a little conspicuous. You will attract attention easily if you follow me, which is not in line with my low-key style. Qin Yi was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head helplessly. He didn't want to be so conspicuous, but there was nothing he could do to change his body shape and appearance. And, do you really like to keep a low profile? Qin Yi recalled all the commotions Qin Yi made in the secret realm of Yendang Mountain and cursed for a while. Qin Yi looked at the stone page and pondered it for a while, then his eyes lit up and he suggested, "How about I bless you with an illusion? It's like wearing a piece of clothing on a person, and wearing illusion as a garment, it should have a covering effect on you." This is a very interesting idea of using the avenue of fantasy, and it sounds very feasible. Qin Yi was just shocked that Qin Yi actually knew the magic. You can do whatever you want, I have no objection. He was very obedient to Qin Yi. Qin Yi nodded slightly. Seeing that Qin Yi agreed, he did not waste time and immediately mobilized the power of fantasy to begin transporting it towards the surface of Qin Yi's body one by one. The operation was extremely precise. The avenue of illusion is an avenue that Qin Yi has not yet produced. The fact that it has not yet produced branches proves that his understanding of the avenue of illusion is not deep enough. He planned to find an opportunity after returning to Yuhang, this time to devote his weekly opportunity to enlightenment to the great Tao of illusion. But now, it was just time for him to practice his skills. The power of the illusory Tao is colorless and invisible, attached to the stone leaf, feeling nothing, as if nothing happened. But if Qin Yi sinks his mind and feels it carefully, he can still feel the slight fluctuation of Tao power, like a dream, flickering in and out. Qin Yi's control over qi, blood, Tao power, and spiritual thoughts has reached the level of spiritual communication. At this time, using spiritual thoughts as needles and illusory Tao power as threads, he inserts needles and threads into every seam, as if knitting a sweater, on Qin Yi's body on the spot. Knitting a weird coat. This coat, with the power of illusion as its core, covers Qin Yi's entire body without any blind spots, does not block Qin Yi's sight, and does not make Qin Yi feel burdened. It is a miracle. Gradually, Qin Yi closed his eyes and was completely immersed in the weaving of the Huan Yi. Since his magic power was relatively shallow, he needed to take a break from time to time to restore his power during the weaving process, which made the process a little long. However, he did not just wait for his Tao power to be restored. Instead, in the process of recovering his Tao power, he recalled and summarized the state of his use of the illusory Tao power, and understood the meaning of the illusory Tao power. Before I knew it, more than 50 minutes had passed. The stone page stood motionless on the spot, really like a stone, without any complaints, quietly waiting for Qin Yi to open his eyes. In Qin Yi's sea of consciousness, there is a faint air current surrounding his soul. There were originally 4 or 5 air currents hovering here, but they all condensed into Tao branches some time ago. A warrior's level of understanding of the great Tao can be gleaned from these phenomena. After initial enlightenment, or entry into a great path, there will be a special airflow rotating around the soul. As the understanding deepens, the airflow will gradually grow stronger, the color will gradually become thicker, and finally it will condense into a branch of the path. At present, Qin Yi's fantasy avenue has changed from the original light-colored airflow into thick white clouds, floating next to the soul. The essence of everything is the law of the Great Road. As long as you have enough understanding, you can find out the great principles of no matter how small things are, and then gain enlightenment. Qin Yi gained a deeper understanding of the Tao of illusion during this practice of using the power of the illusion to weave clothes. His fantasy avenue is not far away from the condensed Tao branches. Snap! Like a tight piano string breaking, Qin Yi cut off the Tao power thread at the end of Huani, then withdrew his spiritual thoughts and opened his eyes. The moment Yi fell into his eyes, he saw a transparent windbreaker draped over Yi's majestic body. It fit tightly and even his head was completely closed and covered. The Taoist mind is clear and has the ability to see through illusions. Illusions below the true king level are naturally ineffective against Qin Yi. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that. I am also a craftsman. It should be regarded as ingenious. Qin Yi nodded with satisfaction. The fantasy clothes he knitted were already at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. No one under the princes could do it. See through it, unless they have specially cultivated eye skills above level B. It's pretty good to be able to do this for the first time. The meal must be eaten one bite at a time, and the road must be walked step by step. In the future, when he has new progress in understanding the avenue of fantasy, he can make further improvements. See for yourself. This phantom garment will exist for at least half a year. Even if there is a battle, it will not be affected. After half a year, just come to me for new clothes. Qin Yi casually warned. Yi firmly remembered this matter. He released his spiritual thoughts and glanced at himself with his spiritual thoughts. Then he was stunned for a moment. From the perspective of his spiritual mind, he had changed from beginning to end, from a stone man over 3 meters tall with skin full of cracks, to a strong human being about 2 meters tall. No matter the breadth or appearance, they are no different from normal people. As long as he doesn't take the initiative to leak his aura, almost no warrior below the feudal realm can see through this disguise. With such a layer of magic clothing, Yi's daily life in human society is much more convenient. Thinking of this, Yi felt strong gratitude in his heart. If Qin Yi hadn't stopped him, he would have knelt down to thank him. There's no need to kneel down. If I come to you in the future, just don't shirk the blame. Qin Yi smiled slightly and added, by the way, wearing this magic dress just makes you look different in the eyes of others. Although you have become a 2-meter tall human being, you are actually still more than 3 meters tall. So, you'd better find a way to get shorter, otherwise you will also get into trouble. In human society, there are very few people who are taller than 3. For a door that is 2.5 meters tall, especially the door of an ordinary residence, 2.5 meters is considered relatively high. If Yi maintains a height of more than 3 meters, I am afraid that he will either accidentally break down someone else's door, or he will have to bend down and half squat to enter. Don't worry, no matter what happens in the future, I will respond immediately. As for the height issue, it doesn't matter, I can solve it myself. Yi assured, patting his chest. After saying that, the temperature suddenly rose by dozens of degrees. His body suddenly softened and collapsed. His height dropped from 3 meters to 2 meters, which was very different from the disguised image. Immediately afterwards, Yi, who had become shorter, opened his hands, and there was a large pool of magma-like orange-red liquid in his hands. He stored this liquid into a storage bag. The essence of the Kaishan clan is that they are spiritual stones, with blood like true phoenix liquid flowing in their bodies. As long as you take out a little blood and remove a bone from each leg, waist and neck, you can become shorter. Chapter 204 High-Level Suppression. After all the trivial matters were dealt with, the sky had already completely cleared up, and the rising sun was soft but not hot. Summer and autumn have passed, it is now December and winter is about to begin. Qin Yi suddenly remembered that another major event will happen in China in December, and that is the annual Winter Martial Arts Test. In this world, the Winter Martial Arts exam is even more important than the college entrance exam in the previous life. Getting into a good university in the college entrance examination only means that you will have a high probability of having a well-paying job in the future. And if you get into a good university in the martial arts exam, it means that you will live hundreds of years in the future, or even be immortal for eternity, and be crowned a king. Chen Xian is going to take the exam soon. I wonder if I can go back in time to give him the exam. Qin Yi doesn't know the specific time of the Winter Martial Arts exam yet, he only knows that it will be around December. He was thinking about all this in his mind, and in a daze, he had arrived at the foot of Yendang Mountain, surrounded by human warriors stationed here. The moment he landed, hundreds of eyes focused on him. These eyes were full of various emotions, including shock, doubt, and confusion. At this moment, the originally noisy square suddenly became quiet. It was so quiet that you could even hear breathing. The young man who made bold promises to kill the Demon King's fingers all by himself has returned safely. Moreover, before Qin Yi returned, they learned from Jiangnan Wang Momo that the Demon King's finger was really solved by Qin Yi alone. At that time, everyone had expressions of disbelief, but the source of King Jiangnan's information was two top human race kings. Would two top kings deceive everyone for a junior like Qin Yi? To put it 10,000 steps back, is it necessary for King Chakravartin and King Feather Crane to lie to them? The answer is self-evident. In the crowd, those warriors who had made rude remarks all subconsciously took a few steps back, or disappeared into the crowd, or left early, not wanting to face Qin Yi again. In fact, Qin Yi would not do anything to them at all, nor would he mock them out loud. After all, their intentions were good. If any great master said that he wanted to suppress Demon Lord's finger alone, normal people would think it was impossible. Among all the people present, there was only one person, no, a dog. He had always believed that Qin Yi would succeed and had never doubted it. Wow! Damn, we haven't seen each other for just a few days. Have you made a big improvement? The big dog jumped up and landed on Qin Yi's shoulder accurately. He sniffed with his nose and looked suspicious. Looking at Qin Yi, oh, I can't see through you at all. Why do you look more like a rotting corpse that has been dead for many years to me now? Qin Yi smiled and said nothing. The big dog was right. Ever since he learned the corpse breath technique, he has maintained the state of corpse breath. This great magical power combined with the breath collecting technique, mist in the cloud, has the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Now he has cultivated an A-level pupil. Even the true king of magic can't see through him. Qin Yi and Indigo chatted with each other, while Shi Yi behind him shrank his neck and reduced his presence as much as possible. But Xiao Qin had already informed everyone present about the existence of Shi Yi, so no one paid special attention to this strange-looking Kaishan clan member. In fact, at least 95% of the warriors present did not realize that Shi Yi was from the Kaishan clan, and thought he was a warrior sent by the official to assist Qin Yi. The camouflage effect of the magic clothes is really good. They can only guard against warriors below the feudal realm, which may seem awkward. In fact, there are not many feudal realms in the Blue Star world. Among a population of 70 billion, there are only about 2,000 people in the feudal realm at most. Ordinary people may never meet a marquis in their lifetime. It's just that Qin Yi's special status and various actions are too eye-catching, so there are always people in the Fengho realm wandering around him, which makes people feel that the Fengho realm has become a waste. Well done. Among the crowd, Jiangnan Wang Momo stood up first. He didn't know what words to use to praise Qin Yi. After holding back for a long time, he could only use the simplest words. Shen Mo patted Qin Yi on the back and asked, "Where are you going next? Stay here to watch the upcoming feast, or?" Qin Yi shook his head and said, "I plan to go back to Yuhang first, maybe you'll be in seclusion for a while." Silence nodded to express his understanding. "It's okay to be in seclusion, your cultivation has progressed too fast, and now I can't see through your depth. It's good to take a moment to calm down." Qin Yi. It felt like King Jiangnan had misunderstood what he meant. His retreat was not to slow down the pace of breakthroughs and consolidate the foundation. His foundation has always been as solid as ever. This time he returned to Yuhang for retreat, in order to form the branches of the Great Path of Illusion, and by the way climb the Great Path to Immortality, and achieve a leap forward. Of course, the silent misunderstanding was a misunderstanding, and Qin Yi did not speak out to explain. The two chatted for a while. During this process, the Fire Spirit King stayed beside King Jiangnan without speaking. His presence was so low that he did not look like a true king. His expression was a little subtle, as if he was struggling, but also panicked. His emotions were complicated, and he was a little distracted. He didn't notice that his mood swings were openly exposed and could be seen through by outsiders. Shenemo wasn't quite sure what the Fire Spirit King was doing, but he just assumed that his injuries from being attacked by Demon Lord's fingers had not yet healed. Qin Yi, on the other hand, quietly glanced at the Fire Spirit Queen with his peripheral vision, feeling something in his heart, and a different feeling suddenly appeared all over his body. Somehow, he understood the reason for this feeling and why the Fire Spirit King suddenly became weird. The problem is with him. In the secret realm of Yendang Mountain, Qin Yi successfully awakened the Fire Spirit body through a series of operations, and later, the Fire Spirit body was transformed and became a higher-level Nirvana divine body. As expected, the Fire Spirit King is a human warrior with a Fire Spirit body. Due to the huge difference in physique, Qin Yi, who possesses the Nirvana divine body, stands in front of the Fire Spirit King, which is no different from the ancient emperor standing in front of his ministers, forming a huge suppressive force. This is a suppression of rank and bloodline origin, which can only be compensated by realm. But although the Fire Spirit King is a true king, 2 realms higher than Qin Yi in the Mountain and Sea realm, Qin Yi's Mountain and Sea realm is different from the ordinary Mountain and Sea realm, and he already has the strength to rival the true king. Therefore, the Fire Spirit King felt inferior in front of Qin Yi, and even had the desire to worship him on the spot. This strange feeling frightened him to the point where he became confused and emotionally unstable for a while. Interesting. I didn't expect that a special physique could have such a strange effect. Qin Yi secretly observed the Fire Spirit King's expression, but he didn't take it too seriously. His chat with Silence lasted 5 or 6 minutes and then ended. After the conversation ended, the officials arranged a special teleportation ticket and a special car for Qin Yi, and sent him away from Yendang Mountain. When Qin Yi walked away and completely disappeared from everyone's sight, the Fire Spirit King felt relieved and let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 205 S-Level Genius. Qin Yi leaned in the quiet and comfortable back seat of the special car, closed his eyes and took a nap for more than half an hour. The mental fatigue accumulated from experiencing various events in the secret realm of Yendang Mountain gradually faded away at this moment. When returning to Yuhang from Wenshan, he could fly to the intercity teleportation array by himself. There was no need to take a car. But the official specially prepared this comfortable official car for him to relieve him some fatigue. I have to say that the officials are really thoughtful about such small details. While Qin Yi was resting, the big dog also closed his mouth for a rare occasion, silently looking at the scenery passing by outside the car window without saying a word, remaining silent. It wasn't until Qin Yi woke up that he resumed his usual noisiness and began to ask Qin Yi about what happened in the secret realm. Qin Yi couldn't defeat him, so he had an idea and used the Avenue of Illusion to construct a unique illusion using the Avenue of Illusion, which was like a copy in the game, and transmitted it to Big Dog using the various events he encountered after Big Dog left in the secret realm of Yendang Mountain. The big dog raised his brows and asked strangely, "Why are you using illusions on me? You don't care about my body anymore, right?" As he said that, the big dog pretended to be arrogant, scratching his head and posing, as if he was in a state of arousal, which made Qin look at him. He felt a chill. "I really miss your body. How about eating dog meat hot pot tonight?" Qin Yi followed the big dog's words, and at the same time, he opened his mouth and showed his teeth in a stern smile. The big dog's head shrank instantly and stopped joking. Qin Yi waved his hand and said with a look of disgust, "Remove your guard and immerse yourself in the illusion I created. Everything you want to see is in it. Go away, go away." Hearing this, the big dog eyes shining light, he said in amazement, "Okay, how long is your kid's brain? Why do you always have so many fantastic ideas? Transform your own experiences into harmless illusions, and then let others watch them. Directly it gives me an immersive sense of being there. Not bad, I feel like this is a business idea that can make a lot of money." The immersiveness of those movie theaters on the market today, whether they are 3D movies or interactive movies, is not as good. Fantasy movie. Qin Yi's casual move contains huge commercial value. If a fantasy cinema opens, I am afraid that all ordinary cinemas on the market will be eliminated. But you can sell this idea to others, or cooperate with others. If you do it yourself, it would be a waste of time. Qin Yi lay on the backrest and shook his head gently. His time is very precious. If you use it to start a business and make money, you may lose money no matter how you look at it. Even if he could make 100 million an hour, he wouldn't like it. After becoming a warrior, you must have some structure. The fantasy movie that Big Dog mentioned can be discussed with Fatty Jean Fong Jean and outsourced to him to make it. At Qin Yi's level, many small things can be done by relying on connections and leaving them to some friends. Not only can he share the money, but he can also avoid trouble. Seeing that Qin Yi no longer wanted to chat, the big dog didn't force himself. After muttering a few words secretly, he found the most comfortable position and lay down, as if in a dream, actively immersed in the illusion created by Qin Yi. Nothing happened in the secret realm of Yendang Mountain that had to be hidden from the big dog. Qin Yi basically added it to the fantasy realm. After the big dog falls asleep, there was silence in the car again. Qin Yi raised his eyes and looked forward, and suddenly found that the driver looked slightly familiar. Isn't this Yu Wenbu? 7 or 8 days ago, he came to Wencheng from Yuhang through the intercity teleportation array. At that time, in addition to Big Dog, there was also a couple of warriors, none other than Yu Wenbu and his wife. Unexpectedly, when I entered the secret realm of Yendang Mountain alone against all the opinions, Yu Wenbu had been waiting for me to come out, and even took the initiative to ask the official to become Qin Yi's driver. Not even a fool can understand the meaning of his actions. This is because he wants to take refuge in Qin Yi and hug Qin Yi's lap. Although Qin Yi is still in the mountain and sea realm, everyone has already agreed that he will have the opportunity to be crowned king in the next 3 years, and may step into the realm of the Venerable in the next 10 years. The status of the Venerable is supreme in the entire Blue Star. On ordinary days, it is almost impossible for even a true king to have a conversation with a human Venerable because he does not have enough status. The fools are still waiting and watching, but the smart people have already started to cling on. This is quite normal. To be honest, Qin Yi didn't resist this kind of hugging his thighs. After all, his thighs were thick enough. It's just that, not everyone can embrace him. They have to go through a series of inspections before being accepted as a subordinate. Qin Yi is destined to go to a foreign land in the future. When the time comes, he will also need a few people to stay in Blue Star to help him take care of some things. He stared at Yu Wenbu and said in a joking tone, "I was too tired to see it before, but now I look carefully, I didn't expect that it was Brother Yu who was acting as my driver?" Yu Wenbu glanced at the rear view. Jing smiled bitterly and said, "Stop teasing me, can you still not see through my thoughts?" Qin Yi nodded, and Yu Wenbu's answer was straight to the point, without any attempt to hide it. Sincerity is good. He changed the subject and asked tentatively, "Do you want cooperation with a spiritual contract, or without a spiritual contract?" This question was of a very high standard, and Yu Wenbu was immediately stopped by the question. There is a spiritual contract, which means that the two parties only have a transactional relationship, and everything is based on interests, without talking about friendship or showing affection. The absence of a spiritual contract means that the two have become friends, have trust in each other, and can cooperate without a spiritual contract. He pondered for a long time and finally said resolutely, "Of course there is no spiritual contract." Qin Yi stood up and changed the subject again. "After the news that I successfully solved the Demon Lord's finger came out, did anything happen outside?" Yu Wenbu's heart trembled, and he quickly recalled the scene in detail, and then considered it. After receiving the news, the Fire Spirit King was shocked. He immediately took out his mobile phone and seemed to pass the news to the outside world. In comparison, Jiangnan Wang was much calmer, as if he had already expected your success. However, King Jiangnan also took out his mobile phone on the spot after hearing the news, but he did not contact the outside world. Instead, he was asking for credit from the official to promote you. Identity level. You can open the martial arts world to see what level your identity has been upgraded to. My authority has been increased again? Qin Yi took out his mobile phone from his pocket and opened Wu Jie's personal page. Under his own name, the column Introduction suddenly changed its appearance. Principal of a provincial special martial arts school, S-level genius of the People's Federation, S-level purchasing authority. The status of an S-level prodigy of the Human League may seem ordinary, but in fact it is equivalent to the national level. It is definitely the highest status in the Human League. With this status, even the governor of a province cannot access his information because the authority level is not enough. Moreover, if he wanted to, he could easily apply to become the second consul of any province. The reason why he cannot directly become the chief executive is not because his status is insufficient, but because the Human League has regulations that require at least 5 years of city management experience before he can become a provincial chief executive. If Qin Yi applies to become the second in command, as long as he survives 5 years, his promotion to the chief position will be a sure thing. This is an unparalleled treatment. Many people can't climb to this position after a lifetime. If he does not take the road of power and takes the road of business, his status as an S-class genius will also provide him with great convenience. No matter where he goes, as long as he is within the People's Federation, he will be treated courteously. If he wants to start a business, it will be better than those who come from aristocratic families. It's even more convenient for my pride. You can get strong support from local officials just by opening your mouth. However, Qin Yi didn't particularly care about the status of the so-called S-class genius. What interested him even more was the S-class purchasing authority. Chapter 206: The Prototype of Power. B-level purchasing authority allows Qin Yi to obtain a 15% discount. This discount is valid in all official stores and stores that cooperate with the official. You know, at least 70% of the shops in the martial arts world are officially run or cooperate with the official. Especially those shops selling level 4 and above spiritual items are all officially opened, with very few exceptions. After all, apart from the official organizations, there are very, very few organizations that can stably obtain supplies of spiritual items above level 4 over a long period of time. The discount for B-level permissions does not seem high, but for S-level purchase permissions, it is a bit astonishing. First of all, Qin Yi can get a 50% discount on purchases at all official stores, and he can ignore the task requirements every month and directly use his contribution points to purchase spiritual items of level 4 or above. Although this privilege is nice, it is far from amazing. But after adding the last half sentence, the nature is different. In the martial arts world, if you want to buy 5th level or 6th level spiritual objects, in addition to contributing points at a sky-high price, you also have to help the store complete some requirements. These required tasks are either extremely difficult or extremely troublesome and consume a lot of time. And Qin Yi, who has S-level purchasing rights, can ignore the task requirements every month and directly buy the products he likes. The time this saved him was priceless. It's so cool to be a genius. When he returns to Yuhang and settles down, he can collect some contribution points and buy a 6th level spiritual fruit to try. In the driver's seat, Yuanba saw Qin Yi staring at the phone without moving his eyes, and asked curiously, "What level has the superiors promoted you to?" Qin Yi put down the phone and said bluntly, "S level." Wenbu was startled, then nodded to himself and said, "It doesn't seem to be a big surprise to give you S level. S level genius, the entire Blue Star has a population of 70 billion and 30 billion warriors. Within 100 years, only 4 people came out. These 4 people were all famous beings back then, and among them was the first heavenly lord of the human race, Shenziluo, the heavenly lord of 10,000 tribulations. There are 3 people left, and one person's information has been deliberately concealed and downplayed by the authorities. He probably has some secret that cannot be told. In recent years, the public has forgotten about that person. There are 2 people whose latest situation is unknown. Some say they have broken through the venerable, while others say they are still in retreat. Hearing that there were 4 S-class geniuses before him, Qin Yi asked the names of the 4 people. Except for the founder Chen Ziluo and the special being whose information was hidden, the remaining 2 were the King of the Rising Sun and the King of War. Yuanbu only knew the names of these 2 people, and the specific information could not be checked. He had to ask the old warriors who had experienced that era, or Qin Yi used his authority to go to Tianjing's database to read it himself. Having said that, it takes about an hour to travel from the foot of Yendang Mountain to the ruling office in Wencheng. We have already passed more than half of it and are about to reach our destination. He turned to look at the big dog on the right. He was still sleeping like a dead pig, with rattles dripping from the corners of his mouth, shaking from time to time, and showing no signs of waking up. Qin Yi watched him contaminating the seat cushions of the special car with his saliva. He twitched the corner of his mouth and ordered Shi Yi, who was quiet at the side, "Wait a minute, if he hasn't woken up yet, you can get off the car with him in your arms." Since Shi Yi got in the car, his low sense of presence was exaggerated. If Qin Yi hadn't suddenly talked to him, Yuanbu, who was driving in the front row, would have forgotten that there was such a person. Yi accepted Qin Yi's instructions immediately without any hesitation. Another 10 minutes passed. The speed of the special car slowly slowed down and finally stopped at the side entrance of the Wencheng Executive Hall. The intercity teleportation array is placed inside the ruling hall. Qin Yi did not get out of the car immediately, but sent a ray of spiritual thought to Yuanbu, nodded to him, and then opened the door and got out. In the driver's seat, Yuanbu received the ray of spiritual thought, and after successfully obtaining the information contained in it, his eyes narrowed and a look of joy appeared on his face. This ray of spiritual thought contained a thing Qin Yi asked him to do, as well as a trace of illusory power. That's right, Qin Yi gave Yuanbu the full responsibility for the creation of Dreamland Cinema. Next, Yuanbu will follow Qin Yi's instructions and go to Jin's house in Yuhang on behalf of Qin Yi to find Fatty Jin Fang Jin and discuss cooperation-related matters with him. Yuanbu clenched his fists in excitement. Qin Yi gave him this matter to handle, indicating that he was ready to take him under his control. Of course, the premise is that this matter must be done well. Yuanbu turned to look at Qin Yi, who was getting further away outside the car window, took a deep breath, and made a decision in his heart. This matter must not only be done well, but also done quickly. He has to prove his ability. Entering the executive hall, under the patient guidance of the receptionist at the front desk, Qin Yi took the stone leaf to the Hojin room and waited for the intercity bus to Yuhang. The teleportation array is activated. Maybe the official issued a special formation ticket to him. At this time, the whole formation room was actually empty. There were only him and Yi, plus the big dog on Yi's shoulder. Having an official background makes traveling a lot easier. Just mention it and you can get a ticket right away. He left all matters related to the fantasy cinema to Yuanbu, firstly to test his ability, and secondly to save his own time. If he wanted to hug Qin Yi tightly, he naturally had to help Qin Yi do things. He is not a nanny and cannot take care of everyone selflessly. The fantasy cinema is not a big deal, but it is not a small deal either. It is just right to leave it to Yuanbu. The ray of spiritual thought he passed to Yuanbu deliberately contained a trace of illusory power. This ray of illusory power was used by Yuanbu to prove the effect of the fantasy theater to Fatty Jin. Fatty Jin is a smart man. After he experienced the fantasy cinema once, he immediately understood how beneficial this matter was. At that time, Qin Yi can spend time summarizing the successful method of weaving the illusion and teach it to a group of warriors who have practiced the path of illusion, so that they can become his workers. As long as the relevant industrial chain is successfully formed, Qin Yi will have another way to collect money while lying down, and it will be legal and compliant. Woo! Woof! The intercity teleportation array has not started yet, but the big dog has finally woken up. He shuddered, then rushed to Qin Yi like the wind, grabbed Qin Yi's hand, and barked, "Take out that phoenix skin and show it to me." And the stone table that the Demon Lord gave to the Ability God Association. Do you have any clear memories of it? Dagu saw the Demon Lord's stone table in the illusion. There is the phoenix skin left by King Jintian. These two items immediately excited him. The formation patterns on the demon stone table outlined in Qin Yi's fantasy were very blurry, but even though it was extremely blurry, a big dog could still see the mystery of the demon formations. He was eager to see a clearer original picture. As for the phoenix skin left by King Jintian. When the three words King Jintian and the phoenix skin first appeared, Big Dog almost suffered a cardiac arrest. Chapter 207: The Secret of King Jintian. The formation patterns on the stone table forged by the alien demon were so strange and had a unique power. Even though Qin Yi had forcibly recorded it in his mind, it was still blurry and unclear when he recalled it. Qin Yi could not do anything about Big Dog's request to see a clear version of the formation patterns on the stone table. After all, the stone table had already escaped and slipped to the other side of the curtain, preparing to cross the curtain and return to a foreign land. Hearing this, Big Dog could only give up angrily and complained, "This is actually the copyright awareness of rune array masters. In order to prevent theft, mid-level and high-level rune array masters will set restrictions on their own array patterns. Prevent others from looking at it at will. It's a pity. If you can bring the stone table to me, I still have a chance to crack it. Looking at the sad look on the big dog's face, Qin Yi guessed that he must have done it. There are many people who crack other people's anti-theft devices and then secretly learn other people's patterns. However, although sure table could not be brought back, he could bring back the phoenix skin. Turn your wrists over, palms facing upwards, and open them slightly. A bundle of phoenix skins rolled into a barrel suddenly appeared in Qin Yi's hand. He tossed it gently to the big dog. The big dog jumped up on the spot, caught the phoenix skin in its mouth, and spread it out neatly. In an instant, the three characters King of Jintian were revealed, bursting out with a dark luster, and radiating in the air like a projection. The big dog stared blankly at the three big characters in the sky, as if struck by lightning. He froze on the spot and didn't say a word for a long time. After a long while, he quietly looked away, with a thoughtful look on his face. "What's wrong? What did you remember?" Qin Yi glanced at the phoenix skin in the sky, then lowered his eyes to look at the big dog. This matter seemed to involve some secrets. Qin Yi, who was sitting next to Qin Yi, wisely closed his five senses, as if he was asleep, with his head drooped and sitting silently. The big dog was in a daze for a moment, trembled, and then stood upright like a human being, and whispered, "I am thinking of many things. This king of Jintian should be my master. He is in pursuit of Qingzuan. The opportunity left me to stay in Blue Star and go to a foreign land alone." Although Big Dog was expelled from some memories by Jintian King, as his realm and strength improve, these memories will gradually be restored, which can be regarded as a kind of protection for Big Dog. Mechanism. However, Big Dog's words surprised Qin Yi. A chance to become a venerable? According to you, your master's talent should be very strong, but the threshold of being a venerable would actually block him, forcing him to leave Blue Star and go to a foreign land to find opportunities? This is indeed a question. Strange place. In other people's words, becoming a respectable person is a difficult thing. It takes billions of people to produce a wise person. However, in Qin Yi's opinion, Jintian King should have the qualifications to easily become a great person. A true king can kill a venerable person, but do you think this person will not be able to become a venerable person? Qin Yi didn't believe it. But there is no need for King Jintian to deceive the big dog. The big dog glanced at Qin Yi meaningfully, stopped barking, and instead used their exclusive sound transmission technique to transmit the message. Since you have come into contact with this phoenix skin, you should have heard what King Jintian said, right? That sentence? Which sentence? Are there no two people at the top of the Tao? Qin Yi said in a message. The big dog nodded. Qin Yi continued to ask, "How do you understand this sentence?" He felt that this sentence contained an astonishing secret. When he had free time, he would occasionally think about it, but he never thought of any interesting answer. The big dog's answer was surprising, but also reasonable. He shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands and said, "How else can we understand it? It's just a literal meaning. On a road, only one warrior can reach the extreme, and the rest are cannon fodder." Do you know what this means? Qin Yi was stunned, and his heart suddenly trembled. But I saw the big dog licking his lips and continued, "A road has a pit, and each pit can only accommodate one person at most. Others who squeeze into the pit with you are competing with you for their future. If I know this, I will compete with you. If the warrior in the position is not strong enough, you can naturally ignore it. But what if a particularly strong and promising warrior suddenly comes and is ready to compete with you?" The metaphor of the big dog is very vulgar, but it is also easy to understand. If only one warrior can reach the top of a road, then once a strong competitor appears, of course, we must take action in advance to eliminate the competitor before he is strong enough. And King Jintian is this competitor. His talent is very strong. Although not as good as Qin Yi, he is definitely among the top 5 in the history of the human race. As if the big dog was afraid of violating some taboo, he was very careful with his words and sentences, and said word for word, "My former master studied the same path as a certain being from a foreign land. And after he was promoted to a feudal lord, when Wang Juidian was at his peak, he realized that the being was secretly spying on him. If King Jintian becomes a king in Blue Star, that being will tear apart the curtain, come to Blue Star, and kill my predecessor, regardless of the cost. Master. No wonder. Jin Tianhuang's message contained deep regret and helplessness. If he wants to become a master, he must go outside the territory and find a place that is private enough to hide. Otherwise, not only will he not survive, but Blue Star will also suffer. A deep fear appeared on the big dog's face. The state of that being is too high, and you can't even recite his name. Once you recite his name, you will be sensed by him. Being able to sense two worlds across the endless space, people from another world say their names. What state is this? No wonder a genius like a king can only travel to foreign lands in search of a chance to survive. This person must have reached a realm above Tianzuan. It's really an unreasonable disaster. Qin Yi sighed. To be honest, this sentence can indeed be called a great secret. It is estimated that few of the warriors in Blue Star know it. But actually Qin Yi is not afraid of this. Because he has mastered so many avenues, if there is a strong opponent in one path in the future, he can completely avoid its edge and make progress in another path. The two of them fell into silence together until more than 10 minutes later, a broadcast sounded in the whole formation room, reminding Qin Yi that it was time to enter the formation. He stood up first, put the phoenix skin back into his storage bag, stretched, and said with a smile, "Let's go. I got such a big secret today. If I sell it to the Ku family through the martial arts world, I'm afraid it will fetch a sky-high price." His joke livened up the dull atmosphere, and the big dog also laughed, jumped on Qin Yi's shoulders, and said with a sly look, "You have made a lot of money, don't forget your brother." Qin Yi looked disgusted. "Who is your brother? You treat me like a dog, right?" The big dog snorted, "Don't dislike it. People outside who want to be brothers with me have to queue up from here to Tianjin." They complained to each other and walked into the intercity teleportation array together. Chapter 208: The situation in Yuhang. The clouds were low, the north wind was howling, and the temperature in Yuhang dropped sharply in December, giving it a slight chill. When we returned to Yuhang, it was already afternoon. As soon as Qin Yi and his party came out of the teleportation array, they were greeted by two official receptionists with smiles on their lips and enthusiasm. Qin Yi faced them calmly, answered their words politely, and walked out of the ruling hall. What surprised him a little was that Xiao Yang, the chief executive of Yuhang City, also came and chatted with him for a while before leaving with satisfaction. "By the way, my warrior file information hasn't been updated for a long time. I happen to be in the executive hall now. Do you need me to update the information with you immediately?" Qin Yi turned around and asked before walking out of the gate of the executive hall. He remembered that warrior files had to be reported and updated every once in a while. Other warriors' progress in cultivation was slow, and they would only file reports every 2 to 3 years, or even every 7 or 8 years. But he was different. In just over a month, his realm had undergone earth-shaking changes. The two receptionists waved their hands hurriedly and responded, "How can a warrior of your level need to update the information yourself?" As he said, one of them pointed to the sky and hinted, "There are special means above. Automatically update information in real time for you, without the hassle of yourself." A means of real-time updates? Qin Yi suddenly thought of the martial arts limit list hanging in the hall of the Martial Arts Federation. This list is also updated automatically in real time, and it will take effect permanently as long as a warrior registers once. The real-time update effect of the martial arts extreme list relies on the law of cause and effect contained in it. It is estimated that the official automatic update method is similar. The first time he went to the official registration information, he should have been attached to the way of cause and effect. This way of cause and effect cannot see what he does specifically every day, but can only see the general state and state. Rather mysterious. Qin Yi feels that he can try to understand the way of cause and effect in the future. He currently wants to comprehend the way of illusion, the way of reincarnation, and the way of killing. There are so many ways that he wants to understand, and there is really not enough time. After asking the first question, Qin Yi planned to leave immediately, but after thinking about it carefully, another question came to mind, which I could just ask in passing. "Do you know the specific timetable for the winter martial arts exam?" The receptionist was stunned for a moment, not expecting Qin Yi to ask this question. Such a noble being still cares about the winter martial arts exam? Do you still want to participate? Don't tell me, Qin Yi can really take part in the martial arts exam. As long as you are under 25 and have a higher level than a martial artist, regardless of your origin, you can sign up for the winter martial arts exam. Generally speaking, passers-by are either cannon fodder to gather people, or they are strong men who come to fry fish. Obviously, Qin Yi is definitely the latter. If he had taken it as a reference, there would be no doubt that he would be the top pick in this martial arts exam. The winter martial arts examination is divided into 3 stages. On December 1st, there will be the city examination first. Candidates in the city will take a basic test and list their rankings. Finally, the top 100 will enter the provincial unified examination. Then the top 100 candidates in the provincial unified examination will, if you are 10, you can go to Tianjin to take the national examination. The first place in the national examination will be the top scholar, and as long as you enter the national examination, you can choose any martial arts school, the receptionist said truthfully. Today is December 12th. The provincial exam has just ended, and the top 10 names have been announced online. The provincial exam is over. I don't know what Qin Xian's score was. Thank you. Qin Yi said goodbye to the two of them and walked out of the ruling hall with Big Dog and Shi Yi. After he walked away, in front of the gate of the ruling hall, Xiaoyang, the chief ruling officer of Yuhang City, stood in the doorway, silently watching Qin Yi's back disappear from sight, and ordered the secretary beside him, arrange a guide for Qin Yi as the team teacher, let him take the Jiangnan provincial team to Tianjin. The secretary nodded, noted the matter, and went to do it on the spot. Qin Yi is the principal of the #1 martial arts academy in Yuhang. He brings the 10 best-performing academy students in the province to Tianjin. It is natural that he should be qualified regardless of his strength or status. The secretary didn't understand why the chief executive suddenly assigned Qin Yi this position. As a secretary, he must talk less and do more, and just carry out the orders from above. The national examination will start on December 20th. Qin Yi will probably get the appointment news 2 days later, and then lead the team to Tianjin on the 18th. And this time, among the 10-person team from Jiangnan province, there was a special person. Qin Yi's good brother, Chen Xian. In this provincial examination, Chen Xian happened to be ranked 10th and qualified to go to Tianjin. Xiaoyang knew the relationship between the two, so he made a special favor so that Qin Yi could go to Tianjin at his own expense. In addition, Qin Yi's next step is most likely to go to Tianjin. Tianjin, there is something that the S-class genius will definitely get. Even if he doesn't let Qin Yi go, the official will let him go in a few months. Eastern suburb of Yuhang, a familiar Dongjiao supermarket. Qin Yi stood in front of the steps, looking at the closed door of the supermarket and frowning. There seems to be no one in the Dongjiao supermarket. Is master out? He came closer, and the door number on the supermarket door suddenly glowed darkly. An array of spiritual thought floated down, sneaking into Qin Yi's eyebrows and mind. This was a message specially left for him by Master Wang Su. In his words, Mr. Wang said that he wanted to go out and go to Nanhai Cave Heaven to pay homage to the founder Chen Ziluo, because in more than a month, it will be the memorial day of Chen Ziluo, the god of all tribulations. He asked Qin Yi to come over as soon as possible if he was free. Bang, the message playback ended, a key condensed on the door number, and it fell into Qin Yi's hand. This is the key to Dongjiao supermarket. On the memorial day for Chen Ziluo, the founder of the Immortal Slayer sect, Qin Yi, as the only contemporary disciple, wanted to go there no matter what. It seems that we can only stay at home for a month at most. Qin Yi opened the door of the supermarket and let the stone leaf hang the closed sign. Then he sat on the familiar flatbed in the warehouse, looked inwards and to the left. The spiritual weapon at the heart. This seed has also been bathed in the true phoenix paddle and the chi of creation along with Qin Yi, and its growth rate is far faster than that of ordinary 5th-level spiritual weapons. Now the bud is 12 centimeters tall, as thick as a little finger, and the tip has penetrated the wall of the atrium and is about to penetrate. Atrium, heading towards the brain. Great growth. The series of opportunities he got in the secret realm of Yindang Mountain shortened his hard work by at least 5 years. Next, it's time for enlightenment. The weekly opportunity for enlightenment cannot be wasted. Qin Yi told Dagu and Shiye to watch the supermarket door and not run around. He would stay in seclusion for a while. Then, he got rid of distracting thoughts, concentrated in concentration, and took advantage of the opportunity of enlightenment. What we want to comprehend this time is the avenue of illusion. He wants to condense the illusory avenue into a Tao branch in one breath, his fifth Tao branch. Chapter 209: The Sorrow of People at the Bottom and People at a Lower Level. On the second day after Qin Yi returned to Yuhang, at noon, after Yuanbu settled down with his wife, he rushed to Yuhang alone without stopping, intending to contact the Jin family to talk about cooperation-related matters. After purchasing an intercity teleportation ticket to Yuhang, he stayed in the quiet waiting room, his mind drifting away unconsciously, and messy thoughts emerged in his mind. Yuanba is now in his 30s, and his level is only that of a junior grandmaster. The first dozen years of his life were glorious. He was born in a small county in the 18th tier, because of his superior martial arts talent. Has become a blockbuster since the qualification test at the age of 8. He counterattacked all the way and entered the best martial arts school in Wenchang. There was no obstacle until he broke through to the master level. It's a pity that his talent has no further effect after entering the master realm. He became a low-level grandmaster at the age of 22, and did not become a great master until he was 36. He had been stuck for 14 years and his potential had been exhausted. To be honest, people like him are considered rare successful people in Blue Star. Of the 70 billion people in Blue Star, at least 60 billion people will never be able to break through to the level of warrior in their lifetime. But Yuanba was not willing to just stay at the realm of the Grand Master. He had worked hard and struggled, and knew that it was impossible to make a breakthrough on his own. If he wanted to go further, there were only two ways. First, go to a dangerous secret realm and trade your life for resources. Second, look for those rare opportunities. He originally wanted to choose the first path, so he returned to his hometown Wencheng from Yuhang, planning to settle down with his wife first, and then find time to go to Nanhai Dongtian to practice alone. But unexpectedly, he met Qin Yi halfway. This young warrior might very well be the noble person who can easily change his life. As an adult who has been struggling in society for so many years, Yuan was ruthless and seized the opportunity. The intercity teleportation array was activated, and the space pressure increased sharply, but it went away as quickly as it came. After a brief coma, when Yuanbu opened his eyes again, he had traveled thousands of miles from Wenzhou to Yuhang. Not every warrior is like Qin Yi, who can withstand the pressure of the intercity teleportation array without falling unconscious at the Grand Master stage. Fortunately, this kind of coma only caused a black eye and passed away in a trance, so the impact was not too great. After walking out of the Yuhang government hall, Yuanbu walked vigorously and turned into an alley with familiarity. He walked along the alley and emerged from the other end of the alley 3 minutes later. In front of you is a vast square, noisy and bustling, with busy traffic and the noise of people talking everywhere. This is the central business district of Yuhang, where some famous shops and supermarkets are located. Yuanbu had obviously done his homework in advance. The goal of his trip was the Platinum Mall, opened by the Jin family. It has to be said that the Jin family is indeed powerful. In the center of Yuhang, where land is at a premium and prices are terrifyingly low, they can actually acquire a large shopping mall with an area of 3,000 square meters. The price to pay is not something like him. An ordinary grandmaster can imagine it. Compared with the price paid by the Jin family, the fact that they were able to open the Platinum Mall in the city center was even more astonishing. Being able to acquire a large piece of land here is not something you can do only if you have money. As a grandmaster, he can still appear tall in front of some ordinary people and ordinary warriors, but in front of a family power like the Jin family, he is as small as an ant and must keep his tail between his legs. But if he came to negotiate with the Jin family on his own behalf, he would naturally be weaker and the two parties would not be on an equal footing. But this time, he came on behalf of Qin Yi. With Qin Yi on his back, the Jin family doesn't seem so scary anymore. Yuanbu arranged his clothes and followed the flow of people into Platinum Mall. He is different from ordinary customers. The realm of a great master is here. Even though it is nothing to the Qin family, it is thousands of times more noble than ordinary customers. Not long after he entered the mall, a dedicated female waiter came towards him and became his dedicated guide. It really makes sense for the Qin family to go so far in business. The discernment and service attitude alone are worthy of praise. "Dear sir, I don't know what you want to buy?" The waiter had a classic smile on his face. Yuan Bu didn't hesitate and said straight to the point, "I want to see your boss." The waiter's smile froze. This requires advance notice." Before she could finish her words, Yuan Bu raised his hand and waved. He hesitated and continued, "I know you don't have the authority to help me contact your boss." "It doesn't matter. Now you go to the most senior boss you can find within your ability and ask him to help me find your boss. If you the highest level of authority you can find is not enough, so let's pass it on to another level." Yuan Bu spoke very quickly, with a strong tone that could not be refused. Seeing his look, the waiter hesitated for a moment. If she really followed Yuan Bu's words, and something happened in the end, she would be doomed. It's miserable for workers at the bottom, because most of the time they have no control over their own destiny. If the waiter didn't follow Yuan Bu's instructions, she felt that she would be targeted by the great master in front of her again, and she might suffer again. Even if the Qin family is not afraid of a Grand Master, it is impossible for them to turn against the Grand Master for the sake of an ordinary employee. It's not worth it. Yuan Bu noticed her hesitation and smiled lightly. "Relax, I'm negotiating cooperation with your boss, there won't be any trouble. When you report it, you only need to mention 2 words. When your boss hears these 2 words, he will rush over to see me in person." The waiter swallowed and said bravely, "I wonder which 2 words you want me to report." Yuan Bu looked back. Qin. Fatty Qin Fong Qin had a great time in the past month, which made him feel a little elated. When he was free, he couldn't help but shake his legs and hum a little tune in the office. His brothers and sisters secretly investigated him and found Qin Yi's address. They searched all the way there, but they never thought that they had made a mistake. They seemed to have offended the king of Jiangnan. Qin Fong had already beaten them by a small margin in terms of performance, and now he was connected with Qin Yi, the giant Buddha. It could be said that his position as the head of the family was secure. Among the aristocratic families, the head of the family may not necessarily be the strongest, but his status must be among the top 3. Only the ancestors and the elders with the highest realm are slightly higher than the head of the family. Qin Fong's talent in martial arts is mediocre, and he will never get a chance to become a prince in his life, unless he takes the position of the head of the family. As long as he takes the position of the head of the family, he will be able to get a massive supply of spiritual objects. Even if it is just a pile, it can force him to become a feudal lord. Qin Yi, you are really my lucky star." Qin Fong took out his mobile phone and remembered that he had not spoken to Qin Yi for a while, so he decided to send a text message now to see if he could make an appointment to have a meal together. But before he could open the martial arts world, a message from a subordinate sounded in his mind. Immediately afterwards, Fatty Qin was stunned for a second, and then he was overjoyed. He suddenly stood up from the soft chair and walked in a hurry. He wanted to take off indoors and fly to the Platinum Mall. Brother Qin Yi actually sent someone to come find me? If he comes to me, there must be something good going on. Fatty Qin rushed out of the office, then suddenly stopped and stood still. No, even if it's someone sent by Qin Yi, I can't go there empty-handed, I have to express my sincerity. He swept his mental energy towards the storage bag, then shook his head, gritted his teeth, returned to the office, and opened his hidden vault. As a human being, you must have a big picture. I even attach such high importance to the subordinates sent by Qin Yi. When I think about it more deeply, isn't my respect for Qin Yi as high as the sky? Qin Yi can definitely see this. Even if he couldn't see it, Fatty Qin would still give it away. Chapter 210: Subverting the Prototype of Industries Around the World. Platinum Mall. Yuan Bu was greeted by the mall supervisor and taken to a quiet room. He was given delicious food and drinks and asked to wait for the big boss. This mall manager is a top-grade master. Although his level is not as good as that of Yuan Bu, his status is not low. But at this moment, he was extremely polite to Yuan Bu, and even had some faint compliments. After a while, Yuan Bu saw a slightly bloated figure running into the room in a hurry. With a smile on his face, he came up and walked towards Yuan Bu, full of enthusiasm. The third young master of the Qin family, Fatty Qin Fangjin, is here. He obviously didn't stay near the Platinum Mall, but he still arrived here within half an hour, which shows the value of the word Qin Yi. The status gap between Yuan Bu and the third young master of the Qin family is very, very big. Even a great master like him would find it difficult to ask for Fatty Qin to meet him. There was no other reason. Fatty Qin had almost reserved the position of the head of the Qin family. It was said that he would be designated as the young head of the Qin family after being inspected for at most 1 or 2 years. It is simply unimaginable that a person of this level would not only come to see him in a hurry, but also treat him with kindness. Hug Qin Yi's thigh. The benefits are really obvious. Just by pulling on Qin Yi's tiger skin, he got so much preferential treatment. Yuan Bu did not dare to show off in front of Jin Feng, so he quickly stood up, shook hands with Jin Feng, looked honored, and introduced himself. Then, he went straight to the point and said, "Qin Yi asked me to come to see you, mainly to discuss cooperation-related matters." Cooperation-related? Are there new Zerg bodies to sell to me? Fatty Qin remembered that Qin Yi had promised him that if there were new sources of goods in the future, he would first consider selling them to him. However, when he inquired carefully, he found that this was not the case. This cooperation has nothing to do with the Zerg. I can't explain it with my words, so why don't you come and take a look for yourself? Yuan Bu thought, and a ray of spiritual thought hidden deep in the sea of consciousness floated out. It was surprisingly left by Qin Yi at that time. That wisp of him. This wisp of spiritual thought carried a strong aura of Qin Yi. As soon as Fatty Qin sensed it, he was sure that it was the divine thought released by Qin Yi. He relaxed his guard slightly and let this ray of spiritual thought merge into the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. In an instant, the illusory power contained in the divine thought spread out, filling Fatty Qin's sea of consciousness in an instant. There was no room for resistance at all. Fatty Qin's eyes were blurred and he was directly pulled into the illusion. Oops, I can't be fooled, can I? As he thought this, his heart tightened, and when he took a closer look, he found that this illusion had no addictive effect on him. He was still awake and could wake up at any time he wanted. A harmless illusion? Fatty Qin was confused, but now that he was sure that the illusion was harmless, he boldly let go of his guard and began to immerse himself in exploring the illusion world. Then, about 10 minutes later, Fatty Qin suddenly opened his eyes, and endless light burst out of his narrowed eyes. He saw a huge business opportunity. Being well versed in business, he immediately looked at Yuan Bu and said excitedly, "Qin Yi wants to cooperate with me to establish a fantasy cinema? Is this what I just experienced?" Qin Yi's fantasy is full of reality. Almost no different from reality, allowing people to immerse themselves in it naturally, and the sense of immersion is full. On the market, whether it is ordinary movies, 3D movies, or even somatosensory movies, they are not as good as this fantasy movie. And don't forget, the construction of a fantasy movie can be done as you wish. It doesn't require any actors or post-production special effects at all. It can be produced in the blink of an eye. Low cost, effective, and harmless. It can be said that once the fantasy movie is released, the entire Blue Star film industry will experience a big shock. This is a historic reform, worthy of being included in the annals of history. Can Mr. Qin mass-produce this kind of fantasy movie? Fatty Qin stared at Yuan Bu closely. Finally, he saw an ecstatic nod. Yes, Qin Yi told me that as long as someone provides him with a script, he can produce as many illusions as there are scripts. But Yuan Bu paused and changed the topic. I wanted to push it on a large scale. You have to find a blacksmith and ask him to forge a spiritual weapon. A spiritual object similar to a projector that can project the illusion for everyone to use. Although Qin Yi can produce tens of thousands of illusions and divine thoughts a day, compared to the huge movie market, this speed is still too slow. Besides, he didn't want to waste all his time on this. Fatty Qin nodded. This suggestion was reasonable, but it was a bit difficult to implement. Forging specific spiritual weapons requires luck and a huge cost, and the success rate is very low. He thought about it seriously and suddenly had a better idea. Instead of forging specific spiritual weapons, why not find a rune formation mage to engrave special formations? As long as a set of illusion amplification formation is arranged, with the illusion of divine thoughts provided by Qin Yi as the core, just like a movie tape, whichever one the audience needs to experience, just put that one into the core of the formation and enhance it in all directions. The illusion amplification formation was created by someone a long time ago? The mature formation only needs a little improvement and can be put into use immediately. This formation can improve the coverage and confusion of the illusion, which just meets their needs and is perfect. Create a movie theater with 3 or 4 rooms, and then engrave formations on each room. What do you think? Fatty Jin's eyes shone. Yuanbu was shocked. When Fatty Jin came up with this nearly perfect plan in just a few seconds in front of him, he immediately understood that some people's talents are really visible to the naked eye. Fatty Jin's talent in business is truly terrifying. I think it's okay, but we have to let Qin Yi make the decision. He responded. Qin Yi is the most critical person in this cooperation. Fatty Jin understood this and continued, we can raise the price slightly for this epic-making entertainment experience. The ticket price for the 3D movie is 50 or 60, and the ticket price for our fantasy movie is 500. Is that okay? 500 per ticket sounds high, but when you think about the tickets sold for tens of thousands of big-name star concerts, this price seems very reasonable. With such a good thing as harmless illusion, it would be too much of a waste to only develop film-related industries. The game industry feels like it has a lot of future. Fatty Jin murmured to himself, becoming more and more distracted as he talked. This is a reform that can subvert the entire Blue Star entertainment industry. By then, with this series of fantasy industry chain, he may be able to develop the Jin family to an unimaginable level. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Finally, he suddenly remembered that Yuanbu hadn't left yet. Then he came to his senses, smiled awkwardly, took out 2 wooden boxes, one red and one black, from the storage bag and handed them to Yuanbu. Yuanbu's eyes flashed slightly. What are you? A small meeting gift, both from you and from Qin Yi. Fatty Jin thrust the wooden box into Yuanbu's hands. Remember, and Qin Yi said that if he agrees to my arrangement, he will contact me immediately. If he doesn't agree, he will come to me immediately and tell me what he wants to change. As long as we can cooperate, we can discuss it. Chapter 211, Coming Out of Seclusion. The conversation ended smoothly. Fatty Jin was very obedient to Yuanbu and made few demands. Yuanbu left Platinum Mall with ripples in his heart. He knew very clearly that the reason why Fatty Jin was so polite to him and cautiously gave gifts to him for the first time when they met was not because of him, but because of Qin Yi behind him. In other words, he took advantage of Qin Yi. He took out a jet black wooden box from the storage bag. Before he opened it, just by feeling the delicate and soft touch of the outer layer of the wooden box, he could confirm that the things inside were of high quality. This kind of wooden box is a common, spirit-absorbing wooden box on the market, which is specially used to preserve some spiritual objects that cannot be exposed for a long time. Although spirit-absorbing wooden boxes are common, the dark black wooden box in Yuanbu's hand is different. This is a third-level spirit-absorbing wooden box. The isolation effect is extremely strong. Even his great master's spiritual power cannot penetrate it. Look through the wooden box and see what's stored inside. Opening a corner of the wooden box slightly, a refreshing fragrance leaked out from the cracks in the wooden box. Yuanbu's eyes narrowed and he couldn't help but swallow. The 4th-level spiritual fruit seems to be a 4th-level spiritual fruit with spiritual attributes. Isn't Fatty Jin's move too generous? No. That's not right. It's not that he's generous, it's that Qin Yi's face is too great. Even if I'm just a handyman sent by Qin Yi, he still pays 120% attention to me. A 4th-level spiritual fruit is enough for a Grand Master to work day and night for a year or two. It's equivalent to Yuanbu making a casual trip and passing a word, earning 2 years' salary and tens of millions of contribution points. The benefits of being with people are evident right from the beginning. Qin Yi's thighs are really too thick, he must not let go. The gift given to me is a 4th-level spiritual fruit, so wouldn't the gift given to Qin Yi? Yuanbu didn't dare to think about it anymore. He is afraid that he will become greedy, short-sighted, and lose big for small things. Putting the wooden box away, he followed Qin Yi's original instructions, took off into the air, and flew towards the eastern suburbs of Yuhang. At the same time, Yuhang Dongjiao Supermarket, Warehouse. The bored big dog was stretching out its paws and circling the wall of the supermarket, carving something on the ground, probably some kind of pattern. He felt that the spiritual energy in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang was really thin, so he planned to simply set up a fourth-level spirit gathering array to slightly improve the cultivation environment. And the stone page, like a real stone, sat at the front desk of the supermarket, constantly searching and reading the knowledge of human society through the mobile phone Qin Yi gave him, eagerly absorbing the extraordinary nutrition. Although humans have only had extraordinary strength for 100 years, it is still much longer than the Kaishan clan. What's more, humans have also received many inheritances and ancient books from foreign races. If he wants to find a way to replace the true phoenix jelly and help the Kaishan clan continue in human society, he must continue to learn. Shi Yi and Digo were both busy with their own affairs, and so was Qin Yi. He was wandering in the sky, completely calm in the land of Tao Source, and entered the state of enlightenment. This time, he did not embrace all rivers like he comprehended the physical avenue, but specialized in the illusory Taoism of the illusory avenue. He wants to pursue the ultimate real fantasy, so real that it is no different from reality. But when the illusion is exactly the same as reality and there is no difference at all, is the illusion still an illusion? Or, could the real world be an illusion created by a warrior who has reached the top? When the illusion becomes extremely real, even the people who created it may not be able to tell the difference between illusion and reality. This is the most terrifying point. Qin Yi became confused during the process of enlightenment. There has been no progress for 3 or 4 hours and he has been struggling with this problem. But gradually, he figured out something, his Taoist mind became more and more stable, and he finally broke free from the emptiness of doubting everything. Whether the real world is real or not has nothing to do with me. Even if the real world is an illusion constructed by someone, as long as I am strong enough to ignore everything, I can naturally transcend it. As for the ultimate real illusion that I pursue, you need to leave an anchor point in the illusion, an anchor point to distinguish the illusion from reality. Qin Yi grasped the key to the problem, but what he didn't know was that for hundreds of millions of years, he had understood the path of illusion. There are countless warriors, but in foreign lands, true illusion has become a taboo, and almost no one dares to set foot there. Because in the past 10,000 years, millions of top geniuses have failed in the pursuit of the true illusion. They either fell into complete confusion during their enlightenment, were unable to extricate themselves, and became vegetative. Or after going deep into the path of real illusion, you lose yourself, and you can't even distinguish the difference between reality and illusion, and become a madman. Now, Qin Yi has found a way to the real illusion. He is not the first warrior to think of using the unique anchor method to clarify illusion and reality for himself. Millions of years ago, many geniuses from foreign lands discovered this method, and there are still many geniuses from ancient tribes who use it to this day. Give it a try. But without exception, they either retreated or failed. Because it is too difficult to find this unique anchor point that only I know. Things that exist in the real world will gradually appear in the ultimate real fantasy. Ordinary objects and lives cannot serve as anchor points, so millions of years ago, warriors who pursued this path would specially find a top-quality spiritual object as an anchor point. The so-called top-quality spiritual objects are at least the top level of the 8th level. They are unique and require one less item. Qin Yi does not have a spiritual object higher than the 6th level, but he has something that is rarer than a 9th level spiritual object, and it is more effective as an anchor. That's the system. The existence of the system can ensure that he will not fall into an illusion, because there is no illusion in the world that can forge the system. In other words, the illusion that can forge the system is reality. Hooray! On the wooden bed in the dark warehouse, Qin Yi, who had been sitting cross-legged for more than 30 hours, suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light bloomed from his pupils, and then slowly dimmed and returned to calm. His body exudes a vague and strange Taoist spirit. If you feel it carefully, you will find that this Taoist spirit seems to be a killing way in 1 second, and the blood is overwhelming. In the next second it becomes silent again, like a dead thing. Ethereal and erratic, it can be disguised as any kind of Taoism. This is Qin Yi's fantasy road. At this moment, whether it was the big dog carving formations outside the warehouse or the stone pages checking information in front of the cashier, they all put down what they were doing and turned to look at the direction of Qin Yi in the warehouse. Qin Yi passed the test. In less than 2 days, he has made great progress, which can be felt just from the surge of breath just that second. A bit of spirituality fell from the sky and blended into Qin Yi's eyebrows. In the sea of consciousness in his brain, the thick milky white cloud next to his soul condensed into a ball, transformed into a white-brown narrow branch. The fifth Tao branch, the illusory Tao branch, was successfully condensed. Chapter 212 Future Plans. Click. The door to the warehouse was pushed open by someone. To be precise, it was pushed open by a dog. The big dog stood upright with its legs upright and rushed in excitedly. When it came up, it rushed to Qin Yi's bed and pushed him. "What do you mean, you have been granted a title?" Qin Yi's face darkened and he pushed him away, saying angrily, "Do you really think I'm cheating? Just a few days after entering the mountain and sea realm, I was granted the title of Marquis? Dagu was very innocent, didn't you cheat?" Qin Yi. Just condensed. The fifth path branch has been released, and there is no progress in realm for the time being. The fifth path branch? You kid is such a pervert. The big dog clicked its tongue and wanted to say something, but its ears suddenly twitched and he looked back and said, "Here comes the thigh hugger." The thigh hugger, what a strange nickname this is. Qin Yi sighed. He whispered to the stone leaf at the door, "Open the door." The door of the supermarket was opened, and Yuanbu tiptoed his head in. The first thing he saw was the stone leaf that opened the door for him. He didn't know the identity of the 2-meter-tall strong man in front of him. He only knew that he was a dull man who rarely spoke and had a close relationship with Qin Yi. Don't worry about anything else. Just having a relationship with Qin Yi is enough for him to treat him politely. "Good evening, does Qin Yi live here?" Yuanbu's face was filled with excitement, and excitement was mixed with caution. He thought twice before saying anything. Sure Yi still didn't speak to him, just nodded, then turned around and pointed at the door of the warehouse. "Thank you." Yuanbu went through what he wanted to say when he saw Qin Yi in his mind, then he stood up and opened the door of the warehouse. On the wooden bed, Qin Yi and the big dog looked at him. "Have you finished talking about cooperation?" Yuanbu nodded, without any nonsense, and immediately gave a general account of Fatty Jin's affairs. A light red wooden box was taken out of the bag. The moment the wooden box appeared, Qin Yi had no reaction, but the big dog's eyes suddenly widened. A 4th-level spirit containing wooden box? Fatty Jin was really willing to give up. This guy really made the road wider. He hadn't contacted Qin Yi for only a few weeks, and he quickly sent a big gift to build a relationship. Qin Yi took the Yunling wooden box and opened it. What was in it was a ginseng as thick as a wrist. The surface of the ginseng skin looked like an old man's face, which was strange and had the aura of long years. This is another 6th-level spiritual object. Unfortunately, the root is broken and part of its spirituality has been lost. Overall, it seems that it should be considered the top level of 5th level. Fatty Jin has indeed spent a lot of money. Compared to this 5th-level ginseng, Fatty Jin's cooperation with fantasy cinema has made even greater concessions. Not only did he promise to solve all theater construction issues by himself, he would also pay for the announcement. He only needed 40% of the final profit, and the majority of 60% would be given to Qin Yi. The formation theater proposed by Fatty Jin struck him as interesting, and it was indeed a good method. The tedious work and high cost of engraving formations and building new theaters are all the responsibility of Fatty Jin. Qin Yi only needs to be responsible for compiling the illusion and divine thoughts, and then wait to receive the money. Qin Yi had no objection to this cooperation plan. He looked at the uneasy Yuanbu with a smile and agreed, "Let this be settled like this. You can go back and reply to Fatty Jin and ask him to prepare the spiritual contract and find a time to meet you. I'll sign it. You can add a detail to the spiritual contract. The 60% of the income that belongs to me will be divided into 10% for you. How about that? Yu Wenba opened his mouth wide, and for a moment he couldn't believe what he heard. 10% profit? It's impossible for Qin Yi not to know that once the fantasy theater and fantasy game are launched, they will immediately occupy the huge market of Blue Star, right? This 10% profit may sound small, but it actually involves hundreds of billions of value. Tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of currencies are really nothing. They can't even buy a third-level spiritual object. But when the wealth reaches hundreds of billions, high-level spiritual objects may not be impossible to buy. As long as the payout is high enough, there will always be someone selling their contribution points. Is it a bit too much? Yuan Bu felt like he was living in a dream. With this 10% share of the income, he can reach the mountains and seas with his pile of spiritual objects. The lifespan of the mountain and sea realm is about 500 years, twice as long as that of the Great Master. In these hundreds of years, why has he not had the opportunity to go further? Qin Yi's expression did not change and he said, "It's up to you and Fatty Jean to talk about the next cooperation-related matters. If you encounter any uncertainties, come to me." Although he did not directly respond to Yu Wenbu's words, this sentence it's like responding. Yu Wenbu nodded solemnly, officially accepting the matter. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." "Then, I'll go find Jean Fong now?" Qin Yi, yeah. After just 2 days of not seeing each other, Yu Wenbu felt that something happened to Qin Yi again. After undergoing transformation, the pressure on him was as great as a mountain. Just looking at him made him breathless. Obviously Qin Yi didn't leak any breath, but he just felt like there was a mountain pressing on him. He really couldn't sit still and wanted to leave immediately to do his own thing. At this moment, after Qin Yi agreed, he felt relieved, said goodbye to Qin Yi, and took the time to leave. Yu Wenbu gradually drifted away. The big dog withdrew his attention, glanced at Qin Yi, and asked curiously, "If you leave this matter to others, what are our plans next and where are we going?" Qin Yi shrugged, "Take a rest for 2 days. I'll take you to Nanhai Cave." Before he could finish his words, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a message from the Yuhang Executive Office. "Dear Mr. Qin, you have been appointed as the leading teacher of the Jiangnan Provincial National Examination Team. Please report to the First Martial Arts Academy of Yuhang on December 16th. The moment he saw the news, Qin Yi immediately understood come over. The official would not appoint him to a position casually. This time, he was suddenly given the position of a team leader. I guess. Chen Xian successfully passed the top 10 in the province and was preparing to go to Tianjin to take the national examination. The official was selling him a favor. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Chen Xian for a while. This kid won the top 10 in the province without contacting me. I guess he wants to shine in the national examination and then give me a surprise. Shinitai, now that I understand Chen Xian, I can guess Chen Xian's little thoughts. But now it seems that he is going to give Chen Xian a big surprise first. The plan has changed. Let's go to Tianjin first. There is no need to worry about the Nanhai Cave sky. Qin Yi changed his mind. Grandmaster Chen Ziluo's Memorial Day is still more than a month away, and this time is enough for him to go to Tianjin. To be honest, he is also very interested in Tianjin, the capital of China. Chapter 213, Top 10 in the Martial Arts Test, Iron Fist Method. In the urban area, Yuhang No. 1 Martial Arts Academy. The originally bustling college suddenly became deserted. There was no longer a bustling flow of students in the corridors of the teaching building and on the playground. Only a few scattered students and teachers passed by occasionally. The winter martial arts exam is equivalent to the college entrance examination in the past. After the exam, the academy will naturally be on vacation. In the principal's office, Vice Principal Yang Jiandao stared at the 10 young warriors around him with a kind face, with admiration and a hint of envy on his face. When these 10 boys and girls saw him, they were not as respectful as other students or passers-by. They were all neither humble nor haughty, sitting in their own seats. They are among the top 10 in the Winter Martial Arts Provincial Examination and are currently the strongest group of young talents in Jiangnan Province. For the top 10 in each generation's Provincial Martial Arts Examination, achieving the realm of mountains and seas is a sure thing, and the chance of becoming a marquis is as high as 50%. In other words, according to normal probability, at least 5 of the 10 boys and girls present now will become marquises. In terms of status alone, even now they are no weaker than Vice Principal Yang Jiandao. Looking around, the 10 people were 7 men and 3 women, with an average age of 18 years old, but their faces were not immature, and they all looked calm. While Vice Principal Yang Jiandao was observing them happily, the 10 of them were also observing each other. In essence, all 10 of them were competitors. After all, the final National Martial Arts Examination would only produce one top pick. Among the 10 people, 4 are from Yuhang, 3 are from Ningbo, and 2 are from Wenchang. This quantitative gap ranking is exactly the strength ranking of the 3 cities in Jiangnan Province. Going forward dozens of martial arts examinations, the proportion of 10 people in each city is quite different. As for the last position, the ownership often changes. Sometimes it is a student from Lishui, sometimes it is a student from Shaoxing. The higher one goes, the more profound the city's heritage, the more young warriors it can cultivate, and the quality will be higher. Even after a martial arts school becomes famous, young martial artists from other cities will leave their hometowns and seek admission. Looking at the demeanor, conversation and dress of these 10 young students, it is not difficult to see that they have received a good education and do not look like poor people from the bottom. Among the top 10 in the martial arts examination in Jiangnan Province, there are children who have not been born from civilian families for nearly 18 years. But this time, someone broke the shackles and broke into the top 10 in the provincial martial arts examination as an orphan from the slums. Even though he was only ranked 10th, it was enough to attract the attention of the other 9 people. "My name is Xia Ming, may I meet you?" Suddenly, a handsome young man broke the deadlock of silence, walked towards Chen Xian with a smile, and stretched out his right hand. His face is sunny, and his whole person is filled with youthful vitality. He holds his head high and his chest high. At first glance, he is a very confident person. The remaining people looked at him one after another, but they were not surprised that Xia Ming would be the first to speak out. He is the first placer in this provincial martial arts examination. He comes from the Ningbo Xia family and is the only son of the Xia family. He has the qualifications to be confident. Chen Xian, who was still practicing silently, opened his eyes. Without saying anything, he stretched out his hand to shake Xia Ming's hand and said lightly, "Chen Xian." After saying that, he continued to practice without wanting to do anything for a second. Waste. Xia Ming was not annoyed that he took the initiative to make friends but was treated indifferently. Geniuses always have their own special features, and it is normal to have a weird personality. Among the 10 people present, in addition to Chen Xian, there is also a plain-looking Wenchang woman who has been practicing without even moving her eyelids. Brother Xia, please forgive me. Chen Xian is from a humble background and has no background or environment. He can only rely on hard work to make up for the gap with us. In just a few minutes of training, we can catch up even if we just eat spiritual fruits. Behind Xia Ming, Lu Lingxuan, also from Ningbo, stood up and stared at Chen Xian. His words had a rather sinister tone, which made a few people present have slightly subtle expressions. Chen Xian raised his eyes, glanced at Lu Lingxuan, and shrugged. "What kind of realm do you think you are? You are also a top-level grandmaster. You eat spiritual fruits every day and practice in an environment with high spiritual energy concentration. Why are you not as good as me?" Chen Xian has no intention of getting used to Lu Lingxuan at all, even if Lu Lingxuan has the support of aristocratic families. As soon as he responded to these words, the smell of gunpowder immediately arose. The two sides looked at each other, and the solemn atmosphere settled instantly. If an ordinary person stayed here, he would probably not be able to breathe on the spot. Final. It was Xia Ming who turned around and glared at Lu Lingxuan before Lu Lingxuan was discouraged and sat back in his seat. The national exam is about to take place. Don't cause trouble. Be careful of provoking the wrong people. Xia Ming said secretly. Lu Lingxuan smiled disdainfully. He could give Xiaming some face and not attack Qin Xian here. But when he goes to Tianjing, he will have the means to disgust Qin Xian to death. What else can't be messed with him? Is it possible that he has a huge background behind him? It's a joke. Don't worry, I will do it without anyone noticing. What the Lu family did, the old aristocratic family also has some secret methods of its own. There is no need to kill Qin Xian and make him feel uncomfortable for a while, so that he cannot use it in the national examination. Lu Lingxuan has always had a vengeful temper, and he wanted Qin Xian to know where the real confidence the family gave him was. Now, the remaining young warriors were watching secretly and did not make any noise or join in the scolding war. Several students who were familiar with Lu Lingxuan and knew his petty temperament looked at Qin Xian with some sympathy. However, Vice Principal Yang Jiandao's eyes were also full of sympathy, but his sympathy was not for Qin Xian, but for Lu Lingxuan. Only he knew that Qin Xian really had a huge background behind him. Crunch! Just when the scene returned to silence, the door to the principal's office was suddenly pushed open, and a young man in his early 20s strode in with a smile on his face. Yang Jiandao stood up immediately and hurriedly greeted the young man and asked him to take the main seat. All of a sudden, all eyes are focused on this person. He didn't have any stage fright. He looked around and said loudly, "My name is Qin Yi. In the next week, I will take you to Tianjing to take the national examination. You can call me Teacher Qin. Since everyone is here, okay, let me introduce the rules of the national examination first, and my rules." Qin Yi led the team to Tianjing for reference. Naturally, he couldn't tolerate anyone messing around under him and causing trouble for him. What he wants is absolute control. Except for specific test items, students have to listen to him on weekdays. Acting resolutely and with an iron fist, Qin Yi's main character is domineering. I have strength, status, so you all have to listen to me. If you have any objections, you can take the initiative to stand up and compete with me. If you think you have the support of a noble family, just call your parents come, or ask your ancestors to come. If you think you can defeat me on your own, that's fine. I'll take it no matter who comes. Chapter 214 National Examination System. There was silence in the huge principal's office. Everyone, including Vice Principal Yang Jiandao, was stunned. No one could have imagined that Qin Yi would show off his power as soon as he came over. In the center of the crowd, Qin Yi did not release a single trace of his spiritual power or reveal his aura. He was just like a normal ordinary person, but the group of grandmasters and grandmasters in the town did not dare to speak or even look up at him. Among the top 10 who can pass the provincial martial arts examination, everyone present has their own confidence and background. It is difficult to say who can be convinced. But this time, they all remained silent rarely. No one dared to stand out and touch Qin Yi's troubles. It is true that they are children of aristocratic families, but being children of aristocratic families does not mean they are brainless idiots. They can still distinguish who can be offended and who cannot be offended. Not to mention other people, even the hot-tempered and thorn-headed Lu Lingxuan languished and did not dare to speak out. The warriors who can be the teachers of the team either have a great background or have unparalleled strength. No matter which one they are, they cannot mess with them. Teacher Qin, don't worry. Since you are the leading teacher, we will naturally not do anything inappropriate and will listen to your arrangements along the way. Xiaming was the first to express his position, like a big brother. A few days ago, he used the Xia family's connections to ask Xiao Yang, the chief executive of Yuhang City, about the identity of the teacher who was leading the team in Beijing this time, and received a shocking response. This person cannot be messed with by the Xia family. Not to mention the Xia family, there is no aristocratic family in the entire Jiangnan province that can touch him. To be able to make Henry Zhang say such a comment, the level is absolutely as high as the sky. The Xia family has completely understood this, so before Xiaming left, an elder in the family repeatedly told him to be obedient. And Xiaming did the same. After he finished speaking, the rest of the people followed the steps and agreed, and no one raised any objection. It's just that. Qin Xian's eyes flashed with surprise, and he stared at Qin Yi, unable to recover for a long time. After entering the top 10 in the province, he originally thought not to disturb brother Qin Yi's practice and wait until he achieved certain results in the national examination before announcing the good news to brother Qin Yi. Unexpectedly, instead of looking for Qin Yi came to find him. He even became his leading teacher. Brother Yi must have become stronger again. It's only been less than a month. Chen Xian sighed sincerely in his heart. Other side. Seeing the rumored rebellious children of the family surrendering, Qin Yi's expression remained unchanged, but he was a little surprised in his heart. According to the plot in the previous Life's online article, if he talks like this to attract hatred, a few dull boys should immediately jump out and slap him in the face. Alas, it seems that there are not so many idiots in reality, especially those who can get into the top 10 in the province. The proportion of idiots is even lower. He didn't think much more and began to patiently introduce the relevant rules of the national examination. The martial arts examination system of the Human Alliance is quite interesting. The first-level municipal martial arts examination only tests basic tests such as total energy and blood volume and physical fitness. As long as you pass the threshold and reach the level of a 6th-level warrior, you can enter the next link. After the municipal exam, there is the provincial exam. The difficulty of the provincial exam is several levels higher than that of the city exam. Candidates will be assigned to various exam areas to take the psychic illusion test, which is a illusion room, similar to what Qin Yi experienced, except that weakened version. In the fantasy world, candidates will be arranged to engage in various battles. This fantasy battle that simulates reality can restore the candidate's specific strength with about 95% authenticity and ensure that the candidate will not be injured in reality. There are a total of 12 levels in the fantasy world, involving strength, agility, physical fitness, and other aspects. Warriors who can clear more than 6 levels can basically choose a good martial arts university. And if you clear the 12 levels, you can be called a genius. After clearing 12 levels, being able to realize that you are in an illusion, and waking up alone without relying on the invigilator, this is the level of being among the top 50 in the province. The top 50 in the province are all warriors who have cleared the 12 levels of the illusion and independently escaped from the illusion. Their specific ranking is based on the time it takes to wake up. This mode of provincial examination is very similar to the fantasy game envisaged by Fatty Jean, but it has a certain degree of danger. Someone needs to be ready to wake up the referrer at all times to prevent accidents. It is precisely because of this danger of being completely immersed in a fantasy that fantasy movies and fantasy games have never been realized. In fact, many people have thought of this kind of business opportunity, but only Qin Yi can create harmless illusion. It can be said that the provincial examination has screened out candidates below the master level. Because they have not cultivated spiritual power and knowledge, it is impossible to enter the top 100 in the province. The spiritual power and sea of consciousness are things that can only be accessed at the master level. Except for monsters like Qin Yi, almost no one can open up the sea of consciousness in advance. As for the national examination after the provincial examination, this is even more interesting. Those who can enter the national examination are all the best from each province, and their realms are all above the middle grade grandmaster. It is very difficult to simulate their strength using fantasy, and the price to be paid for setting up the formation is also very high. Therefore, the national examination is a practical battle. The official will randomly select a secret realm among DB-level secret realms to serve as the examination room for the national examination. All candidates carry special admission tickets and are randomly dropped into the secret realm. They have 1 week to explore the secrets and will eventually be picked up after the exam. The national examination results will be comprehensively judged by the alien beasts and alien races they killed, as well as the spiritual objects they obtained. For example, killing a 3rd-level ferocious beast will get 10 points, and getting a 3rd-level spiritual object will get 9 points. Of course, the specific scoring details must be determined in detail based on the treasure level of the spiritual object and the difficulty of hunting the ferocious beast. Both are 3rd-level ferocious beasts, and the score difference between ferocious beasts will be huge. During the week of the national exam, teachers from each province will enter the secret realm with the students and hide in unknown places to pick up students who give up on the exam at any time. That's right, in every national exam, at least half of the candidates will give up midway. Because if they don't give up, they will die in the secret realm. The terrain in the secret realm is complex and contains countless dangers. No one can ensure that they can come out alive. In order to improve the survival rate of candidates, the admission ticket, officially equipped for candidates, comes with special high-level formation patterns, which can not only locate the specific coordinates of the candidates at any time, but also allow the leading teacher to teleport to them instantly after crushing them. Take yourself away. It can be said that the admission ticket is also a life-saving talisman for candidates. After arriving in Tianjing and reporting, candidates will get their own admission tickets. As the teacher leading the team, Qin Yi actually controls their lives. This is also the key reason why the leading teacher must not be messed with. After introducing the rules of the national examination as usual, Qin Yi sat in the main seat, observing the expressions of the candidates and stopped talking. There is a saying that under normal circumstances, he should also become a member of the martial arts examination team, and then shine in the examination, shock the country, and win the first prize. This is the normal plot. It's a pity that he didn't become a student, but became the leader teacher. A long while. Xiaoming took the initiative to stand up again, looked at Qin Yi's position, and said hesitantly, after explaining the rules of the national examination, "Didn't you say you still want to talk about your own rules? I wonder if you have any rules that we need to abide by?" Qin Yi took another look at Xiaoming and said calmly, "My rule is that every word is a rule. Just listen and don't ask any more questions. Do you understand?" Chapter 215. Arriving at Tianjing. The biting north wind was blowing, and in Tianjing in mid-December, the temperature had plummeted to below zero. In Tianjing's ruling hall, the provincial formation transfer room was full of people. These people were not warriors preparing to be transferred to other provinces, but candidates and teachers who were transferred from Jiangnan province to Tianjing. Today is December 18, 2060, and there are 2 days left before the final national examination of the winter martial arts examination. Qin Yi, the leading teacher from Jiangnan province, has brought 10 candidates to Tianjing in advance to prepare for the exam. The official gives preferential treatment to candidates who take the national examination. They do not need to buy tickets themselves to enjoy a provincial teleportation array. Generally speaking, the farther the teleportation array travels, the higher the physical requirements for the user. The intercity teleportation array can only be used by at least a master-level warrior, while the provincial teleportation array can only be used by a Grand Master-level warrior. Among the 11 people riding the provincial teleportation array this time, 5 have not yet reached the level of Grand Master. Logically speaking, Qin Yi needs to provide protection to prevent them from getting into trouble midway. However, they were able to enter the top 10 in the province, and they obviously had strength beyond their own realm. With the cultivation level of a middle-grade or high-grade Grandmaster, they could resist the provincial teleportation array, but nothing happened. After coming out of the teleportation array, the order in which the 10 candidates regained consciousness was somewhat intriguing. After Qin Yi's observation, the speed of their awakening was completely consistent with their provincial examination rankings. Except Chen Xian. Chen Xian, who ranked 10th in the provincial examination, was the 6th person to wake up. During the process of ultra-long-distance teleportation, warriors need to bear terrifying spatial pressure. The spatial pressure of the provincial teleportation array is enough to make Shanghai realm warriors temporarily faint. The speed at which they wake up after fainting can probably tell the difference in their physical fitness. After gaining access to the corpse of the Celestial clan in the Xintian secret realm, Chen Xian's potential is endless. All he lacks is time. He could only pass 10th in the provincial examination more than 10 days ago, but after only 10 days, his strength has improved. There has been great progress again. Qin Yi observed Chen Xian secretly and had no intention of publicly acknowledging him. He did have the intention of taking a look at Chen Xian's martial arts exam during this trip, but he would not practice favoritism and open a back door for Chen Xian. Of course, Qin Yi believes that Chen Xian himself has never thought about cheating through his own relationship. To be honest, as the leading teacher, he will also enter the secret realm with the candidates. If he wants to cheat, it will be difficult for others, but it will not be difficult for Qin Yi. Is this teacher Qin here? This is your admission ticket. please keep it. The admission ticket can only be reissued once. If it is lost or broken once, it is okay. If it is lost or broken twice, you will not be eligible to take the exam. As soon as he led the team out of the transfer room, he was greeted by the official receptionist who had been waiting for a long time. He had a classic polite smile on his face, and while talking, he handed out 10 admission tickets to the candidates one by one. Tomorrow evening is the day to draw the test sites. You can go to the hall of Tianjin Martial Arts Federation at 8 o'clock in the evening on the 19th to watch the lottery ceremony. The examination venue was confirmed on the 19th, and at 8 o'clock in the morning on the 20th, the candidates I am about to be sent to the examination room for the national examination, which will last for a week. In other words, candidates have about 9 hours to prepare for the exam in advance and read the map and information of the examination hall secret realm. For the sake of fairness, the official will issue general information and maps of the secret areas of the examination room to candidates. And when entering the examination room, except for personal clothes and admission tickets, candidates are not allowed to bring any items into the secret realm, including secret realm maps. In the secret state national examination, the only thing you can trust is your strength. Even if a candidate obtains some secret information about the secret realm of the examination room through family power, he may not be able to use it. Because the candidates are randomly assigned to the secret realm, no one can be sure where they will appear. Some candidates who are very lucky may even have just entered the secret realm, and they are surrounded by 3rd and 4th level spiritual fruits, which are easily accessible. It can only be said that luck is also a part of strength. After the admission tickets were distributed, each candidate had a palm-sized talisman paper in his hand, with complicated runes outlined on it. It was so winding and winding that it made people dizzy just by looking at it. Qin Yi, who acted as the lead teacher, was assigned an invigilation card. The invigilation card was not a piece of paper, but a golden ring with silver patterns engraved on it, emitting faint spatial fluctuations. After wearing this gold ring, Qin Yi felt that he had some special connection with the 10 students, as if they had a tacit understanding, and the coordinates of the 10 students clearly appeared in his mind. Interesting, so interesting. The big dog, who was sleeping in the spirit beast talisman, stared at the ring on Qin Yi's index finger, popped it, and then couldn't move his eyes away again. I originally thought that the admission ticket in the hands of the candidates was a one-time teleportation array plus locator, but I didn't expect that it was not like this. This is a strange discrete array. Each of the 10 candidates is equivalent to the array. As a part of the formation, you become the core of the formation, or the eye of the formation. The 11 of you form the legendary movable formation, which can almost be regarded as a whole. In this way, the whole body is formed. The transmission can save a lot of trouble. To use a specific example, it is equivalent to having a thick thread tied around everyone's waist. No matter how far you go, you can be pulled over at the end of the thread by pulling the thread. Obviously, Big Dog has never seen this kind of formation idea, so he couldn't stop marveling at it. The martial arts test is over. If you have a chance, you must help me find a master who set up the formation and see if he can come and discuss the Tao with me. Sitting and discussing Tao between warriors is also a way to improve their understanding of the Tao. Method. Naturally, Qin Yi would not refuse such a simple request and agreed casually. Just a few days ago, Big Dog asked him to change to a higher-level spirit animal talisman to make his stay more comfortable. As a result, Qin Yi directly spent a lot of money from the martial arts world, a total of 2 million contribution points, to buy a 5th-level spiritual beast talisman, and also exempted himself from the task of purchasing the talisman with the privilege of S-level genius. The 5th-level spirit beast talisman is completely different from the 3rd-level spirit beast talisman. Not only is it full of spiritual energy inside, it can also use the spiritual energy to construct various ordinary substances, just like building the mountain in SeaWorld, building the void space into one's own mind and appearance. For example, now, the spirit beast talisman where Big Dog lives has been turned into a large villa. He is lying happily on the soft bed in the master bedroom of the villa, unwilling to get up for a moment. If it weren't for the fact that the 5th-level spiritual beast talisman has very few uses, it would still be impossible to buy it with 2 million contribution points. Qin Yi led the team from the corridor to the exit door of the ruling hall. Along the way, he could see many teams similar to theirs, walking out of different formation rooms. The teams didn't mean to say hello to each other, they just looked at each other with their peripheral vision. Anyone who can make it this far will not be inferior in strength, and they are all their competitors. All candidates have the same goal. That is the number one pick. The silence lasted until they left the executive chamber. Lu Lingxuan came to Qin Yi's side and said softly, "Teacher Qin, I want to leave the team and live outside, is that okay?" The official arranged hotel rooms for every candidate, but some children of aristocratic families already have properties in Tianjin. "I prefer to live in my own home and make some secret preparations." However, faced with Lu Lingxuan's request, Qin Yi just gave him a sideways glance. No, placing students in a hotel for unified management is obviously many times more convenient than letting them live outside. Qin Yi doesn't like others to cause trouble for him. Lu Lingxuan's face darkened and his lips trembled a few times, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say a word. Chapter 216 Cursed Dagger. Although Jiangnan is prosperous, it is still far behind the capital Tianjin. In addition to the bright lights and tall buildings on the outside, on the main road in Tianjin, from time to time, you can see grandmasters and great masters walking leisurely, and in the sky, there are even princes and strange true kings passing by. According to the regulations of the Human Alliance, as long as you reach the Grand Master level and apply for flight permission, you can fly freely over the city. But in Tianjin, there is an unwritten rule. That is, under the princes, even if they have the permission to fly, they cannot fly and can only walk on the ground. Yu Hang didn't see the true king for more than half a year, but the true king in Tianjin appeared thousands of times more frequently. Tianjin Third Ring Road, Chang'an Hotel. This magnificent hotel has an official background and has always been the designated residence for receiving national examination candidates from all over the country, and this year is no exception. In order to ensure a quiet environment, Chang'an Hotel rejected all applications from ordinary customers in December. Only martial arts candidates and leading teachers can stay in the huge hotel. The Jiangnan province team led by Qin Yi was assigned to the third floor of the hotel. All the rooms on the left side of this floor belong to them, while the rooms on the right belong to Fujian province next door. After choosing a room, Lu Lingxuan threw the luggage on the floor with force. His face was cold, and he sat on the bedside without saying a word. What is the background of Qin Yi? Why have I never seen this person before? There doesn't seem to be anyone named Qin Yi in the Qin family in the northwest, right? He spoke to the shadowed corner in front of him, as if talking to himself. After a while, a figure emerged from the shadow in the corner and said in a muffled voice, "The Lu family has used all means, but can't find any information. There are only some gossips, and it is impossible to determine whether it is true or false. Most of the family's properties are spread all over the country. And Tianjin is the capital of China, so naturally there will be personnel from the Lu family deployed here. Now that the Lu family has a young master coming to take the exam, the Lu family in Tianjin must send someone to protect him." This figure's strength is not low. Seeing Lu Lingxuan's embarrassed face, he reminded, "You must not act on your own initiative. That Qin Yi is definitely not someone we can provoke. When he entered the hotel just now, I secretly observed him. I completely saw him. Impenetrable. And, while I was observing him, he seemed to have noticed me." Lu Lingxuan was shocked. "The shadow man in front of me is one of the strongest combat forces of the Lu family in Tianjin. He is a veteran in the feudal realm, and he is also a feudal realm who was famous for his invisible figure. Under normal circumstances, if he didn't take action, it would be difficult for the true king to see through his traces. Don't worry, I'm not a fool. I'm just asking for Qin Yi's information. I will never cause trouble for him. The children of the aristocratic family have received special education and have been taught from an early age on who they can and cannot mess with. No matter how dandy Lu Lingxuan is, he understands this. He did not dare to inquire about Qin Yi's affairs anymore, and even forgot all about Qin Yi's arrogant attitude on the spot, secretly telling himself that no matter what Qin Yi did in the future, he would hold back and not cause trouble. Subsequently, Lu Lingxuan changed the subject and said, "Have you brought the things I asked you to bring?" The shadow man nodded and took out a rusty dagger from the storage bag. "Wow, As soon as the dagger appeared, a thick black mist spread out, carrying an evil aura. On the rusty spots on the dagger blade, tiny eyes slowly opened and rolled around, as if searching for something. The Shadow Man carefully handed the dagger to Lu Lingxuan, and said vigilantly, "You must not curse Qin Yi with the evil eye dagger." Lu Lingxuan smiled helplessly and explained, "Don't worry, I really am not idiot. How could you do such a life-threatening thing? I used this dagger just to disgust someone who has sinned against me. Qin Yi is too strong and has a deep background. I can't afford revenge. That one can't. Ordinary warriors with backgrounds can always let me vent my anger, right? Lu Lingxuan wanted this evil eye dagger just to disgust Chen Xian. That's right, he is such a vengeful person. Unless the other party is so strong that he dare not retaliate, otherwise he will be so uncomfortable that he can't sleep if he doesn't do something to the other party. To be cautious, he had no murderous intentions. He had no intention of killing Chen Xian or even deposing Chen Xian. All he wanted was to disgust Chen Xian for 7 days so that he would be eliminated early and not get any ranking in the national examination. During the national examination, all things were investigated very strictly. He could only do this to weaken Chen Xian's condition, and absolutely no one would be able to find out that it was him. The evil eye dagger is a 5th-level magic weapon. It has no lethality in itself and cannot be used in fighting like a weapon, but it comes with a curse ability. As long as the eyes on the dagger see the face of the person you want to curse, the curse can be activated. Lu Lingxuan planned to secretly take action at 8 o'clock tomorrow evening while everyone was watching the lottery ceremony. He would control the intensity so that Chen Xian would be deeply cursed and depressed, but he would not die. It's best to change your temper. Now is a critical period. If you can tolerate it, why do you have to attack others at this time? The Shadow Man sighed. Lu Lingxuan disapproved, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. What's wrong with my temper? If those who deserve revenge don't take revenge, the knot in their hearts will remain unsolved for the rest of their lives, and it will affect my future cultivation. I will definitely tolerate people who shouldn't take revenge. Just rest assured, even if my revenge fails, no one can find me. You don't believe me, don't you believe this evil eye dagger? The lethality may be average, but the concealment is absolutely unparalleled. After some manipulation, even a feudal lord like him would find it difficult to trace the source and find the real culprit. The Shadow Man didn't say anything more, and his figure dimmed and dived back into the shadows. Lu Lingxuan put away the evil eye dagger, sat in the middle of the bed, and began to meditate to regain his condition. At the same time, in a certain room on the 3rd floor, Qin Yi originally planned to continue climbing the Great Road to Immortality, but unexpectedly the doorbell was rang. He released his spiritual thoughts and saw that the person standing at the door was not any of the 10 students, but a leading teacher. He seems to be the leading teacher from Fujian province next door. This person is a woman in her early 30s, with the strength of a feudal lord and a gentle appearance. She seems to be the kind of person who makes people feel close to her easily. Qin Yi opened the door and asked strangely, "Is something wrong?" The female teacher nodded and invited, "The teams from all provinces have arrived. Are you free?" Teacher Xing from Tianjing took the lead in organizing a round. "I hope all provinces will let's get together and get to know the team leaders. The candidates from each province are in competition, but the team leaders from each province have nothing to compete with. On the contrary, every time the national exam is taken, the team leaders from each province will get to know each other under the leadership of the Tianjing team leader to broaden their network. It is difficult for high-level warriors, especially warriors above the mountain and sea realm, to gather together in such large numbers. It is also beneficial for warriors to communicate with each other for their cultivation." Qin Yi thought about it briefly, and finally did not refuse the invitation and happily went to the appointment. He also wanted to see what the big guys in each province were like. Chapter 217 Team Leader Tianjing, Relationship Changes. The female teacher from Fujian province who came to invite Qin Yi to the party was named Zhang Xiayi and was given the title of Xianhou. After a simple chat, Qin Yi learned that she did not have any special background. Like Qin Yi, she was born in a humble background. A descendant of an aristocratic family. This similarity in identity has brought them closer invisibly. According to Jiang Xie, in the current human alliance, not only are the national examination candidates almost all from aristocratic families, but even the leading teachers are few from ordinary families. If this continues, perhaps aristocratic families will form a monopoly, and it will become increasingly difficult for ordinary people to get ahead. Jiang Xie sighed while leading the way. As long as a person is lucky enough and comes from a noble family, even if his talent is mediocre, he can fill the gap through various spiritual objects, and at least he can cultivate to the master level. And if ordinary people without family background have mediocre talents, it will basically be difficult for even martial artists to break through in this life, and the realm of martial arts is a luxury. The future structure of the human alliance will inevitably be composed of 99% children from aristocratic families, plus a few ordinary people who rise through talent and luck. In this way, the children of aristocratic families will occupy more cultivation resources and continue to suppress the opportunities of ordinary people to rise. Even if spiritual energy is revived and we enter the era of high martial arts, class solidification is still inevitable. Anyway, so far, no one, including Jiang Xie, can think of a solution. A martial artist like Jiang Xie, who was born at the bottom and successfully became a lord, would most likely eventually become a member of the family group and build her Jiang family. There is no need to be too pessimistic. If our human race is like that foreign ancient race, and everyone is like a dragon, even ordinary people can easily cultivate to the master level, and all problems will be solved. The so-called solidification of classes is essentially the totalization of resources. As a result of insufficient distribution, if the human race gets more spiritual objects than they can use up, the higher-ups will definitely distribute them reasonably. The future of the human race lies in the vast foreign land, not the lifeless blue star. Qin Yi's eyes. Jiang Xie was surprised by the words that came out of his mouth with light shining in his eyes. The current situation is obviously that the human race is defending and the alien race is attacking, but Qin Yi is extremely confident in setting the future target of the human race in foreign lands. She didn't know whether Qin Yi was brazen or ambitious. Anyway, Qin Yi's words made her feel very comfortable, and her self-confidence was boosted unconsciously. Qin Yi is right. In the world where the human race lives, only the blue star is still producing spiritual beings continuously. Like other planets, they are all dead and silent. Not to mention the spiritual beings, even the spiritual energy is gone. Slightly thin. This is a proven fact. The human race even heard a terrible rumor in a foreign land, Senyuan Cave Heaven, which is the world where the human race is located, once had a strange incident. Except for Blue Star, all other areas in the cave sky were lost. Senyuan. And this very source is the source of spiritual energy. Therefore, if the human race wants to develop to the level of ancient tribes in foreign lands, it must enter foreign lands. The little blue star cannot support the human race to grow to the level of the ancient race. In the past, the leader of the Jiangnan province was Yanyuhu Wenqing. This time, someone suddenly changed. I thought it would be difficult to get along with you, but I didn't expect that you are also an interesting person. Jiang Xie joked. In the past, when Yan Yuho was leading the team, Jiang Xie and Wenqing had a very good relationship because they were both women and neighbors. They were considered best friends. Qin Yi smiled and said nothing. In the few minutes they were chatting, the two of them had arrived on the first floor of the hotel, where a large number of entertainment facilities were set up, making it the fun place of Chang'an Hotel. The gathering of the team leaders was held in the bar here. Because idlers are prohibited from entering the hotel during the national examination period, the first floor is deserted at the moment, with only occasional sounds coming from the bar not far away. Click. Jiang Xie opened the door and walked in with Qin Yi. At first glance, he saw the man standing on the bar. This man looks young, almost in his early 20s like Qin Yi, but he has a very calm temperament, sharp features, and a pair of coal eyebrows. Although he has not said a word, he gives people a very strong impression. Feeling of oppression. Looking at him, it's not like looking at a person, but more like staring at a sharp blade. After the two of them walked into the bar, he first glanced at Jiang Xie and nodded towards her. Then he set his eyes on Qin Yi and did not move away for 5 seconds. It wasn't until Qin Yi made eye contact with him that he withdrew his gaze and nodded gently to say hello. This person is team leader Tianjing. There are a total of 42 provinces in China, and 42 team leaders are all present at this time, and no one has missed the appointment. Qin Yi secretly scanned the surroundings and found that almost all of the 41 team leaders except himself were in the feudal realm. There were a few who were below the feudal realm, but they were also at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. Their aura was very strong and could probably rival those in the mountain and sea realm. A ruthless person in the feudal realm. This group of people should have climbed at least the 100th step. 101 steps is the title of Marquis. But it's normal. After all, the team leader has to enter the secret realm with the candidates, and he also has the responsibility of protecting 10 candidates at the same time. He is not strong enough and cannot be selected. Among these 42 people, there were only 2 exceptions. That was Qin Yi and team leader Tianjing at the bar. Qin Yi has the lowest level among all the people. He has just entered the mountain and sea level for the first time and climbed 15 steps. The leader of the Tianjing team has the highest strength in the field. He seems to be at the true king level, but he seems to be a little short of it. Qin Yi guesses that he may be a fake king who was one step away from becoming a king. The Tianjing leader did not hide his strength and aura at all. He stood quietly on the high platform, looking at the people below, as if he was preparing to give a speech. There's something wrong with the atmosphere. We're not going to attend an exchange meeting. Why does it feel like it's turning into a lecture? Qin Yi secretly cursed. The scene was silent for a few seconds, and then, as expected, team leader Tianjing spoke first. His voice was loud and his words carried an air of authority that made outsiders dare not interrupt. This is the 6th team leader exchange meeting I have organized. Basically everyone is acquaintances, but there are also newcomers, so I would like to introduce myself first. My name is Fang Yan, the team leader from Tianjing. A brief self-introduction after passing by, Fang Yan paused and said loudly, "You may have noticed that the format of this exchange meeting has changed a lot compared to the previous ones. This is because the superiors suddenly sent me a notification. This notification I would have informed you after the national examination, but I wanted to take this opportunity to announce it directly for convenience." A sudden official announcement? Qin Yi's eyes twitched, and he suddenly felt that things were developing in an interesting direction. Just listen to Fang Yan continue to speak. After the national examination, the top 3 candidates will go to Antarctica to participate in the first human martial arts test in history. The Human Alliance has been planning for many years and has decided to hold the first human martial arts test on Blue Star in March next year. Then the top 3 in each regional martial arts test will participate, and the top pick of the People's Federation will eventually be selected and given the status of S-level genius. The status of S-level genius? The moment he heard this term, even the Feng Haojing present changed his expression and was no longer calm. A genius of this level has not appeared for at least 10 years. The status of an S-class genius has always been limited, and even if it is vacant, it will not be allowed to be used by warriors with insufficient skills to make up for it. Once you obtain the status of an S-class genius, it is equivalent to being trained by the Human Alliance. This is indeed shocking news, but it has little to do with their teachers who have passed the martial arts exam, right? Fang Yan seemed to see through the thoughts of the team leaders in the audience, and said leisurely, "The competition for the S-class genius has nothing to do with us. But, as far as I know, the rules of the first human martial arts test, which is almost the same as our Chinese national examination. That is to say, there will be a general leader who will take the top 3 talents in the national examination to participate in the first human martial arts examination." As soon as this statement came out, everyone was awe-inspiring. They get it. There is only one position for the Chinese team leader, so from now on, they will become a competitive relationship just like the candidates. If you can compete for the position of the Chinese team leader in this first human martial arts test, the benefits you can get are unpredictable. Chapter 218 Terrible Strength? Not to mention becoming the general leader of the Chinese team, just becoming the team leader of each province will bring a lot of benefits. Just the official salary and compensation alone amounts to millions of contribution points. You know, this only requires 10 days of work. Earning millions of contribution points in 10 days is very exciting even for those in the feudal realm. Moreover, this is only the salary package on the surface. The position of leader of each province, as well as the implicit political status and identity, can win the favor of all major families. This can't be called a bribe, it's just that after entering the secret realm, they should pay more attention to the children of their family to prevent accidents. When you become a provincial team leader, the benefits you get can be compared to going to an A-level secret realm to work hard. And the risk is still very low. The provincial team leaders are treated so well, let alone the Chinese team leaders. The most important thing is that this is the world's first human martial arts test, and it is a major event that can be recorded in the history of the human race. If you participate in this martial arts test and become the team leader, you will definitely leave your name in history. You called us over in advance to announce this. You probably want to directly determine the candidate for the leader of the Chinese team, right? Qin Yi was in front of him, and the leader of the Northeast province had something to say. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes turned to Fang Yan. Fang Yan had no intention of being secretive, and nodded openly and said, "Such an important position is naturally held by capable people, and what determines a warrior's ability is nothing more than strength. Everyone happens to be here today, why not give it a try and see who is most qualified to sit in this position?" Wow! As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Yan's only flawless aura was instantly fulfilled, and the terrifying pressure of the true king swept over the entire audience, making people feel heart-stopping. All the feudal lords present were suddenly suppressed and lowered their heads, and they actually had to use Taoist power to barely raise their heads. Looking around, out of the 41 team leaders in the audience, 22 could not raise their heads no matter what, and were directly eliminated by default. If you can't even withstand Fang Yan's pressure, how can you still be qualified to challenge on stage? You suddenly became the true king. The leader of the Central and South Province looked stunned. It seemed that there was only half a step between the false king and the true king, but this half step was as big as a chasm. Tianjin team leader Fang Yan is less than 40 years old. A true king of this age is considered to be at the top level in China. Originally, there was a group of people who wanted to compete with Fang Yan, but as soon as the power of King Fang Yan was revealed, more than half of the team leaders immediately gave up the idea of competing. Using their hidden knowledge, they can fight against Fang Yan of the pseudo-king realm, and even have a certain chance of defeating him. But in the true king realm, there is no chance. Certainly. It is impossible for Fang Yan to drive away all competitors as soon as he reveals his true king cultivation. The people present are all the pride of China, well-known figures in their respective identities. There are always people who have their own pursuits and will not give up easily. Brother Fang, would you like to take a tour of the martial arts training room? To everyone's surprise, the team leader of Fujian province, Jiang Shi, who had always been gentle and low-key, stood up, smiled softly, and made the invitation. Fang Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. He thought someone would come to fight with him, but he didn't expect it to be Jiang Shi. Qin Yi, who was standing behind Jiang Shi, was also a little surprised. He thought Jiang Shi was someone who would not argue, but he never thought that when it was time to argue, she would be the first to stand up. Judging from the aura, Jiang Shi was just a veteran of the Marquis realm, and there was a huge gap between him and Fang Yan of the True King realm, so he had no chance of winning. Does she have any trump cards? Qin Yi is curious. Okay, I invite you all to be witnesses together. Fang Yan nodded and accepted the invitation. By the way, let's bring the students here too. Let them see warriors above the Grandmaster fight. It will also be good for their future training. The battle between the title of Lord and the True King is very rare in Blue Star, and ordinary warriors may not encounter it once in their lifetime. There are indeed many benefits to giving candidates a preview. The team leaders are all very capable of execution. 15 minutes later, all 42 provincial teams and 420 students arrived at the Chang'an Hotel Martial Arts Training Ground. She, staying at the edge of the martial arts training space, waiting expectantly for the upcoming battle. The hotel's martial arts training ground is a special space opened by the True King. It is about more than 1,000 square meters. It is not large for a true king-level battle, but it is enough to perform. No more nonsense. When Tianjin team leader Fang Yan and Fujian team leader Jiang Shi stood on the field, the battle started immediately. Jiang Shi didn't have any carelessness, and his attack was a killing move. The Taoist will surge like waves, the nine-curved river fell from the sky, and the Taoist power of water exploded, filling the whole place in an instant. Tick-tock. The Tao power covered the whole place like seawater. Jiang Shi's figure turned into a drop of water, invisible and blended into the sea. No one could find her location for a while. The sea is boundless. Jiang Shi didn't break through to the true king, but he found a special way to use massive Tao power to forcefully arrange an environment that is beneficial to herself. In the sea of Tao power she arranged, she can probably get similar results. The increase will be the same as when King Jin enters the realm, but the enemy will be restricted. The leader of the northeast province frowned and analyzed. This is not the realm of the true king, but it is just like the realm of the true king. Everyone looked at Feng Yan's position, and sure enough, Feng Yan's whole body was enveloped by the power of water, as if he had really dived into the bottom of the sea, restricted by water pressure, and moving slowly. Wow! Suddenly, the sound of waves exploded, and a drop of seawater above Feng Yan's head suddenly turned into a human figure. Jiang Shi was in the Sea of Tao, with a speed comparable to teleportation. I saw her right palm turning into a knife, breaking through the seawater, and slashing straight into Feng Yan's eyebrows. At the same time, inside the sleeve of Jiang Shi's left hand, a strange goo worm with a cold body poked its head out and breathed out a breath of cold air towards Tao Hai below. In the blink of an eye, thousands of meters were covered in ice, Tao power condensed into ice, and the temperature in the martial arts training ground dropped by hundreds of degrees. If it weren't for the isolation measures in the auditorium, I'm afraid half of the candidates would have suffered frostbite. Not every great master can withstand the low temperature of 200 to 300 degrees below zero like Qin Yi. Even the Tao power can be frozen. This is a 6th-level goo insect. Jiang Shi hides it so deeply that even the false king can't resist this set of moves. Another team leader exclaimed, but in a hurry then, he immediately froze in place, with a stiff expression. Under Jiang Shi's all-out killer moves, Feng Yan refused to dodge. He seemed to be trapped, but in fact he was unscathed. Thousands of degrees of extreme heat burst out from his body, and his whole figure was like a blazing sun, slowly rising from the horizon, dazzling. In the blink of an eye, both the Sea of Power and the frozen 6th-level goo insects melted under the dazzling light and disappeared into ashes. After one breath. In the center of the martial arts training ground, all the strange phenomena disappeared, and in everyone's eyes, the picture was fixed at this moment. Jiang Xia was half kneeling on the ground weakly, and in front of her, Feng Yan was as calm as ever and said calmly, "I accept." Then he turned his head, faced the audience, spread his hands and said, "Is there anyone next?" Chapter 219 Identity Exposed, shocking the whole audience. Feng Yan just stood there calmly, but he looked so invincible and terrifying. At this moment, everyone here realized how powerful the true king was. Even if he was in the feudal realm, with all his strength and all his cards revealed, he was still no match for the true king. No, that's not right. To be precise, Feng Yan is so much stronger than an ordinary true king that he cannot be treated by the standards of an ordinary true king. In those few seconds, Jiang Shi's burst of power was enough to shake the average true king realm. The gap between geniuses is often wider than that between geniuses and dogs. For example, for those geniuses who have always been able to fight beyond the level, after becoming a true king, their strength cannot be estimated using common sense. True king, the dream of all warriors. It's really out of reach. There are 70 billion people in the country, but there are no more than 100 true kings. The difficulty of such a breakthrough is simply despairing. Not only ordinary warriors are in despair, but even the best in the feudal realm are in despair. If there is no great chance, only about 10 of them, these seemingly brilliant provincial team leaders, can become true kings in this life. The feudal lords are in awe, and the young people admire him. Under the gaze of countless complicated eyes, the martial arts training ground was silent. No one said a word for a while, and no one dared to come forward to ask for a fight. Originally there were several team leaders with the potential to become kings who wanted to test Feng Yan's abilities, but after seeing this battle, they gave up their thoughts instantly. Experiencing a disastrous defeat before being crowned king may cause problems in the Taoist heart. Compared with the position of the leader of the Chinese team, they still value their chances of breaking through and becoming the king. In the center of the field, Fang Yan helped Jiang Shui up, and with his spiritual thoughts like his hands, he supported Jiang Shui and left the field for treatment silently. Because the national exam was the day after tomorrow, and Jiang Shui still had a mission, he deliberately held back and did not cause too much harm to Jiang Shui. After waiting for a few seconds, seeing that no one came forward to ask for a fight, Fang Yan put his hands behind his back and turned around to leave. Click! As soon as his front feet landed, an astonishing burst of spiritual pressure suddenly came from the audience behind him. This energy was particularly powerful, but it was extremely unfamiliar, something Fang Yan had never felt before. Fang Yan paused, turned around with interest, and then narrowed his eyes. In the auditorium on the horizon, a young man stood up alone, as if he stood out from the crowd, and was extremely conspicuous among the seated audience. At this moment, whether it was Fang Yan on the ground or the crowd in the sky, the eyes of more than 500 people in the audience were all focused on Qin Yi. What a domineering aura! Judging from the spiritual power he releases, this person's strength far exceeds that of a feudal lord. But a team leader from the central province stared closely at Qin Yi, quite stunned, with a look of disbelief on his face, as if he suspected that he had seen it wrong. How can someone in the mountain and sea realm have such terrifying aura and pressure? I feel like he can crush me with just one move. That's right, Qin Yi's aura has reached an extremely powerful level, making Fengho the essence of the palpitation in the state of mind is that it is just a mountain and sea state. This was the first time that Qin Yi took the initiative to remove the breath-gathering technique clouds attached to his body in front of everyone, and this was the first time that everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Qin Yi, as the leader of Jiangnan province, was only a mountain and sea realm, not even the peak of the mountain and sea realm. He was obviously still a long way from becoming a prince. What made them even more unexpected was Qin Yi, who is not at the peak of the mountain and sea realm, has a combat power that is not weaker than that of the peak feudal lord. Qin Yi? Our team leader, couldn't he be that person? In the Jiangnan province team, Xiaoming murmured to himself, although his tone was low, everyone present could clearly hear what he said. That person? Wait. After his reminder, many people suddenly thought of a name. Not long ago, the martial arts extreme list, which had not changed for many years, underwent drastic changes in just 1 month. The top names in the 3 major lists of martial artist, and grandmaster were all replaced, and they were replaced by the same person. Qin Yi. He topped the 3 major martial arts extreme lists within a month. During that time, Qin Yi's name was very popular in many martial arts circles. Now I see that the leader of the Jiangnan province is also named Qin Yi, and he is from the mountain and sea realm. The mysterious monster who broke through 3 major realms in a month and topped the 3 extreme lists, it turns out to be you. The team leaders from Guangdong and Guangxi provinces exclaimed in shock. It only takes 1 month to cross the 3 realms of warrior, martial artist, and grandmaster. Now less than 2 months have passed, and you have already reached the mountain and sea realm. This is really unbelievable. It's not that there are no martial arts geniuses in the history of the human race, it's just that after they enter the Grand Master, their progress will slow down. Because after being a Grand Master, if you want to become stronger, you need to cultivate not only the body, but also the soul, and the Tao. Even top geniuses with excellent intelligence, bones, and body have to take all kinds of precious spiritual objects at all costs, so that they can cultivate from ordinary people to the realm of mountains and seas within 3 months. But even if they use this method to quickly reach the mountain and sea realm, it will be difficult for them to reach the top 10 of the martial arts limit list, let alone the first place. It is common sense that if the speed is too fast, the foundation will be unstable. And Qin Yi is a pervert who goes against common sense. So, isn't our team leader not much older than us? Lu Lingxuan was horrified. He was glad that he was sensible enough and restrained his revenge on Qin Yi. This is a perfect qualification for being the best. No, even saying that it is the best is a conservative thing. We can only expect to be honored in the future. Some candidates from other provinces had trembling voices, and their Taoist hearts, which had always been stable, were a little shaken. This group of candidates are all top 10 in each province. They are 1 in a million. It is impossible to say that they are not arrogant. But today, the appearance of Qin Yi, who had broken into the mountain and sea realm in 3 months and had leapfrog combat power, directly shattered their pride into rubbish. Compared with Qin Yi, what they are proud of looks like a joke. They weren't the only ones shocked. Fang Yan, who was still at the martial arts training ground, was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the one who finally stood up to fight with him would be a young man, a mysterious genius who was famous not long ago. Okay, you're very good. He looked at Qin Yi, his expression was startled for a moment, and then he laughed with appreciation. You are indeed very strong. If we were at the same level or the same age, I would not be as good as you. Fang Yan admitted truthfully, without any embarrassment. He admitted that Qin Yi was very strong. But Qin Yi is still in the mountain and sea realm after all. Even if you have the strength to fight at a higher level and have the body of a mountain and sea to challenge the true king, isn't it a bit? You think I'm too weak? Qin Yi took the initiative to reveal his identity, shocking the whole audience. But when Fang Yan said these words lightly, everyone came back to their senses. Yes, no matter how strong Qin Yi is, no matter how evil he is only a mountain and sea realm. The gap between the mountain and sea realm and the king's realm is already too big to be described in words. What's more, Fang Yan is not an ordinary true king. Chapter 220 Only one move. You can't know whether you are strong enough by just looking at him. You have to fight to know. Qin Yi didn't care about others' opinions, and appeared in front of Fang Yan in a flash. Can we start? Fang Yan nodded and waved his hand in a pleased gesture. Then the next second, the air in the sky condensed, and all the scenery in the martial arts training ground suddenly faded, as if it had been washed clean. Wow! Immediately afterwards, the black and white world was refilled with color little by little, but the refilled colors were no longer the original colors, but scorching red and scorching black. Facing Qin Yi, who was only in the mountain and sea realm, Fang Yan did not look down upon him at all. He launched the true king realm to draw Qin Yi into his own world. His attitude towards Qin Yi was several times more serious than towards Jiang Shi. The true king's domain is equivalent to a brand new world built by the true king himself. Within the domain, the true king is the god of creation and occupies an absolute advantage. The great avenues of heaven and earth in that world will continue to suppress outsiders. If a warrior with a slightly lower strength enters the realm of the true king, it is equivalent to handing over his fate to the master of the realm. Without the consent of the domain lord, he would not be able to commit suicide even if he wanted to. The process of field expansion seems slow, but in fact, in the eyes of outsiders, it is only a blink of an eye. In this process, Qin Yi actually has room for resistance. He can resist entering the true king's realm. This is also the optimal solution for warriors under the true king to fight against the true king. However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Yi had no intention of resisting at all, as if he was asleep, waiting blankly for himself to be pulled into the true king's realm. Is he crazy, or does he not understand the horror of the true king's realm? A feudal lord frowned. Although he understood the gap between Qin Yi and Zhen Wang, and never believed that Qin Yi could overthrow Zhen Wang, he viewed this competition with the mentality that the two sides could fight for a while. But he never expected that Qin Yi would kill him as soon as he came up. After entering the domain, he didn't even have a chance to resist. The hot magma was roaring, the scorching air was twisting, and in the scorched earth space, Fang Yan was hovering in midair, looking at Qin Yi who was motionless below, with the same puzzled expression. He had originally planned to suppress Qin Yi's resistance, but he never thought that Qin Yi didn't resist at all. What are you? Fang Yan looked at Qin Yi, and suddenly his pupils shrank. According to common sense, after being pulled into his red flame domain, a warrior will inevitably be weakened by the extremely high temperature environment, his combat power will be damaged, and he will become weak. Even fellow warriors who practice the Tao of Fire should be affected to a certain extent. After all, there are countless Taoist meanings in the Tao of Fire, and the Taoist meanings that everyone understands are always slightly different. But looking at Qin Yi now, doesn't he look uncomfortable at all? After entering the realm of red flames, not only did he not feel uncomfortable, but he was radiant, his blood was brimming with blood, and he felt like a fish in water, as if he had received some kind of increase. A fire-based spirit? No, even a fire-based spirit is at most immune to the weakening of the red flame domain. It is impossible to use the Taoism in my domain to strengthen itself. Fang Yan was extremely surprised. He saw Qin Yi's state and guessed that Qin Yi possessed a peerless spirit body, whose quality was even higher than the legendary fire spirit body. In fact, he guessed right. After experiencing the secret realm of Yendang Mountain, Qin Yi activated the Nirvana divine physique. This physique allows him to ignore all high-temperature environments, and can even absorb all fire-type Taoism to enhance his own strength. For you to let me pull you into the realm so calmly, do you mean that you have seen through that I major in the way of fire and understand that you will be strengthened in the realm? Fang Yan's eyes flashed slightly. But Qin Yi shook his head. It's just an experiment. I don't want to take advantage of you. To avoid you misunderstanding, let's not fight here. Fang Yan was stunned. What do you mean? Zheng. Before he finished speaking, a sharp sword sound that shattered his eardrums suddenly erupted, and surging spiritual thoughts emerged from Qin Yi's eyebrows, transforming into thousands of sword energies, crisscrossing and slashing in all directions like overwhelming the sky. The most powerful, the most adamant, the most fierce. The unrivaled sword intent tore apart everything, as if it was creating a new world, cutting off the sky, breaking the sky in half, revealing the environment of the external martial arts training ground. Before Fang Yan could react, he groaned, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, fell from the air, and hit the ground of the martial arts training ground hard. Swish, swish. Without any skills or taking advantage of any loopholes, Qin Yi used absolute power to tear open Fang Yan's domain, wipe out Fang Yan's power, and severely damage him in an instant. A sword. He only used one sword. To be more precise, with just one thought, a true king was defeated. When Fang Yan was bleeding, suddenly appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground. The onlookers all stared with their eyes wide open, unable to believe that what they saw was real. In less than 30 seconds, they thought they would see the scene of Qin Yi surrendering, but unexpectedly, what they finally saw was the scene of Fang Yan being killed instantly. Am I dreaming? The mountain and sea realm spans two great realms. Are you going to attack the true king or kill him instantly? Ha, it's fake. It must be fake. It's Fang Yan acting with Qin Yi. I don't believe it. The people in the audience were either still in a daze, or they were already looking crazy and talking nonsense like they were dreaming. The words they said fell into Fang Yan's ears, making him emotionally unstable and vomiting blood again. The true king doesn't want to lose face, and he acts with the mountains and seas. Is he still acting in a scene where he can be killed with one move? I wouldn't dare write such an outrageous script. Fang Yan's face turned gloomy, and he understood for the first time what it means. There are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. Looking at Qin Yi, who was walking towards him calmly, he smiled bitterly and said, "Can you tell me that you have hidden your realm and that the real realm is not mountains and seas?" Qin Yi scratched his head. If you think this can comfort you, it doesn't matter if you think of me as a feudal lord or a true king. Poof! Fang Yan vomited another mouthful of blood, covered his chest, and lay back on the ground. You win. Qin Yi spread his hands helplessly. There is a saying that when he was in the secret realm of Yendang Mountain, he could fight against the top true king of the ancient tribe without losing. Although Fang Yan is the stronger true king of the human race, he has only just broken through after all, and his true combat power is definitely not as good as Tianji. It was natural to lose to Qin Yi, who had become much stronger. However, his ability to instantly kill the true king with one move was truly shocking. There is no way. Kaitian Jian is a divine skill, its main purpose is crushing. In addition, Fang Yan didn't take too many precautions, so it was normal for him to be killed. After a while, Fang Yan staggered away silently, feeling lonely like a loser. This battle was a huge blow to him. He didn't even want to be the leader of the Tianjing team and quit the national examination as soon as he returned. Qin Yi can really do nothing but make a surprise. When he came up, he was autistic to a true king. Chapter 221 Jinwu Tianwang. When things have developed to this point, they have basically come to an end. Qin Yi crushed Fang Yan, who had just been crowned king, and Fang Yan crushed all the remaining team leaders. Therefore, it is self-evident who the position of the general leader of the Chinese team belongs to. Qin Yi did not stay too long in the martial arts training space. After defeating Feng Yan, he gave a few words to the candidates in Jiangnan province and asked them to watch the lottery ceremony together tomorrow, and then disappeared. It wasn't until he was completely gone that the peaceful martial arts training ground suddenly became noisy again. The topics everyone talks about are all about Qin Yi. It's so strong. Can someone in his early 20s really practice to this level? Damn it, it's so irritating to compare people to each other. I even doubt that he is not the same species as us. He's from an ancient tribe in a foreign land. Isn't that what the son of sequence is like? Listening to the words of the people around them praising their team leader, the 10 candidates from Jiangnan province were so proud that they felt as if they were being praised. Especially Chen Xian, his admiration for brother Qin Yi has deepened. After returning from the Xintian secret realm, he knew that brother Qin Yi would soar into the sky, so he gave up the idea of catching up with Qin Yi early. Now he just wants to work harder to practice and not become a drag on Qin Yi. Our team leader is so strong, it seems that this trip to the secret realm will not be a big problem. Xia Ming was sincerely thankful. Don't forget, the national exam can kill people. The lottery for the Huashan national examination is purely random and does not contain any inside information, because I have even won a B-level secret realm that can kill the Marquis realm. I heard that during that national examination, more than half of the candidates died, and even a dozen of the leading teachers died. Therefore, the stronger the team leader, the higher the survival rate of these candidates. With Qin Yi, a peerless evildoer, leading the team, as long as they don't do anything stupid, they will at least have no problem getting out of the secret realm alive. Originally, the candidates in Jiangnan province were a little uneasy about tomorrow's 8 o'clock draw, but now that they have seen Qin Yi's strength, they all feel at ease. Around them, candidates from other provinces also cast envious glances at them. After a short period of excitement, the audience members were also tired and dispersed, returning to their rooms to rest. There is a spirit gathering array pattern engraved on the underground of Chang'an Hotel. According to Dagu, it is probably a 5th-level top-level spirit gathering array. It has a very strong effect and can transform the world. The concentration of spiritual energy increases 5 times. This spirit gathering array also has the function of subdividing spiritual energy. According to the price, the hotel rooms are divided into 4 grades, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the rooms of each grade is also different. Qin Yi now lives in the highest grade presidential suite. The aura concentration in the room is more than 10 times that of the outside world. Under normal circumstances, staying here for one night would cost more than 10,000 contribution points, which is a sky-high price. But because of his status as the team leader, Qin Yi can stay for 2 days and 2 nights for free, which is quite good. Sitting cross-legged on the soft and comfortable big bed, Qin Yi retracted his mind, looked inward at himself, and prepared to continue climbing the road to immortality. It had been a long time since he last stepped on the 15th flight of stairs, and his understanding of the Tao had improved. The fantasy Tao was condensed into Tao branches by him, and the Tao of reincarnation had made great progress. It would be easy to climb the 20th flight of stairs at least. The brain is above the sea of consciousness. The heavenly road covered by the fairy mist is looming, filled with a mysterious and holy atmosphere. 5 Tao branches with different colors and shapes wind out from the bottom of the sea of consciousness, like 5 palms, holding a dazzling soul in the center. The power of illusion, the power of reincarnation, the power of madness, and the power of the physical body. 5 completely different Tao powers are wrapped together with the powerful Tao intention, as if a strong wind has blown away the immortal road. The mist lingering next to it revealed the ancient and simple appearance of the fairy road. Bang! Qin Yi's soul took a step forward, as if it had crossed billions of worlds. The moment it touched the immortal road, it suddenly appeared on the 15th step of the immortal road. When his right foot landed, he was already on the 16th step. Without any obstacles, everything seemed to be natural. Qin Yi climbed onto the 16th step and continued to take the 2nd step up without stopping. Boom! In the hotel room in the real world, the spiritual energy that was so rich that it was almost condensed into liquid was swept away in an instant. Qin Yi sucked up all the spiritual energy in the room like a whale sucking water. And it seemed that he was not satisfied yet, so he started to pull in the rest. The aura of the room is gathering towards me. Bang bang bang, the intense spiritual energy fluctuations shook the hotel. The faces of the candidates in the room changed. Feeling the drastic changes in the air, they hurriedly rushed out of the room to look for their leader. And when they found the team leader, they never thought that the team leader they relied on also had a look of shock on his face. The spiritual energy in Chang'an Hotel has been gathered through the spirit gathering array for many years, and the total amount is comparable to that of a large city in the outside world. Someone can stir up the spiritual energy of the entire hotel, and the weakest one is also the true king. The cost of living in Chang'an Hotel is extremely large. Only mid-level and high-level warriors have always had the ability to rent. Therefore, there have not been many customers over the years, and the spiritual energy consumption has been very small. Basically, the spiritual energy attracted by the spirit gathering array has been stored, turned into a river of spiritual energy, and hidden in the hotel. Underground. But at this moment, even the river of spiritual energy is surging. Under the pull of some kind of force, it vaporizes into spiritual energy and pours into the hotel. Was there an alien invasion, or? The leaders of each province were frightened, and quickly took action, gathering together to protect the candidates. It can be said that the current Chang'an Hotel houses the backbone of the entire China for the next 10 years. If they are completely wiped out by the aliens, the consequences will be disastrous. In the previous national examinations, foreigners had appeared many times, which had a considerable impact. Just when everyone was nervous and uneasy, a peaceful Taoist power suddenly filled the air, calming everyone's panic. Immediately afterwards, a soft voice came down from the sky and fell into everyone's ears. Don't be afraid. It's Qin Yi, the leader of Jiangnan province, who is making a breakthrough. There's no need to worry. Let's all disperse. If you are interested, you can go to the corridor on the 3rd floor to meditate. The Taoist charm that Qin Yi exudes when he breaks through can be of reference to you. It's a rare opportunity. As soon as he finished saying these 2 sentences, everyone's expressions relaxed, and the faces of the team leaders from each province showed respect. Thank you, King Jinwu, we understand. King Jinwu? Hearing this name, the candidates present, no matter how well connected they were, showed awe just like the team leaders. Above the true king is the pinnacle. Only those at the top are qualified to be called King of Heaven. This true martial heavenly king is the highest level warrior responsible for maintaining the order of the national examinations. He is also one of the veteran heavenly kings of the human race. It is said that his strength is among the top 3 true kings of the human race. But, what shocked them even more was the person mentioned in King Jinwu's words. Qin Yi. He was still in the early stage of the mountain and sea realm. Will he be granted the title of Marquis today? Is it possible that, just breaking through a small realm of the mountain and sea realm can cause such a big commotion? Chapter 222 Inscription of Cause and Effect. Tianjing, the top of Yanshan Mountain. In front of a spacecraft that is tens of thousands of meters long, a middle-aged man wearing a white training suit sat on the ground, looking towards the direction of Tianjing City, and took a leisurely sip of tea. His gaze seemed to penetrate the endless. The void accurately landed on the Chang'an Hotel, taking everything into sight. This person is the true martial king. As the king of the human race guarding the capital, he shoulders countless important responsibilities. In addition to ensuring the smooth progress of the national examination, he also has to take care of the terrifying S-level secret realm, Yanshan Secret Realm. The so-called S-level secret realm has a level of horror that is infinitely close to that of the legendary cave. There are even rumors that the S-level secret realm is a strange world that will soon evolve into a cave. What's the noise caused by Qin Yi? Opposite King Jinwu, there was an old man with gray hair sitting with a calm expression. He was clearly the Mad King Lu Jun who taught Qin Yi the way of madness not long ago. After he finished learning the way of madness from Qin Yi, he returned to Tianjing alone and continued to train in the secret realm of Yanshan. Are you so concerned about your apprentice? King Jinwu turned around with a smile. However, the Mad King sighed, apprentice? He is not my apprentice. Oh? King Jinwu was a little surprised. He has already condensed crazy Dao branches, and he is not your apprentice? You didn't want to accept him? The Mad King shook his head again. It's not that I don't want to accept him, but I'm not worthy of accepting him. Qin Yi already had a heavenly king as his master when he was weak. If I accept him now, he will surpass me in half a year at most. King Jinwu paused and understood immediately. What Lu Jun said is indeed correct. With the talent of this little guy Qin Yi, he will definitely become a true king within a year. If he is accepted as his disciple now, wouldn't it be embarrassing if the newly accepted disciple is stronger than his master? He added, actually, I don't think you can beat Qin Yi now. Lu Jun just raised the teacup to drink, but was instantly turned off by the words of King Jinwu. You really can't talk. He put down the teacup, turned to look at the wordless stone tablet beside him, and asked, how long will it take for you to become a monk? Jinwu took another sip of tea and said calmly, yes. Thanks to that little guy, when he becomes a true king, I can become one. During the conversation, a bright light suddenly flashed on the surface of the wordless stone tablet. Looking at it, there seemed to be faint signs of ants on the smooth stone tablet. Even smaller text. If a true king were to use his spiritual thoughts to observe the stone tablet, he would be horrified to find that this small stone tablet is densely engraved with billions of names. The names of all the races in the entire blue star are engraved on it, and they change all the time. Old names are disappearing, and new names are appearing. This is the inscription of cause and effect. King Jinwu uses cause and effect as a thread to tie himself to the fate of the entire human race. From then on, when the human race prospers, he will prosper. If the human race is ruined, he will be ruined. If the human race is destroyed, then he will be destroyed. Like Qin Yi, a son of destiny who can influence the fate of the entire human race, even if he breaks through a big realm, it will have an excellent feedback effect on him. Wow! King Jinwu stretched out his hand and flicked it in the direction of Chang'an Hotel. Suddenly, the situation suddenly changed, and the spiritual energy with a radius of thousands of kilometers turned into a vortex, gathering around Chang'an Hotel. Hurry up and become a gentleman, otherwise we old bones will not be able to carry it in front. After King Jinwu finished all this, he sighed, looked at the distant sky, and fell into silence again. Chang'an Hotel, 3rd floor. Qin Yi seemed to have entered a deep sleep, unaware of the changes in the outside world, and was immersed in climbing the immortal road wholeheartedly. In the past few hours, he had reached the 20th step, and he felt no pressure to continue climbing. He estimated that he could reach at least 25 steps this time. The peak of the mountain in Sea Realm is 100 steps. When a warrior steps on the 101 steps, he can become a marquis. After that, those who were granted the title of 9 breaks had the rank of 9 breaks, with steps from 100 to 199 steps being the first break, steps from 200 to 299 steps being the second break, and so on. Only by breaking through 3 times can one be crowned king, and only by breaking through 4 times can one have the ultimate chance to reach the top. As Qin Yi moves up step by step, the aura of the immortal source that permeates the immortal road gradually merges into his body. His qi and blood are constantly expanding, the sea of consciousness surges and expands, and his overall strength surges crazily. Besides, the prototype of the mountain and sea realm in his dantian is also absorbing the power of the immortal source and perfecting itself. Underworld, human world, heaven. His world of mountains and seas was divided into 3 parts, with the lowest level of the underworld being the first to be perfected. Qin Yi's body surface pours out full and complex Taoism. Because he has comprehended so many Taoisms, at this moment he is like the origin of the Taoism that has descended into the world. He has many insights for warriors who practice the Taoism of the physical body, the crazy Taoism, etc. A good reference can even make some people with good understanding enter the state of enlightenment. At this time, outside the room where Qin Yi was, several candidates with excellent understanding have caught the Taoist meaning emanating from the room. They were so shocked that they hurriedly sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. They originally thought that Qin Yi, who was still in the mountain and sea realm, could not have a strong reference effect on them, but they never thought Qin Yi had such a deep understanding of the avenue. Not to mention anything else, many human warriors have comprehended the great way of the physical body, and Qin Yi's perfect great way of the physical body is comparable to a sixth-level spiritual creature to them. The dozen or so people who arrived first began to meditate quietly on the spot. Seeing how fascinated they were by the meditation, those who came after them gave it a try and then immediately joined in the meditation. 10 people, 20 people, 100 people. Slowly, the aisles on the third floor filled up with people. The candidates were divided according to their understanding. Those with good understanding sat close to Qin Yi's room, and those with poor understanding sat far away from Qin Yi's room. It was so orderly. Are arranged. To the end. More than 300 people have joined the Enlightenment team. There is no room for seats in the corridor on the third floor and they have to fly in mid-air. Is it really that exaggerated? The subsequent team leaders gasped when they saw this spectacular scene. Several team leaders who majored in the Tao of the flesh thought for a moment, floated in mid-air in the corridor, and began to try to feel the Taoist spirit emanating from Qin Yi. Then, they were shocked by Qin Yi's perfect body. The Tao of the physical body has countless Taoist meanings. For a group of people who also major in the Tao of the physical body, some may practice the body becomes bigger, making it stronger, while others practice the body changes, and it can change in thousands of ways. Everyone's Taoism will be different, and even the same Taoism will have subtle differences. But Qin Yi's physical Taoism overflowing, clearly has everything. Whether it's something they've comprehended, something they've seen before from others, or something they've never seen before, Qin Yi has it all. This evildoer, could he have packed up and comprehended all the avenues of the physical body? Is this really possible? Chapter 223 Small Progress, Big News. The sea of mind and knowledge is the road to immortality. I don't know how long has passed, maybe a moment, or hundreds of years. Qin Yi lost his sense of time. He looked back and saw the 24th staircase behind him. When he looked back, he was standing on the 25th staircase. Superior. He tried hard to lift his legs and wanted to continue walking up, but he couldn't take even one step no matter what, as if something was stopping him from moving forward. Does it stop here? He was in a daze for a moment, and enlightenment flashed through his mind. 5 Tao branches can only stop here. If you want to continue to climb up, you can't expand the number. You must go deep into a avenue and try to grow Tao leaves. Although Qin Yi has condensed many Tao branches, there will be more in the future. There are more, but the number of enlightenment avenues cannot help him continue to climb up. Next, he had to let a Tao branch grow Tao leaves. Looking around, among the 5 avenues that have formed branches, the avenue of reincarnation is the most vigorous. The spores are already prominent on the branches, and they are not too far away from growing young leaves. Next is the path of the physical body and the 2 paths of madness and madness. I still have a piece of 1,000-year-old immortal wood in my hand, which can be used to understand the way of death and the way of reincarnation. In addition, when I go to the central and southern province, Uncle Shao, the wheel-turning king, also promised to guide me for a while. These 2 opportunities should be enough for me to grow Tao Yi one step further. Qin Yi stared at the fairy road leading to the sky, was silent for a while, and then exited the inward-looking state. When his soul sank into the sea of consciousness again, he was surprised by the huge physical progress. In his body, both the total amount of qi in blood and the total amount of mental power have undergone earth-shaking changes. Open your personal panel and take a look. Name, Qin Yi, life level, race level, galaxy level, human race, 25%, strength, 3,985, physique, 6,422, agility, 3,116, total mental power, 46,000 points. Total amount of qi in blood, 280,000 calories. Talent, cell adaptive evolution. Skills, illusion god eyes, heavenly punishment thunder body, nirvana divine body, face does not turn red and heart does not beat, ever changing, invulnerable to 1,000 poisons, immortal golden body LV10, Tao heart is clear LV5, iron stomach LV4, combat power evaluation, the ultimate mountain and sea realm that has never appeared in eternity can span 2 realms and defeat ordinary true kings. 46,000 points of mental power, 280,000 calories of blood. Under normal circumstances, in the mountain and sea realm, after climbing 20 steps, you only have about 150,000 calories of energy and blood. Qin Yi has a full 130,000 calories more than the ordinary mountain and sea realm. And the mental power is more than 15,000 points more. 10 points of mental power can project 1 meter of spiritual power, which means that Qin Yi can now use his spiritual power to cover an area of 4,600 square meters. Quite impressive. He opened his eyes and punched forward slightly, only to hear a violent sonic boom, and the whole room was shaken by the airwave. Under the full force of the ordinary mountain and sea realm, there is a force of hundreds of tons. And when he swings his fist casually, he can hit 400 to 500 tons of force. If he punches with all his strength, it can reach thousands of tons. 3,000 attribute points are roughly the level of the top feudal lord realm, while 5,000 points are the level of the true king realm. In other words, Qin Yi's current strength and agility have surpassed the top level of feudal lord, and his physique has surpassed the average true king and is close to the ultimate king. But this is just paper data after all. If you add in his abnormal recovery ability and evolutionary ability, this physique is considered normal if it exceeds 10,000. It's been less than 4 months since I started practicing immortal martial arts. Maybe I can be crowned king within this year. Becoming king in 1 year, I don't know what level this kind of record is. Qin Yi said lightly. He said an extremely scary term. Being crowned king in 1 year is something that has almost never happened even among ancient tribes. Even the top 3 geniuses in the ancient clan sequence do not dare to say that they can become kings in 1 year. But, it seems very reasonable to place such a record against Qin Yi, and no one will doubt that he can't do it. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 6 in the morning, which meant that he had been in seclusion for more than 8 hours. Fortunately, I didn't miss the draw ceremony in the evening. There was still plenty of time, and he could even have a leisurely breakfast and take a walk. Qin Yi simply washed up, changed into a set of clothes, then opened the door and was about to go out, but the scene in front of him made him stunned for a moment. At the door of his room, there were warriors sitting cross-legged, including young candidates and mature teachers. These people were all crowded together, from his door to the end of the 3rd floor. Not only the floor, but also the ceiling was crowded with people. It was a sea of people, airtight. Looking at this number, candidates and team leaders from 42 provinces in China are here? Their expressions were calm, and occasionally they would frown or make other expressions, as if they had encountered some difficulties while comprehending the Great Tao. In this group of people, Qin Yi could vaguely capture a strong Taoist charm, which was very similar to the Taoist charm he exuded, but there were also differences. They are borrowing the Taoist spirit that I exuded when I was in seclusion to understand. Qin Yi understood, but he didn't have any grudges in his heart. We all have no grievances, and we are all human beings. We will face aliens together in the future, so it really doesn't matter if he helps. After thinking about it, Qin Yi turned his wrist and condensed a thick Taoist spirit, throwing it on the corridor, then took a step back and returned to the room, never going out again. He eats breakfast just for fun, and it doesn't matter if he doesn't eat it. Lying back on the comfortable big bed, Qin Yi took out his mobile phone and browsed short videos for entertainment. As for practicing? Sorry, he can practice automatically and will not stop even if he is playing with his mobile phone. When watching short videos, time always flies by. During this period, Qin Yi could feel a fluctuation coming from outside the door from time to time. It was probably someone who had realized something and improved in cultivation. Of course, more often than not, even a long time of meditating on it is of no use. If you don't have enough understanding, it's useless to put opportunities in your face. It wasn't until 12 o'clock at noon that the Enlightenment team outside the door finally woke up. Some people have gained a lot of benefits from this meditation and feel happy, while others have gained nothing and are secretly sad. But, regardless of whether they gained something or not, they would be shocked when they saw the new power filling the air. They immediately looked towards Qin Yi's room and bowed to show their respect. Invisibly, Qin Yi gathered a lot of connections. It can be said that everyone who has experienced enlightenment here today owes Qin Yi a favor. And most of these people have extraordinary family backgrounds. Even if they can't repay the favor for the time being, their families can still repay it. Although Qin Yi also looks down on these favors. Among this group of people, the one who made the greatest progress through this study was actually not a team leader with excellent understanding, but an unknown junior candidate. Chen Xian. Because he had been baptized by the blood of giant gods in the Xiantian secret realm, Chen Xian's ability to comprehend the avenue of the physical body was greatly improved, and he benefited a lot from this enlightenment. After all, the fallen celestial clan Venerable also practiced the way of the physical body, and his main practice was the way of enlarging the physical body. Relying on the enlightenment of the physical avenue, Chen Xian's total spiritual power surged, and he actually broke through the master realm and became a grand master in one fell swoop. In the hotel, Qin Yi happened to absorb the remaining spiritual energy. Although it was leftovers, the concentration was far higher than that of the outside world. It was a very good environment for Chen Xian. This boy comes from a mediocre family, and he has come this far on his own. He is better than most of the geniuses who took the national exam this time. I think he can break into the top 5. Several team leaders from other provinces looked at Chen Xian and looked at him. Lu admired it and kept nodding. When the team leader's words of appreciation fell into Lu Lingxuan's ears, his face turned livid and his mood worsened. Why do you say it's worse? Because he didn't realize anything useful during this meditation. Chapter 224 B-Level Secret Realm, The Great Wall. December 19, 7:30 p.m. Tianjing Governing Hall, Main Hall. There was a buzz of people, and almost all candidates and team leaders arrived at the main hall half an hour early, waiting for the lottery ceremony to begin. On the surface, everyone seemed to be chatting with each other leisurely, but in fact, most people's attention was focused on the big screen in the main hall, which was playing a 30-minute countdown. As time passed by, the atmosphere in the hall began to become quieter, the chatter became less and quieter, and was replaced by silence. Not only the candidates were a little nervous, but even the team leader was a little nervous. Qin Yi felt a little baffled by this. He looked at Jiang Xie, who suddenly fell silent beside him, and said strangely, "Aren't we the team leader? Why do you care so much about the lottery in the examination room?" Jiang Xie secretly shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Have you ever entered a B-level secret realm?" Qin Yi nodded. "I have been to the Yendang Mountain secret realm some time ago." Jiang Xie said with a look of reminiscence on his face, "You have been to a B-level secret realm, and you should know that this level of secret realm is also dangerous for the feudal lords. Especially in some special areas or core areas, if you don't pay attention in the marquee realm, you will die. In the past 10 years, I have been drawn to a B-level secret realm, and more than a dozen of the national examination team leaders died." Is the B-level secret realm so dangerous? Qin Yi scratched his head. Judging from his personal experience, the Yendang Mountain secret realm was the biggest danger he encountered in the secret realm, not the secret realm itself, but the sudden alien race. However, those alien races should be considered part of the difficulty of the secret realm. Qin Yi thought of the special areas in the Luoyu Plain and the Phoenix Corpse in the central volcano area, and silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, if ordinary feudal lords enter these areas, they may die once they go deep. Jiang Xie originally wanted to remind Qin Yi a few more words, asking him to stay vigilant after entering the secret realm and not to be too lax to prevent the boat from capsizing in the gutter. But thinking of Qin Yi's ability to kill the real king in an instant, the words he wanted to say got stuck in his throat again. TSK, what should I remind him to do? He didn't need to be reminded at all. No matter how difficult the B-level secret realm is, generally speaking, it cannot endanger a warrior with the power of a true king. Therefore, those warriors who are responsible for harvesting precious spiritual resources in B-level secret realms are all true kings. For example, the Fire Spirit King went to the secret place of Yendang Mountain to collect Nirvana soil. It's just that the Fire Spirit King was so unlucky that he encountered the invasion of Demon Lord's fingers, which was rare in a century, and he suffered. But even the Demon Lord's fingers could not kill the Fire Spirit King. It can be said that even if he is drawn into a B-level secret realm, Qin Yi can easily handle it. Thinking of this, Jiang Xie smiled and joked, "With your strength, you really don't have to care about what level of secret realm you get, it's all about pushing. If there is any trouble then, I ask you to come and save me." "Yeah." Qin Yi took over the conversation and laughed together. "No problem, I can be a hero to save the beauty when the time comes." Qin Yi and Jiang Xia were chatting here, and on the other side, Lu Lingxuan pinched the hand that was hidden in his sleeve. The evil eye dagger kept scanning all directions, searching for Chen Xian's location. So what if you break through to Grandmaster? I want you to fail, but you still have to fail. Lu Lingxuan has read many ancient books. A warrior like Chen Xian who rises from the bottom and can suddenly break through before a big event begins is definitely a person with great luck. Once this kind of person enters the secret realm, he will take off if he is not protected. This made him even more determined to disgust Chen Xian. Lu Lingxuan just couldn't see good things in others, especially when this person had offended him. Soon, he saw Chen Xian's figure on the row of seats in the right corner of the hall. Even at this time, Chen Xian was still seizing the time to practice without slacking off. The distance between Lu Lingxuan and Chen Xian was 100 meters. They were standing at opposite corners of the hall, which was considered the farthest distance. At this distance, even if the superiors eventually noticed something, no one would be able to suspect him. Because he has never had contact with Chen Xian from beginning to end. Lu Lingxuan adjusted his direction, avoiding the surveillance camera, and turned his back to the crowd. The moment he turned around, a small section of the evil eye dagger leaked out of his sleeve robe. In a thousandth of a second. The eyes on the dagger blade locked on Chen Xian, flashed past, and was instantly taken back by Lu Lingxuan. In the eyes of others, Lu Lingxuan just turned around in an ordinary way, and then smiled and chatted with classmates he knew. There was nothing unusual at all. He put the evil eye dagger back into the storage bag. In the storage space, Chen Xian's figure was reflected in the tens of thousands of broken eyes on the dagger, and then they closed suddenly. His strips of dark red blood flowed from the closed eyes, and were instantly covered with the entire dagger, making it appear evil and terrifying. These blood threads were connected together and condensed into an ethereal and undetectable thread. One end was holding the dagger body, and the other was connected to Chen Xian. The power of the curse slowly spreads away, and no one present can notice it. Ahem! Chen Xian, who was meditating, suddenly trembled. His whole body was suddenly enveloped by a chill, his face turned pale, and his breath became sluggish. What's wrong with me? Chen Xian gasped for air. Every time he took a breath, it would condense into mist in front of his eyes, disperse little by little, and merge into the air. The appearance of this mist shows that the current room temperature is several times higher than his body temperature. In fact, the room temperature has not changed, it is still about 20 degrees, which is the most suitable temperature for human survival. It is impossible for a warrior to catch a cold. Could it be that there was something wrong with my breakthrough this morning? Chen Xian rubbed his hands, feeling that the temperature in his body was still passing away, and it could not be stopped. His consciousness was a little dazed, and the scenery he saw with his eyes was an afterimage. But considering the national exam 10 hours later, he gritted his teeth and wanted to stand up and go find the team leaders to find out the situation. But at this moment, there was only a crisp ding-dong sound, and the countdown on the big screen in the main hall officially ended. A Jurchen king with short hair and smart clothes stepped out to the high platform in the main hall and started drawing lots. At this moment, everyone's eyes were attracted, and no one saw Chen Xian staggering up from his position. Wow! The Jurchen king shook the stick, and under the gaze of everyone, he randomly took out a wooden stick from it. The attention of everyone present was focused on the wooden lot in the hand of the Jurchen king. Qin Yi could confirm that the official did not cheat. The drawing of lots in the examination room was purely determined by fate. And on the wooden sign, there was a line of small words engraved on it. B-level secret realm, the Great Wall. Chapter 225 Curse. There are many secret realms around Tianjing, ranging from D-level to B-level, with a total of more than 20. Among them, the Great Wall Secret Realm is a very famous secret realm. The name of the Great Wall Secret Realm comes not from anything else but from its difficulty. Just like if they are all in the same feudal realm, the strength gap between different princes will be huge. They are also B-level secret realms, and the difficulty of some B-level secret realms is particularly close to A-level. Generally speaking, the larger the secret area, the higher the difficulty level. A normal B-level secret realm is about the same as the Yendang Mountain secret realm, and slightly larger than a single province. The secret realm of the Great Wall is an area as large as 2 provinces. When they saw that the exam room they were drawn out was the Great Wall secret realm, both the candidates and the team leader looked a little ugly. It is impossible to draw lots again. According to the senior leaders of the human race, the secret realm drawn every time the examination room is drawn is the Land of Destiny, which is the area that can best hone the top geniuses. Once changed, it may affect this generation of geniuses. Luck. Luck is a mysterious thing. It sounds illusory, but it is certain to exist. On the lottery table, the Jurchen Wang Chulin, who looked heroic and stern, did not pay attention to the complicated looks of everyone, and continued according to the process. The examination venue for this national examination has been determined, and detailed information about the secret realm of the Great Wall has been sent to everyone in the martial arts community for free. Please pay attention to check. Please report to the North Great Wall at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. The national examination will officially start at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. All candidates must bring your admission ticket and a storage bag with sufficient space. In addition to the admission ticket and necessary, you are not allowed to carry any spiritual objects other than clothes. Once you are found to have cheated, you will be permanently banned from participating in the martial arts test, and cheaters will never be hired by any official organization. You can delay entering the secret realm for up to half an hour tomorrow morning, and if you do it later, you will be banned. Disqualified from taking the exam. The admission ticket is a life-saving talisman for candidates, and the storage bag is used to store the certificate of results. The corpses of some ferocious beasts and aliens were as huge as mountains, and it was impossible to carry them out of the secret realm. To this end, the official gifted each candidate a sea-level storage bag, which is regarded as a small reward for passing the national examination. Candidates will see it in a conspicuous place after entering their hotel room. The candidates for the national examination rules that Chu Lin read aloud had long understood that at this moment, they were not in the mood to listen to Chu Lin's words. They were all secretly using their mental power to open their mobile phones and read the information sent by the martial arts community. Chu Lin glanced at the silent candidates below, without saying anything more, and said calmly, "The lottery has ended. Candidates, please leave on your own." With that, she turned and left. The official true kings are all busy people. In addition to practicing, they also have a series of confidential tasks. But not everyone can practice automatically to save time like Qin Yi. However, as soon as Chu Lin raised her feet, a slightly painful groan came from behind. Chu Lin's steps froze and she sensed something was wrong. She looked up and saw a young male candidate sitting in a seat in the ruling hall in the distance. His head was covered in cold sweat and his features were ferocious. He seemed to be in great pain. People huddled into a ball. Wow! In an instant, everyone woke up with a start. Following Ming Wang Chulin's line of sight, hundreds of eyes focused on Chen Xian. Suddenly, the figures of Ming Wang Chulin and Jiangnan province leader Qin Yi suddenly flickered, disappeared, and then appeared next to Chen Xian. What's wrong with you? There's a foreign race hiding around here and taking action against you? Chu Lin had a look of surprise on her face. As the official examiner of this national examination, she had the responsibility to protect the lives of all candidates. At least before entering the secret realm, she had to keep an eye on the candidates. Since foreign races had secretly attacked the candidates several times in the past national examinations, the Chinese officials' awareness of prevention was extremely sophisticated. They had carried out a big cleanup in Tianjin a few weeks before the national examinations, hiding many hidden things in the country. The dirty things in the dark were cleaned up. In addition, the spiritual thoughts of the two true kings are arranged within the area where the students usually move. Whenever a foreigner shows up, if it is not the venerable one, it will be sensed immediately. That divine thought was arranged by Ming Wang Chulin and Jinwu Tianwang together. Could it be poisoned? Chu Lin frowned, her eyes suddenly lit up with a bright pure white luster, and a holy beam of light shot out from the center of her eyebrows and shone on Chen Xian. This is the avenue of light. Chu Lin has her own understanding and application of the Tao of Light. Not only has she mastered the Tao of Light, but she can also use special extraordinary light beams to examine the body of outsiders with excellent results. Sigh, under the dazzling light, Chen Xian's cold body warmed up a little. On the surface of his skin, a large black mist appeared, as if it was burning and boiling, making a steaming sound. Black mist gradually filled the air. In the thick darkness, pairs of small eyes suddenly opened, revealing evil intentions. Some candidates who were watching curiously were horrified. They felt as if they were being targeted by an evil spirit and hurriedly turned away. He tilted his head and no longer looked directly at Chen Xian. Lu Lingxuan, who was crowded in the crowd, was also startled. He secretly used his mental energy to take a look at the evil-eye dagger in the storage bag. He saw that there was no movement in it, so he felt a little relieved. With the true king's methods, will he be able to catch me out? It's impossible. I'm scaring myself. Once the evil-eye dagger takes effect, as long as I don't take the initiative to expose it, the true king won't be able to trace the source. Because there are no traces left. Lu Lingxuan secretly squeezed his right hand, but on the surface he remained calm, as if he was just an ordinary melon eater. He looked at Chen Xian's weak and haggard appearance, and his heart was filled with joy. All worries were instantly forgotten, and he felt several times better. Did you see anything? Qin Yi was also observing Chen Xian carefully, but medical treatment was not his forte. He only felt that the black mist emanating from Chen Xian's body looked familiar, but he couldn't tell what it was. In short, it is 100% certain that Chen Xian fell into someone else's trick rather than having a problem himself. Mingwang Chulin glanced at Qin Yi, a strange color flashed deep in her eyes, and explained, "If I read it correctly, this should be a kind of curse power. The curse is extremely concealed. As long as it is with a certain amount of medium, you can cast a curse successfully even if you are millions of kilometers away from the cursed person. The censorship in Tianjing has been very strong in the past month, and it is difficult for aliens and spies to show up, but with a curse, it is impossible to do so. We need to show up. This can also reasonably explain why Jinwu and I didn't find any abnormalities when something happened to the candidates. The curse? No wonder I feel that this black fog is a bit familiar. Previously, in the secret realm of Yendang Mountain, Yunhua turned into a corpse chief because of a curse and became Qin Yi's tool for enlightenment. The curse power emanating from Chen Xian in front of him was obviously 100 times weaker than the one that was on Yunhua in the secret area of Yendang Mountain. At least it couldn't take away Chen Xian's life, it could only make him weak for a few weeks. Media, what kind of media is needed to use the curse technique? Qin Yi asked again. Chapter 226 Miraculous Surgery. It's hard to say. The so-called curse medium could be anything. A person's name, birth date, scraps of hair, or even just looking at a person can cast a curse. This kind of evil technique, the important thing is to be unprepared. Chu Lin's coldness faded a lot, and she seemed to be more patient when facing Qin Yi. This is where strength and status come in. Even if you don't understand anything, as long as you are strong enough and your identity is strong enough, the aloof true king will still have to answer you word for word. But at this moment, the candidates no longer care about the change in Ming Wangchulin's attitude. What they are more concerned about is this weird and unpredictable curse method. If the curse technique is so difficult to prevent, then wouldn't most of the geniuses of the human race suffer from it? A candidate said solemnly. After all, no matter how cautious you are, you can't completely prevent others from cursing you, because there are too many media for curses. You can't just find a remote mountain and old forest to isolate yourself from the world, right? In response, Chu Lin shook her head. Don't worry, the art of curse is not that easy. This art is niche and few foreigners master it. Moreover, the stronger the strength, the higher the resistance to the curse. That kind of silent superpower, the method of cursing others from a distance, often requires paying a huge price or meeting stringent prerequisites, which is not that simple. Chu Lin is right. For example, the Tianxia curse of the Celestial clan must be used between the eyebrows of the Celestial clan. It can only be used with the divine eye, and the target cannot resist fiercely during the process of using it. The prerequisites are extremely difficult to meet. Under normal circumstances, the curse technique is a hidden trump card that damages oneself by 800 and the enemy by 1000. So, how to solve the curse on Chen Xian? Tomorrow is the national examination. We can't just watch the candidates miss important life events because of unintentional disasters, right? Qin Yi stared at the curse mark on Chen Xian, as if he had something to say. Think. He wanted to use the cursed aura on Chen Xian's body to understand the way of curses on the spot, but considering that Chen Xian had to take the exam tomorrow, he had no choice but to give up. He had to let Chen Xian recover and reference it normally first. There is a saying that if he had been more careless, he would have really started to comprehend it on the spot. Chu Lin sighed, this matter is really tricky and difficult to solve. If you want to quickly eradicate the influence of the curse, you can either take a purifying spiritual object and try your luck like testing an antidote serum. Either find a high-level warrior who is well versed in the art of curses and take action to crack it. As mentioned before, there are very few warriors who practice the art of curses, even in foreign lands with a population of over 100 million, let alone in Blue Star. At least as far as Chu Lin knew, no one had ever deeply understood the curse. As for purifying spiritual objects, it's even harder to say, because such high-level spiritual objects are also rare, while low-level ones may not be effective, and you need to try them one by one. Over and over again, maybe Chen Xian has recovered, and the spiritual object that can undo the curse has not yet been tried. So, I have no chance to take the national exam? Chen Xian's face turned gloomy. It was partly affected by the curse, but also because he was disappointed because he couldn't take the national exam. He wants to get into the top 3 in the national examination, he really wants to. Especially when Qin Yi used thunderous means to kill Feng Yan instantly, and when he was elected as the leader of the Chinese team, he even wanted to reach the top 3 and follow brother Qin Yi to participate in the first human martial arts test. Chen Xian's helpless expression fell into the eyes of everyone. Some people sighed silently, while others looked on indifferently without any trouble. Lu Lingxuan, who was in the crowd, was quite gloating about his misfortune. His expression remained unchanged, but he was already so happy that he almost laughed out loud. Aren't you very fierce when you talk back to me? Now you know that the children of aristocratic families are people you can't afford to offend, right? Seeing the helpless expressions of the people sitting around Chen Shenzhou, Lu Lingxuan sneered silently in his heart, turned his head, and prepared to leave the place and go back to his dormitory to study for the exam. But right now, Zheng! A loud and familiar sound of swords sounded, and everyone present was stunned. When they stared, they saw Qin Yi standing in front of Chen Xian, ready to go, as if a sharp blade was ready to be unsheathed at any time. What is he going to do? Kill someone? But the murderer who cursed Chen Xian didn't even know who he was or where he was. Not only the candidates and team leaders who were watching were confused, but also Mingwang Chulin, who was staying beside Qin Yi, was shocked and confused. What shocked her was the terrifying sword energy contained in Qin Yi's body, and what confused her was why Qin Yi was gathering strength for no reason. But soon, she understood it and was even more shocked. Whoosh! Qin Yi poured out streaks of sharp sword energy all over his body. These sword energies were very narrow, like hair, but the number was terrifying. As everyone watched, all the sword energy rushed into Chen Xian's body, causing Chen Xian to stand up suddenly. His face turned red, and he spit out a mouthful of black blood. Qin Yi, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Seeing Chen Xian's increasingly weak aura, Chu Lin became a little anxious and wanted to stop Qin Yi's sword energy. However, Qin Yi glanced back, and the cold eyes instantly shocked her mind, as if endless Taoist power blasted into her sea of consciousness, leaving her stunned. I'm doing an operation, don't interfere, just wait and it'll be over. After saying this, Qin Yi fell into silence again, and the sound of sword energy whistling through the air overwhelmed everything else. The candidates and team leader at the scene did not understand what was going on, but when they looked at Chen Xian, they found that Chen Xian was extremely cooperative and had no intention of resisting. He allowed Qin Yi's sword energy to enter his body and cause chaos. Tick, 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 a large amount of blood seeped out from Chen Xian's pores. If you look carefully, you can see the dark red blood mixed with traces of black air. Chen Xian's aura was still weakening rapidly, but slowly, this weakening trend slowed down, and finally stopped completely after 5 minutes. The sword energy was still roaring in Chen Xian's body, but Chen Xian no longer became weak. Not long after, Chu Lin recovered from her trance, glanced at Qin Yi with a complicated expression, and then stared at Chen Xian, her sharp facial features gradually assuming an extremely incredible expression. This is... How can it still be like this? As Chu Lin watched, the sword energy that penetrated Chen Xian's body seemed to turn into scalpels, accurately cutting off the attachment of the cursed energy. The source of blood, flesh and organs, uproot these necrotic parts, and throw them out of the body through vomiting blood. Qin Yi didn't lie. He was really performing an operation. Using spiritual thoughts as his hands and sword energy as his knife, he performed an unheard-of magical internal surgery on Chen Xian on the spot. As the necrotic organs were taken out and thrown out of the body, the power of the curse was rapidly weakened. In just 7 or 8 minutes, Qin Yi was almost able to remove them completely. The sword energy in Chen Xian's body seemed to be domineering and as fast as lightning, but it accurately and elegantly avoided all intact organs and only cut down the source of the curse. Such control is abnormal, unheard of, unseen. Is this control at the micro level? No, it's not that strong at the micro level. This is definitely a state above micro level. Psychic? Chapter 227 Letting Out Wild Words. The people here have different cultivation levels, but the weakest ones are also at the master level. They may have been confused at first and didn't understand what Qin Yi was doing. As time went on, they all saw some clues, suddenly realized, and looked as shocked as Ming Wang Chulin. The reason why the power of the curse is difficult to eradicate is because it is rooted in the flesh, and organs of the warrior. If you rashly destroy the organs, it is likely to lead to more serious consequences. However, Qin Yi seems to be very experienced. He knows the operating rhythm very well and avoids all normal organs. If some important organs are contaminated by the power of the curse, he will slowly operate, and not cut off with one knife. This ability to control rhythm is perfectly matched to Chen Xian's body recovery speed, allowing his organs to grow back immediately while being chopped off. In addition, the most important thing is that ordinary warriors do not have the means to erase the power of the curse. If you use a normal knife to scrape, it is impossible to scrape off the power of the curse. Instead, it will scrape more and more, causing the power of the curse to grow infinitely. This sword energy is very special. It seems that the same kind of sword energy and sword intent was used to kill Fang Yanfang, the leader of the team, before. It cuts through everything and sweeps away all obstacles. It is really domineering and fierce. The leader of the Northeast province with a solemn expression, his eyes fell on the sword energy wandering in Chen Xian's body. He didn't recover for a long time and couldn't help but sigh. Kaitian sword intention has many layers of meaning, and Qin Yi has mastered 2 of them, namely, everything can be used as a sword, and everything can be destroyed. He used his spiritual thoughts as his sword, along with the heaven-opening sword intention, to erase the power of the curse from Chen Xian's body. It can be said that he really performed a real surgery. From an outsider's perspective, Qin Yi had completely wiped out the power of the curse in Chen Xian's body. Such a delicate operation must have required a terrifying amount of effort. But the fact is that this kind of minor surgery is not stressful for Qin Yi, let alone any consumption. Seeing Chen Xian's face gradually returning to rosy, Lu Lingxuan's original joy instantly dissipated, and his heart was filled with deep unhappiness. In order to avoid suspicion, he must also maintain a calm demeanor and not let his unhappy emotions be exposed. Holding it in like this made him feel even more uncomfortable. What kind of luck is this? He can escape the curse of gangrenous bone. Lu Lingxuan was helpless. He secretly attacked Qin Yi this time. He was motivated by his own will. The family could no longer condone it. He went to do it a second time. But what made him even more uncomfortable was yet to come. Although Qin Yi's surgery was successful, the rebirth of your flesh and organs consumed a lot of energy and blood, which still caused a physical deficit. You may not be able to fully recover tomorrow. Seeing that Chen Xian was fine, Chulin frowned. Her brows stretched, and with a thought, a blood-red Ganoderma appeared in her hand, exuding a strong smell of blood. In the smell of blood, you can vaguely feel the amazing vitality contained in this blood Ganoderma lucidum. Chulin handed the blood Ganoderma lucidum to Chen Xian. This third-level top spiritual object, the red blood Ganoderma lucidum, is enough to make up for your loss of energy and blood, so that you can recover tonight. If you absorb the red blood Ganoderma lucidum efficiently, if it is high enough, it may heal faster, and after recovery, you can get a lot of benefits. This object can be used to compensate for the lack of official supervision at the time. The value of the third-level spiritual object is about 200,000 contribution points, and it is normal for top-level third-level spiritual objects to sell for 300,000 to 400,000. The official compensation can only be described as generous. Buzz. On the other side, Qin Yi finally completed the operation. He dealt with all the Kaitian sword chi that had penetrated Qin Xian's body, then calmed down the sword's power and returned to its normal state. After understanding the matter, he did not forget to smile lightly and joke to Qin Xian, "The operation was successful, but I accidentally left something in your body." Qin Xian's expression froze. "Brother, don't scare me, you leave it what's inside my body?" Qin Yi, "Nothing, just a few scalpels." Qin Xian. Shu Lin. Onlookers. "Is that what you call it?" Qin Xian hurriedly looked inside, scanning his body inch by inch with his spiritual thoughts. His eyes immediately lit up, as if he had discovered something good. "Thank you, brother," he said happily. Everyone stared at Qin Xian in confusion, and they didn't understand what happened for a while. But soon, Qin Xian briefly explained a few words to them. It turns out, there is a small amount of Kaitian sword intent left in Qin Xian's flesh, and organs. These sword intents are equivalent to some kind of Taoist intent and can be used to comprehend. In order to eradicate the power of the curse, Qin Yi's Kaitian sword chi inevitably penetrated deep into Qin Xian's cells, leaving indelible traces, similar to Dao marks. Of course, these traces left behind are far less outrageous than the Dao marks. The legendary Dao marks can last for millions of years in the world, while the Kaitian sword intent left by Qin Yi can only remain for about 1 year. However, this year is enough for Qin Xian to understand. Even if he doesn't like learning swordsmanship, he can still draw parallels and understand other things from it. Recalling the scene where the Kaitian sword intent crossed 2 great realms and instantly killed the true king, everyone looked envious. Blessings and misfortunes depend on each other, thinking about heaven and hell. 10 minutes ago, Qin Xian was still sad because he was cursed and missed the national exam, but now he has recovered and got 2 opportunities. After putting away the blood-red Ganoderma lucidum, he stood up from the ground tremblingly. The gloomy look on Qin Xian's face was wiped away, and he returned to his usual calm look, with a pair of bright eyes. Seeing Qin Xian's blessing in disguise, Lu Lingxuan, the initiator, felt worse than eating shit. He almost couldn't hide his low mood swings and burst into anger. He worked hard to find the evil eye dagger and planned to murder Qin Xian. "But you told me that Qin Xian was not only fine, but also got a lot of benefits? Damn it, is this even justified?" Lu Lingxuan was extremely dissatisfied, but no matter how dissatisfied he was, there was nothing he could do. "You only get 1 chance. Fortunately, at least no one found out that it was me who had done this to Qin Xian." Lu Lingxuan suppressed his emotions and turned around slowly, wanting to leave this place and go alone for some quiet time. Unfortunately, before he took a few steps, he stopped again because of a word from behind him. "Qin Xian's troubles have indeed been solved, but we haven't figured out who placed the curse. Qin Xian can take blood-red Ganoderma lucidum to recuperate, but we can't leave. No matter what, we have to find out. Will the murderer close the case again?" Qin Yi looked at Chu Lin in front of him with sharp eyes and murderous intent. Chu Lin shook her head. "It's too difficult to find the murderer of the curse. There's no way to start. Tomorrow is the national exam. We can't leave all the team leaders to accompany you to look for needles in a haystack, like headless flies, right?" "That's right. Not only is the curse difficult to eradicate, but it is also extremely difficult to find the person who cast the curse. Now that Qin Xian has recovered, the team leaders feel that there is really no need to waste time here. After all, they also had to take a look at the information about the secret realm of the Great Wall to gather their energy to prevent overturning." The team leaders turned their eyes to Qin Yi, but Qin Yi shrugged and said funnily, "I didn't say I would waste your time. Isn't it just to find the murderer? It won't take long." "Ha! Do you already have a solution?" As soon as this arrogant statement came out, the whole audience fell silent, and the leaders of the provincial teams looked at each other in shock. Chapter 228 Enlightenment of Cause and Effect? Xu Lin, the true king, had no clue about finding the murderer, but Qin Yi acted calm, as if he had everything under control. Impossible? There are so many masters in the Lu family, and they have experienced so many incidents. Even the warriors at the top of the Feng Wangju realm have never grabbed the evil eye dagger. How can Qin Yi? Lu Lingxuan's first thought was impossible, absolutely impossible. But when he saw Qin Yi's calm and composed state, he felt that this mysterious and powerful leader of Jiangnan province would never hit the target without aim. Qin Yi said he wanted to challenge Fang Yan, so he struck Fang Yan across 2 realms with a sword. Qin Yi said that Chen Xian's curse could be cured, so he performed an unheard of strange operation and really completely eliminated the curse. Lu Lingxuan subconsciously clenched his hands, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated several times. No, Qin Yi may also be deceiving me. He may suspect that the murderer is hiding among the candidates and team leaders at the scene, so he deliberately said this to make me lose my temper and expose myself. This is indeed possible. The more critical this moment is, the more calm you must be. If he is found to have murdered his classmates before the national exam, not only will his future be ruined, but the Lu family may also be implicated. The Lu family will not let a clan member with huge stains become the clan leader, let alone the clan leader. Once a huge stain is found, it will be impossible to receive any resources from the family in the future. Lu Lingxuan couldn't imagine what kind of life he would live without the support of his family background. He has always had a vengeful temperament. Over the years, there have been quite a few warriors who have openly and secretly retaliated, and they can form a strengthened group. I have to calm down and not show anything strange. Qin Yi is just bluffing. He kept giving himself hints in his mind, adjusting his breathing little by little, calming his heartbeat, and maintaining a normal state. He wanted to leave like this as if nothing was wrong, but he was afraid of being suspected, so he finally stopped and stayed where he was. He just stared at Qin Yi, wanting to see what Qin Yi would do next. Not only him, but now everyone is looking at Qin Yi, waiting for Qin Yi to make his next move. Yet the strange thing is, after Qin Yi said the bold words, he seemed to be asleep, his eyes slightly narrowed, and he stood calmly beside Chen Xian, motionless. Xu Lin didn't understand what Qin Yi was doing, but she was afraid that she would disturb Qin Yi by speaking out, so she chose to remain silent. The crowd of onlookers didn't speak when they saw Xu Lin, so naturally they didn't dare to speak either. For a time, a strange atmosphere of silence quietly formed, and within 10 minutes, no one said a word. What on earth is he doing? Xu Lin looked confused, and the candidates and team leaders around her also couldn't understand. They waited for another 10 minutes, but Qin Yi showed no sign of opening his eyes or speaking. During this period, nothing happened. But beside Qin Yi, there was an indescribable mysterious aura, vaguely present, vaguely visible. Finally, Xu Lin couldn't wait any longer. It's not that she is impatient, it's that everyone here is watching her face and acting. If she doesn't say anything, no one will dare to leave. Going back and forth like this is a waste of hundreds of people's time. Qin Yi? What's the method you mentioned to find the murderer? Can we start? Xu Lin's voice gradually became louder. Just when she had doubts and was worried that something was wrong with Qin Yi's condition, she wanted to take action to investigate carefully. Qin Yi suddenly opened his eyes were sleepy and yawned, as if he had just woken up from a big dream. Looking at him like this, it doesn't look like he just woke up. After I finished blowing my pussy with you, I slept for more than 40 minutes in front of everyone? Funny? Lu Lingxuan breathed a long sigh of relief and secretly thought that it was true. Sure enough, no one can see through the evil eye dagger, even Qin Yi is pretending. He almost died of fright. The corner of Xu Lin's mouth twitched, with a slightly resentful expression. Is there anything you can do? If not, let everyone leave. When the national examination is over, I will accompany you to investigate, okay? Qin Yi was very surprised. I'm sure there is a way. Weren't you just preparing? Just give me another 5 or 6 minutes and we can basically close the case. Were you just preparing? Aren't you sleeping? A few black lines fell on the faces of the onlookers' team leaders, but before they could say anything, the team leader from Xizang province suddenly exclaimed in shock, Were you enlightened just now? Yes, I didn't sleep just now, so I'm in a state of enlightenment. The leader of Xizang province instantly attracted everyone's attention. When a person is in the state of enlightenment, the Taoist meaning of the Tao that he has understood will be lingering around his body, and the strong Taoist meaning will be condensed into the Taoist rhyme, which has a long history. The Tao you have comprehended is too special. The candidates and team leaders present are basically no one has ever set foot on that avenue, so no one has seen through it. Was Qin Yi in a state of enlightenment in the past 40 minutes? How is this possible? Is it possible that he can become enlightened if he wants to? Chu Lin and the team leaders from other provinces felt that this matter was incredible, but after the team leader from Xizang province finished speaking, Qin Yi nodded calmly and admitted that his guess was correct. I didn't expect that the team leader of Xizang province also understood the law of cause and effect. Qin Yi raised his eyebrows with interest. When he pointed out the 4 words, the way of cause and effect, more than a dozen team leaders immediately reacted. It turns out that the mysterious aura around Qin Yi when he was sleeping was the rhyme of cause and effect. The way of cause and effect is indeed a mysterious way, and there is even a magical saying that if you believe it, there is something, if you don't believe it, there is nothing. You really have enlightenment. You completed it in more than 40 minutes? What kind of incredible enlightenment is this? Listening to the shocking voices of everyone in his ears, Qin Yi was humble. He waved his hand and explained, I have already had some understanding of the way of cause and effect. This time I just used the state of enlightenment to condense it into branches of the way. So it only took more than 40 minutes, which is very reasonable. Oh, it turns out that I already had reserves. Now I just took the most important step forward. Those more than 40 minutes of meditation time are indeed reasonable. What the hell? You just said that you need to use some means to chase the evil, and then you entered the state of enlightenment. Why do you feel that many people pursue the state of enlightenment that is rare to see once in a lifetime, but you can enter it whenever you want? Everyone had different expressions. Apart from anything else, after the shock of the past few days, they would never forget Qin Yi in their lives. But they were shocked that Qin Yi still wanted to do business. Nothing in the world is traceless and absolutely hidden. As long as something has happened in the past, there will always be traces left. As soon as he thought, that mysterious feeling appeared in everyone's mind again. I saw Qin Yi sitting on the ground beside him. Chen Xian, who was digesting blood-red Ganoderma lucidum, suddenly lit up his eyebrows. A crystal-clear thread stretched out from his mind and kept growing outward. This is the line of cause and effect. Chapter 229. Everyone gets the stolen goods. At this moment, both the candidates and the team leaders from each province have their sights fixed on the line of cause and effect that continues to extend outward. And without exception, no one present could see through this thread. They only felt that the thread of cause and effect was infinitely mysterious. They tried to see through it deeply, but no matter what, they could not see the essence. Including the previous team leader of Xizang province who discovered that Qin Yi was comprehending the way of cause and effect, he also could not see through the thread of cause and effect released by Qin Yi. He could only tell that this thread indeed exuded the aura of the Tao of cause and effect, but he had no idea of its specific meaning. There are thousands of avenues, and each avenue has countless kinds of Taoist intentions. Even if 2 warriors understand the same avenue, they may not be able to see through each other's Taoist intentions. Qin Yi's way of cause and effect can be condensed into a branch so quickly. In addition to his own incredible understanding, he also benefited from having comprehended the way of cause and effect several times in his daily life. The most impressive thing was when I was observing the martial arts limit list at the Yuhang Martial Arts Federation a month ago. The martial arts extreme list uses the method of cause and effect to update the strength information of registered warriors in real time, even regardless of distance. This kind of Tao of cause and effect has had a great influence on Qin Yi, so the way of cause and effect he comprehended when he entered the state of enlightenment is also biased towards this type of monitoring, cause and effect. He can use the thread of cause and effect to monitor all people or things that have some relationship with him. That's right, not just people, but objects too. For example, if he once obtained a spiritual object and it was later stolen, he could use the line of cause and effect to trace the approximate coordinates of the stolen spiritual object. His understanding of the law of cause and effect is still not deep enough, and now he can only use it briefly to discover fuzzy coordinates. If it is used on a person, only vague information about that person can be known from a distance, including realm range and race. The deeper, current status, and combat power means cannot be known. But it's enough for finding the murderer. He had previously taken action to kill the power of the curse in Chen Xian's body, and had already established some kind of connection with the source of the curse. By using this connection, he could naturally cast the thread of cause and effect. The main hall suddenly fell silent, and everyone was staring at the line of cause and effect, nervous and expecting. Other side. Lu Lingxuan's heart was beating wildly, his mind was extremely restless, his brain was in chaos, and even his breathing was not smooth. This line of cause and effect is growing towards him. Buzz. The extension of the line of cause and effect seemed slow, but in fact it was rapid. A distance of tens of meters flashed by, and in less than 10 seconds, it was connected to Lu Lingxuan's waist. All of a sudden, 3 words flashed in Lu Lingxuan's mind. It's finished. He never dreamed that the young leader of the Jiangnan province in front of him actually had a way to trace the real murderer. You are in the realm of mountains and seas, do you want to be so defiant? The line of cause and effect came to its end, and after it implicated Lu Lingxuan, there was no sign of further extension, and it just stopped there quietly. At the same time, Lu Lingxuan felt that in less than a second, hundreds of eyes in the audience were focused on him. He wears an exquisite B-grade storage bag on his waist, which is a coming-of-age gift from his family. And the thread of cause and effect released by Qin Yi was impartial and happened to be connected to his storage bag. To be more precise, it's connected to the evil eye dagger. Because the cursed dagger was quickly thrown into the storage bag after he used it. Lu Lingxuan's face turned pale, and his body couldn't stop trembling. When he thought about what he would experience after being found out, his mind was buzzing and he was dizzy. No. I haven't been caught yet. This line of cause and effect can't explain anything. I still have a chance to defend myself. Lu Lingxuan's lips trembled, then he took a breath and put on a smile that was uglier than crying, trying to explain himself. I didn't. Bang! Before he could finish his words of defense, the roaring wind suddenly rose, and a figure flashed over like a stream of light. No one could see clearly what happened. All they knew was that Lu Lingxuan snorted, and then half knelt on the ground, with tears flowing from the corners of his mouth. Blood! Qin Yi stood in front of him, looking at him condescendingly. With a thought, he pulled out the storage bag on his waist with his spiritual thoughts, opened the bag in mid-air, and took out an evil dagger. The moment the evil eye dagger appeared, the ink-black curse power suddenly spurted out. If you look closely, it is not difficult to find that this curse power is exactly the same as the curse power in Chen Xian's body, and there is no difference at all. Moreover, the thread of cause and effect released by Qin Yi happened to be connected to the evil eye dagger. You have nothing to do, tell me? Qin Yi smiled and looked down at Lu Lingxuan. Lu Lingxuan's face was ashen and he finally couldn't say a word. Everyone gains the stolen goods, what else can be said? Surprise, surprise, confusion. Various different looks fell on Lu Lingxuan. Some people were curious about why he did this, while others knew the inside story and secretly said that he had kicked the iron plate this time. Looking at Lu Lingxuan, who was speechless, Xiaoming sighed, secretly took out his mobile phone, and passed the general news about the scene to the Lu family. The Xia family and the Lu family were both members of the Ningbo family in Jiangnan province. They had been friends for generations and had many marriages. It was the best he could do to notify them as early as possible. Murdering a classmate during the national examination is considered a heinous crime, and the Xia family must not be dragged into it together. The Lu family will definitely bleed heavily this time. Xiaoming glanced at Qin Yi quietly again. Although Qin Yi was smiling, he knew that things would not go well. Lu Lingxuan was arrested in public, and Xu Lin not far away was also quite shocked. She really didn't understand why a member of a well-established family would harm his classmates. But Since Lu Lingxuan did it, he has to pay the price. This matter is extremely involved and must be dealt with seriously. Even if Lu Lingxuan is a child of aristocratic family. Arrest him and keep him in Tianjin police station. Chu Lin acted vigorously and immediately called several official feudal lords who were in charge of the executive office and detained Lu Lingxuan. Lu Lingxuan's hands and feet were locked with forbidden spirit locks. A feudal lord who specialized in formations carved a strange rune on Lu Lingxuan's eyebrows on the spot, sealing his sea of consciousness, making him unable to use mental power. This is the official treatment of serious criminals. Lu Lingxuan was taken away, and the evil eye dagger was also taken away as a murder weapon. After doing all this, Chu Lin turned to look at Qin Yi and Chen Xian, and said solemnly, "Don't worry, this matter will never pass easily. I will personally take responsibility and investigate to the end. No matter what the result is, Lu Lingxuan everyone will pay the price. The Lu family can't redeem Lu Lingxuan even if they bring out the 6th level spiritual object." Her gesture was to express the official attitude and give Chen Xian an answer. After saying that, she glanced at the candidates and team leaders with different expressions around them, and said coldly, "That's it for the time being. Let's just go back and prepare for the exam. Let's leave." Chapter 230 Another New Function of Illusion. December 20th, 4 o'clock in the morning. In 4 hours, the 49th China National Warrior Examination will officially begin. This night in Chang'an Hotel is destined to be a sleepless night. Boom, boom, boom. More than 5 hours had passed since Qin Yi caught Lu Lingxuan. A knock on the door suddenly rang in front of a room on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Click. The door opened on its own and Chen Xian walked into the room. After these few hours of digestion, he has returned to his peak state, even stronger than before he was cursed. Before he was cursed, he was a top-level master, and now he is a great master. After washing his mortal body with the blood of the celestial clan venerable in the Xiantian secret realm, and reborn, his absorption efficiency for blood-type spiritual objects increased several times. The 3rd-level top spiritual object, blood-red Ganoderma lucidum, was absorbed within 2 hours. It was absorbed by him. However, since he had just become a Grand Master, he still meditated and practiced until his state was consolidated before going out. Have the Lu family contacted you? In the room, a handsome man sat alone on the big bed, looking at the door and smiling softly. This person is Qin Yi. Chen Xian rubbed the back of his head and said calmly, "Brother Yi is really good at predicting things. You already know what I'm going to say before I even open my mouth." The official didn't lie to them and said that Lu Lingxuan would be dealt with seriously. Of course it was. Take it seriously. After the Lu family learned of what Lu Lingxuan had committed, they immediately initiated relations and used a lot of resources. However, they were unable to make the officials change their attitude. In fact, after a long time, the Lu family could not even see Lu Lingxuan. The official side had no choice but to start with Chen Xian. The official preliminary sentence given to Lu Lingxuan is, murdering the genius of the same race, and disrupting the national examination. These 2 crimes are basically the most serious ones. Lu Lingxuan is a life sentence at least. The life sentence in the era of spiritual energy recovery is more terrifying than the life sentence in the normal era, because the lifespan of a warrior is far longer than that of ordinary people, and it is easy to live for 100 or 200 years. Being imprisoned in prison, a warrior loses the opportunity to practice and can only suffer and wait for death. Having personally experienced the extraordinary life of a warrior, it is the most painful thing if you make him unable to practice again in this life. Of course, for the aristocratic family, having a talented young clansman who will never be able to practice is a loss, but it is not a big loss. The aristocratic family can tolerate the inability of talented people to practice, but they cannot bear it. Because of the mistake of one member of their family, the whole family will bear the crime together. Yes, because the crime committed by Lu Lingxuan was too big and met the taboos of his superiors, he was severely punished on the spot as a typical exception. In addition to Lu Lingxuan himself, the Ningbo Lu family is about to receive official criticism. Although this official criticism sounds innocuous, it is just a verbal report. In fact, families criticized by official reports will soon encounter a series of troubles. The human alliance is the largest and most powerful force in the entire blue star. What do you think will happen when a small force offends the most powerful force in the world? Do other forces still dare to cooperate with you? A simple verbal criticism will bring disaster to a family. A few years ago, a family with a moderate background offended the government because of some business monopoly practices. After being criticized by the whole country, it plummeted. Now the family is in decline. What did the Liu family give you? Qin Yi blinked. Speaking of this, Qin Xian suddenly became energetic. Not to mention anything else, the Liu family is really rich, and they wanted to give me a 6th-level spiritual object when they came up. And judging from their appearance, they seem to be very rich. There is room for bargaining, and I feel that it is not a big problem to have 2 more 6th-level spiritual objects plus other things. Don't look at the fact that Qin Yi has 4 or 5 top-level 6th-level spiritual objects in his pocket. He is special. It is normal. Understand, there may not necessarily be 2 6th-level spiritual objects in the treasure chest that the true king has collected for many years. It can be seen that the Liu family is anxious, really anxious. As long as I accept the secret and say a few nice words to the Liu family, Liu Lingxuan will still go to jail. It will still be a life sentence, but the Liu family can be freed from this matter. Brother Yi, do you think I want to accept it? Chen Xian sought Qin Yi's opinion. However, Qin Yi didn't help him make the decision. You decide your own affairs. I am the confidence for you to make decisions, not the person who manipulates you to make decisions. Chen Xian's heart trembled. Immediately he nodded vigorously. I will reject the Liu family. Oh? These are 2 or 3 6th-level spiritual objects. If you get these resources, you can practice all the way to become a king. Aren't you tempted? Qin Yi looked subtle. Chen Xian shook his head. Everyone is competing for one's breath. I don't like the Liu family's resources. No matter how awesome the Liu family is, they are not as awesome as brother Qin Yi. Don't you just have 2 or 3 6th-level spiritual objects? I'll follow you around. I will collect a basket of 6th-level spiritual objects in the future. Chen Xian chuckled, not forgetting to praise Qin Yi. Qin Yi also laughed along with his joke. Xiao Xuanzi, you have a brighter road. Follow brother Yi and eat 10 meals a day. The two looked at each other and said nothing. The Liu family's affairs have come to an end for the time being. What Chen Xian has to face next is one of the most critical moments in his life, the national examination. Although his condition has returned to its peak and his level has been upgraded to Grand Master, he knows very little about the secret realm of the Great Wall, almost zero. He spent all his time absorbing the blood-red Ganoderma lucidum. As for the official secret realm information, he had never read it at all. The information sent by the official is very thick, and with 3 hours left, it is basically impossible to read it all. Chen Xian sat down in Qin Yi's room and started to read as much information as he could. But as soon as he took out his mobile phone, Qin Yi stopped him. It's too slow for you to read the information like this. Let's find a more interesting method. He turned his right hand, stretched out an index finger, and moved a little closer towards Chen Xian. Circles of ripples bloomed, and the power of the illusion spread faintly, sinking into Chen Xian's eyebrows. Chen Xian believed 10,000% in Qin Yi, so he was completely unprepared and allowed the power of fantasy to pour into his mind. Subsequently, his eyes went dark, and when he opened them again, he was already in a strange illusion. This place seems to be a library, but all the books on the shelves are exactly the same detailed explanation of the Great Wall secret realm information. Qin Yi had read the information about the Great Wall secret realm early, and he constructed a fantasy world for Chen Xian to study in. When people are in an illusion, the concept of time is very vague, and the time flow speeds in illusion and reality can even be completely different. Chen Xian studied in the fantasy realm for an hour, and the real world would pass for half an hour. This difference in time flow rate is the limit of what Qin Yi can achieve currently. No one thought that Qin Yi's way of illusion could have such an effect.